Good morning from Royal Liverpool and welcome to the third round coverage of the 151st Open. In every story, the heroes, well, have got an obstacle to overcome, don't they? And today, that might well be the weather. The northwest coast of England is drenched and it seems like it's not going to let up that much throughout the day either. There's the view down the first. Lots of umbrellas out. And as you can see, wind might get up a little later on. It will be persistent, the rain. The first time I've ever seen that graphic, but my golly gosh, is it going to be true out there. A lot has fallen already today. 76 players made the cut at +3. Only 24 broke par. And today might be the most challenging of them all. That's how it looks overnight. What a round of 65 it was from Brian Harmon, the lowest we've seen all week. Played some flawless golf, so his nearest chaser is Tommy Fleetwood, who is 5 shots back. Number of players made their way through the field, though, including Sepp Straka, Minwoo Lee, Jason Day, Shubhankar Sharma never had a winner in the Open from India. Could he be there? Matthew Southgate eagled the last to finish in the red. And Rory McIlroy, Max Homa alongside him at -1. Hovland and Matsuyama at level. And these players have some work to do, but might be afforded an opportunity through the weather today. There's Adrian Meronk, who continues to impress. +1. The Ryder Cup captain will see the weekend out here at Royal Liverpool as well, Zach Johnson. And as we scroll through the names, you'll see, remember that the cut line was actually at +3. So Fitzpatrick, Smith, Schauffele, DeChambeau, amongst others, will be out early on today. And Christo Lamprecht, the overnight leader, after the first round, one of them, had a rough day yesterday, was a little errant off the tee, but he still made it through to the weekend. And these are the names you have to look forward to, the likes of Cantlay, Adam Scott, Scheffler, Brooks Koepka all out early today, and Ricky Fowler is there as well. And he's already teed off alongside Robert McIntyre, and he's down in the right rough at the opening hole. I'm Ali Whitaker. I'm joined in the commentary box by John Cook and Thomas Bjorn. John, how much does this weather afford a chance for the chasing pack to make their move today?
Well, it certainly does if you have the patience and to put up with the weather all day long, which that's what you're going to have to do. It depends on, how you feel about your game and how prepared you are to play in these conditions.
Second shot on the way for Robert McIntyre. Thomas, you've played in so many. Is it even an Open without a day like today?
Well, these days are the ones where you're getting asked all the questions about what you have and especially the mental side of the game. They've known this all week. I mean, all week we've been talking about the weather on Saturday is going to be horrific. So the players have known this is coming, so they're well prepared. But I said to John before we went on air that this is one of the days where you look at your caddy and says, you better be in a good mood today because I'm not going to be in a good mood.
This will be challenging all day.
Certainly will. And there was lots of good golf as well yesterday. Some really nice stories too here on Friday at Hoylake, as it's known. And nothing more special than what happened to Travis Smythe, who hails from about 2 hours south of Sydney. Plays his golf all round Asia. This at the 17th in front of all the crowd. It's the first ever hole-in-one at the new hole, Little Eye. Gives you chills. What a moment. He'll remember that forever. Went on to miss the cut, but what a souvenir to take home. John, how good was Brian Harmon yesterday?
Well, this is just what you get with Brian Harmon. He never stopped fighting. We compared him yesterday to, if you don't know who Brian Harmon is, to Corey Pavin. Just they fight to the very end, and he's won at all levels, juniors and amateur, college, and now professionals.
Tommy Fleetwood hung tough.
Yeah, he did hang tough yesterday. It wasn't his best day, but he hung in there and he's right there. I mean, he's 5 behind, but there's a long way to go in this championship.
Cameron Smith, the defending champion, went down the last at 4 over par. That was his second at the par 5. And that was the shortest of eagle putts to go from the outside of the cut line and back in. earning himself a tee time here on Saturday. It was a similar story for Sami Välimäki, the Finn who made a beautiful putt for par at 17, then hit that. That was his third down the last.
Yeah, and I don't think they can even see where this ball is going. It was that dark in the end. Dark clouds came in over the last few groups. The brollies were out, and he's just standing there. Look at him. And that's how much it means to make the cut in an Open Championship, his first one off them as well. Just, it means so much to these players.
Yeah, it does. What a great shot again to go inside the cut line. Brilliant stuff. Down to the first with Fowler.
A little long bunker shot from the front right. Pretty well played. Ricky really enjoying a nice season this year, a comeback of sorts.
This is game number 2. On the tee from Australia, Adam Scott.
And what a pairing this is. Adam Scott out alongside Scotty Scheffler. We're being treated to the early morning plate.
Just try and keep everything dry. The face dry and the driver is the most important thing. Excellent from Scott there.
Well, that got by all those bunkers. That was a beautiful tee shot.
On the tee from the USA, Scotty Scheffler.
The voice of David Lancaster down there this morning announcing the world #1, Scotty Scheffler. Struggled a little yesterday, 70 in round 1, 75 in round 2. But he was another that had to birdie the last to make the cut, Thomas.
Yeah, he did, and you know, these top players keep fighting all the way to end. That's an excellent tee shot as well. I just look at all those people out this morning, and you know, you couldn't ask for more if you came here early. Robert McIntyre, Ricky Fowler in the first group, Adam Scott, Scotty Scheffler, and after them, Brooks Koepka and Patrick Cantley. It's pretty good for this morning.
It wouldn't be surprising if it was flipped and these were all the leaders going out. That's how good these groups are. And nice little battle there for Ricky Fowler at the first, make par.
He came second here the last time we were here too, Rory McIlroy. In fact, both he and Robert McIntyre know that feeling. McIntyre did that last week after hitting one of the shots of his life. Down his 72nd, only to be trumped about 30 minutes later, wasn't it, by McIlroy himself.
Yeah, a bit of a mess up the first hole here. This is for par. It's a tough opening hole in these conditions. It really is.
Yeah, catches your attention right away. The tee shot, long, narrow green, front left hole location. And the weather. We'll just throw that variable in there as well.
It's going to be a big variable today. 446 yards the first hole. So this for bogey. One shot gone. It is the third hardest hole, averaging this week. It's quite a firm start. You get a little relief at the second. Then the third as well is always looming with the out of bounds down the right. Quite a feature, Thomas, of this golf course. Down 18 as well, how close some of the out of bounds is.
Yeah, it is close on 3 and 18, and you know there's a lot of talk about it. I, for one, don't mind it so much. I you know, it's what's there, and it kind of brings drama. It brings a little bit of thought process into the players, and I don't, you know, things like that. I don't, you know, it's there. I don't know why people are complaining about it so much, you know. And people talk about internal out of bounds shouldn't be on golf courses. Well, it's just out of bounds. I mean, it could have been a railway track there, and then there would be out of bounds. I mean, for me, what's the big point? I understand it's annoying when you hit it out there, but that's part of the game.
Aaron Oberholzer is out with this pairing. What a treat for you, aside from the weather, Aaron.
You know what? I don't mind. Hey, listen, I'm a hardy Northern California boy. I can handle this rain. Scotty Scheffler, beautiful drive. Less than driver off the tee, and found the fairway. 164 to this front left hole location. Completely different wind than yesterday. Out of the southeast, off the left, and slightly down here.
He's got to be looking a little bit right of this flag, I would think, Aaron.
Playing this one low, trying to skip it up there, John.
Does a really nice job, right to hole high. Being a Southern California boy, Aaron, we didn't really play in much rain like this. So
I bet you didn't even own a pair of waterproofs.
no. Why? Just didn't go outside. If I needed to go outside in weather like this, I would just wear my wetsuit that I used to surf in.
Adam Scott, the only player in the field to have finished top 10 in 2006 and 2014. Not a high number of fairways hit this week.
No, he's been struggling. It's a good start for Adam with the driver. That from 149.
Well, you got to wonder how that golf swing doesn't hit more fairways, but you know, that just goes to show it's a lot to do with rhythm in this game as well.
Green speeds the last 2 days have been about 10'5". They were 10'7", but that was before the rain. So they will have slowed down, one would imagine. To Fowler at 2.
Just going with the driver. I think you're going to see much longer clubs off the tees today. Just people are taking on the golf course a little bit more, knowing that it's going to be extremely difficult to hit long irons in these conditions. So they want to get closer to the greens.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that you know, with the conditions, a little bit more containment with a little bit of moisture in the fairways. Want to go in these greens now with shorter clubs, like you said, Thomas, that you try to shorten this golf course up as much as you can. It's the weekend now, so we might as well try to press the issue a little bit.
Down the left-hand side. He does like a big old cut. McIntyre. He's overdone that though.
Might be up there where all the spectators have been standing and walking, so it might not be horrible.
He's got a Robert McIntyre tracker who tweets about every single shot he hits this week, and most weeks, should be fair. He responds to them as well. He's so grateful for the support.
I guess that means you've made it when you have your own tracker.
Thomas actually has one for whenever he walks around the commentary box, whenever he's in the compound. He's going for some lunch. Thomas Bjorn's in the lunchroom.
That's the hierarchy of professional golf.
I spend a lot of time in the lunchroom.
There's Patrick Cantlay. On his way to the tee. He's out next alongside Brooks Koepka. They are a hardy bunch up here when I got on the bus this morning. Man who's actually hails from Manchester, who's been driving us, said, oh, no, this is normal. When someone said, will the crowds be out? Yep.
I think the spectators too embrace this. They understand when they're even coming from the States. They're coming over to watch the Open Championship. They expect this and prepared for it. I think they're going to have a blast today.
Looking back down there, that's the second. Runs parallel back towards the first tee. Seen some different routings of this golf course over the years as well. Made some good changes that have been very well received. All right, game 3, ready to go. The 9:15 a.m. tee time of Brooks Koepka and Patrick Cantlay.
This is game number 3. On the tee from the USA, Brooks Koepka.
One of those 5 majors came this very year, earlier in the season at the PGA Championship.
That'll do. That's as straight as they come.
Yeah, if he gets semi-hot with that club right there,
On the
he
tee
could
from the
shoot a low
USA,
score today.
Patrick Cantley.
Identical scores for these two, 70 and 75 yesterday.
Well, he came prepared with that hat.
He's probably never worn that hat before. He's a Southern Cal boy.
That's another lovely drive on the first hole.
Seen 4 pretty good tee shots off the last 4 players. The first couple days, you barely saw any tee balls in that fairway.
He went out in the rain on Tuesday, and his coach Jamie Mulligan discussed the fact that weather's coming, so we want to practice in it, understand how this course plays when it's a little wet.
Up on the green, Adam Scott for birdie. That was a nice aggressive roll at it.
Good to see him with that speed like that, where it just barely misses but goes a foot and a half past.
So this is the wind this week. You can see for round 1 and 2, it was kind of from the top right of your screen, and it has switched. So now more out of the southeast than the west that we've had for the vast majority of the week, I should say, as we go down to Scheffler. Can he find a birdie at the first?
And this is really what's been holding him back, not only this week, but this year. He just hasn't seemed to be making many putts, but still finishes in the top 10, top 15 every single week, purely on ball striking. So if he gets that part of his game, gets more comfortable, gets a little bit more flowy, I think he'll have a good run today.
Rob McIntyre has found a good lie here on 2 in the left-hand rough. He'll be depending on a little bit of luck to find a good lie for that one, though.
Ricky with a good tee shot down the left side of the second. 183. Pin cut way in the back right today. Trying to skip it in there like that. Well done. He's done some wonderful work on his golf swing with Butch Harmon, getting his hands up a little bit higher, not nearly as low and flat. Been working really hard and really had a nice run.
Great shot in there. How many gloves does he have up in the umbrella? Hiding. They might be in the Ziploc bag. It's a good day for those as well.
Well, everything goes up under that umbrella. You know, you'll have 3 or 4 towels. You'll have plenty of gloves in there. Bad day to be a caddy.
Back to the tee with Adam Scott.
Boy, talk about conditions changing. You guys talked about that southeast wind that's up now. Ali, it's completely changed the form of this hole. Guys were hitting mid irons and maybe even long irons, a little bit of long irons off the tee yesterday. Now it's just full drivers into this right to left southeast wind. Some started at the pots on the right, trying to turn to the left.
Well, it tells you how long this hole is playing compared to last 2 days. That's a driver and kept short of those pots on the right.
They were taking driver over those pots the last 2 days and hitting irons into them.
Great look at the impact position of that driver, and held that face nice and square for the longest time.
Scheffler.
Also a driver.
This is good driving from these two. They could be dangerous if they keep doing that.
Well, I guess for them the equation is quite simple: is go as low as you possibly can today.
Well, I think if you're on the cut mark, you got to look at Tommy Fleetwood and say, well, that's my reality leader, and hope that Brian Harmon comes back to the field. If you're on 3 over par, I mean, it's very unlikely you're going to catch him, but you could catch Tommy Fleetwood at 8 shots in front of you.
Great call back to Cantlay's second.
147 front left pin. The guard against going left. Trying to get it out there to the right. Get it to hole high. Something like that. Ooh, a little bit of spin. Haven't seen much of that.
But McIntyre's caught a pretty good break there with the lie. Just overdoing it. It's difficult, you know, bunkers and links courses, the sand gets so wet and it's difficult to feel it when you walk into it. It's a total different kind of sand than they've been used to the first 2 days.
Brooks Koepka now doing a beautiful tee shot. Just over 140 yards. I'm sure this is just a full pitching wedge. You're going to have to be able to control spin today. Especially if you're hitting longer, short iron shots, this ball's going to be spinning, so that's an adjustment these players are going to have to make, controlling that spin.
Well, Porter Garrington, 2-time Open champion, making it on his way to the first. It's impressive. Him, Stuart Sink, in their 50s. They love this championship. They're both past champions, and they're here for the weekend. He fought hard to get here, Porter, yesterday. But he would be proud of actually being heading out on this golf course.
Go on, great. Play well.
That's a man that is built right and adored. And he's such a golf nerd, Thomas.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous after all those years. Keeps doing it.
Up to McIntyre struggling at 2. That's his 4th.
Yeah, a little bit of work left there for his bogey. Bogey at the first, not the ideal start here for Robert.
Watching Ricky Fowler lining up this putt, that was a lovely iron shot in there. Just adjusting well to the different conditions that's out there. He's got confidence in his game at the moment.
And he's certainly embraced this championship, the Open Championship. He loves coming to the Open Championship and being prepared to play in all types of conditions. And like I keep saying, he's done so much work on his golf swing that he doesn't have to think about it anymore. He can just play golf.
Fowler with an early birdie.
Nice solid start there for Ricky. Exactly what you need. Get some bonus birdies because there's not many to be had today.
So back to the first with Porrig Harrington, who has the company of Scott Stallings today. Won't that be nice for Scott to play alongside a legend like Porrig?
This is game number 4. On the tee from Ireland, Podrick Harrington.
Won his Opens back-to-back in 2007 and 2008, but you could probably say he's playing some of the best golf of his recent memory, at least, applies his trade mainly on the Champions Tour, but still keeps up with the young kids.
And holds his own pretty well. He plays really well on the PGA Tour Champions. Love having him in the United States playing that tour. He loves it. He just loves playing golf.
He's electing to go with Fleetwood here after first. Not fancying the driver. I guess it works if you hit it there.
On the tee from the USA, Scott Stallings.
It's his first made cut in the Open. Here in his third appearance, both these players shot 74-71 in the opening 2 rounds.
Scott also with less than driver, 3-wood, multiple winner on the PGA Tour. Beautiful. That was a 3-wood. That one got out there.
There's so much strength and speed training as well, Porrig. He's actually backed off it a little bit. He's really chasing it for a while. Clearly still has it.
Scotty Scheffler lining this one up on 2. It's only 168 yards, so got away a little bit. Look like might be hitting a little bit left this one.
Yeah, guarded against going to the right there, Thomas, and might get on the green just off the edge. By his standards, not very good.
Adam Scott would have learned something from that ball. And Scotty Scheffler's wind off the right, 165.
Great shot in from Adam Scott. Right down the flagstick. Still loves his golf as well.
Just looks so good, you know, over the golf ball and striking it.
Back to the first green. Brooks Koepka for birdie. It really is nice to see him back healthy and fit. You know, there was a lot of worry about him with his knees and his problems, and he's really come back strong in the major championships this year and shown that he is a force to be reckoned with. And it's just really nice when players go through those times and then they come out of them in a healthier way. It's nice.
We looked at the win of 2007. That's him there, the champion. It was 60 years prior that the first Irish champion happened right here. And it was Fred Daly who became the first. Back in 1947, remember that Royal Liverpool is hosting for the 13th time. The golf course dates back to 1869. Daly, in the end, he won by a shot over fellow Englishman Reg Horn and American amateur Frank Stranahan. That was a birdie he made down the 18th. The winner's prize fund was £150. It was a final round of 72, and there's just such special pictures.
Well, this is the greatest championship there is, and that's why it goes back such a long time. I was still looking for John Cook in the corner of those pictures, see if he was there, but I didn't see you, John.
I was just off the side. I was little then. I was just getting autographs.
Cantlay for birdie, very nearly. Gave it a good look. But it's when you roll back the years and look at videos like that, you realise just how much everyone on course and everyone that works at the Open is part of something really special.
Brooks now with less than driver. It's about 285 to those right bunkers. So really playing long. Good tee shot.
Just head over on the other side of the rough there to the first fairway where Harrington is lining up this second shot.
5, 6 from the left. Okay.
The one thing I always think with him these days is it doesn't, you know, he's getting on in age. He's what, 52, 53, getting onto there, but his golf swing doesn't look like a man at that age. You know, you go out on the Champions Tour and play with all the guys that you played with in your careers, and you look at the golf swings and you're like, they're getting a bit older, the guys. They look a bit more funny now. But Padraig still looks great when he swings the golf club.
Yeah, you certainly, as you age, your swing gets shorter. I could never afford to get any shorter. So, Padraig, when you keep your flexibility and mobility like he has, you can play a long time. 164 yards there for Scott. Guard against going left. The right-hand side kind of skips through, but 2 greens in regulation there for this group.
There's a lot that can catch you along the way. 82 bunkers around this golf course. 82 one-stroke penalties.
I was just going to say 82 bad places to be.
Yeah, they're not fun. Up ahead to the second. Around the first one, a long way by, didn't he? Scotty Scheffler, so this for par.
This will go a long way for confidence if this goes in. Just doesn't see many go in like those types when needed.
33 putts on day 1, 31 on day 2 for Scheffler. It's been a little bit of the narrative. Remember, he hasn't finished outside the top 12 all year.
Well, first look at the third today. And just kind of hit it out to this corner. You can see the out of bounds up the right-hand side there. The pin's on the left-hand side today, so they're playing away from it, which kind of make it a lot of an easier golf shot. You can bump it into the middle of the green, and if you pull it a little bit, it'll be good.
Adam now with that brilliant second. Can't get it to go in. Opportunity missed right there, Thomas.
Yeah, this is a ball striking group, but they're unfortunately not both of them not known for their putting. You know, they're going to play some great golf, but they are depending on having good days on the greens.
Robert elected to hit driver off the third. We haven't seen that very often. Maybe that bogey start dictated that. See if you can take advantage of that aggressive play off the tee with a good shot like that.
That was kind of my go-to as well. I would take my jackets off when I hit the shot, and then, you know, putting and chipping, I'll be okay with a jacket on. But I'd as much try to just get my jacket off for full shots and then straight back on after the shot. It's just gives you a bit more freedom to swing the golf club.
Yeah, umbrella has to be held a little higher for the man back there. Christo Lamprecht, the amateur. He was one of the overnight leaders after the first round. And he is the only amateur to make the cut as well. Seems fitting after the first round of 66. Playing alongside Andrew Putnam today.
This is game number 5. On the tee from the USA, Andrew Putnam.
John, how would you describe Andrew's game? Kind of a short but reliable hitter?
Exactly. puts the ball in play. Very good putter. That's kind of the strength of his game, and he kind of goes how these clubs go. If he's striking the ball nicely, he's usually in contention. He had a tough first day, came back with a really nice round, and to make the cut to play on the weekend. His brother Michael was a very good player, PGA Tour player as well.
On the tee from South Africa, Christo Lamprecht.
Seems fitting that he made it through to the weekend. It was a 66, but then a 79 yesterday. The driver wasn't well behaved. But my word, isn't he fun to watch?
Yeah, it's not the most traditional action, but it works, and you always got to look at people out, you know, when they're 6'8", there's got to be something in there that has to give a little bit.
Especially given the maximum driver length can be 46 inches. He almost has to lean down for it. He's actually, his dad's 6'4", and he is the shortest of 5 generations. So it's in the genes. Isn't that remarkable? Up to the second, Koepka.
This is a long way back for Koepka. This is probably a 5 or 4 iron.
Well, this is going to turn out nice. Good quality approach there from Brooks.
Well, Harrington ran it by here on 1, so this is for par. And that's a disappointing start. It's easily done on the first, you know, in rain. You get on there and got a bit of a putt from distance, and you think, oh, this is wet, they're going to be slow. You just get a little bit over-aggressive with your right hand, and you think, oh, so 6 feet by.
Flushed it. Nice shot in from McIntyre off the back of 2 consecutive drop shots.
Yeah, aggressive play off the tee with driver across the out of bounds. He nearly took advantage of it.
Might see more drivers down 3 today than we have in the past 2.
Scott Stallings for par. Had it kind of towards the back of the green with his approach, and good 2-putt. Looks like he brought his shoe game out today. He got the red with the psychedelic bottoms.
Anything that's waterproof.
Adam Scott on 3. It's just dinking an iron out there to the corner. That's perfect.
They're called cops, the little raised edges to the out of bounds on 3 and 18. Go back to Cantlay.
He had a pretty good look at the first hole, didn't take advantage. Goes slightly down that little slope. He had to be a little careful with that one.
Will be good enough for a par start. No one says no to that. You can find another at the 3rd. You're always thankful.
Scotty also with less than driver. I thought maybe he might take a go across the corner there. Like to delay the ball up.
It was a wonderful iron shot in here from Koepka. So this is for birdie. Just up the hill. Little right to left. Just overdid it.
So let's take stock for a moment now that our first 5 or 6 groups are out underway. It's Harmon who will stay at the top for quite some time. He might not be caught today. He might not be caught all week. It is the largest 36-hole lead in Open Champion history here. Roll through some of the pages for you. Matthew Jordan, what a story it's been for the young Englishman that grew up on this very golf course.
Yeah, we walked him off the first tee the other day on Thursday and hit a, kind of got into his run, made the first birdie of the week along with the first tee shot. So what a special week for Matthew.
Scotty Scheffler staring straight down this flag on 3. He's trying to bounce them in today, keeping the ball flight down.
Andrew Putnam just on that little buggy path and where spectators have been walking, so didn't have a good look at the flagstick, but got it on the green, so pretty good shot there from the seemingly out of position.
Well, Adam Scott hit a wonderful shot on a second. Can he follow it up with one here? Oh, he's dialed in. He is dialed in this morning, Adam Scott.
Worth another viewing, isn't it?
Just the sound was so crisp and pure. When you do that, that's usually the result.
He's not missing that. So this is how Christo Lamprecht has fared in the first 2. Left in round 1 and the second round, down to the right this time. 313 off the tee.
He's in the rough here, but he's got a good angle in here. He can land it just short of the green, probably play for a little bit of a flyer. They won't fly as much when it's wet as when it's dry, but just land it just short of just on the green, bounce it up. Didn't quite get the contact.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit awkward too, coming around that bunker to that left pin.
So there's the aforementioned out of bounds. A grand total of 5 paces from the right edge of 3.
And Scotty Scheffler here on the 3rd after basically playing kind of a safe shot. His ball striking wasn't crisp yesterday as I walked with him for all 18 holes. That's not a good combination if you're not putting well and the ball striking starting to get a little sideways.
Had it on line that time, Aaron, right in the center.
Yeah, he's going to need that club to warm up for sure, John, if he's going to make a run. This is a day where a 68 would go a long way. I watched both these players for 18 holes yesterday. They were playing together in a featured group, and Adam Scott, trouble with the driver yesterday and just didn't get anything to drop. It was a wonderful scrambling round.
He looks good so far today.
Oh, he fixed something. He found something last night or on the range this morning.
That's a bonus birdie there at the 3rd hole today.
So he's 1 under through 3, up to 4, Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, the pin position's all the way back in the right-hand corner here today, but this is a fairly easy pin position to be aggressive at. The bunkers don't really come into play. You can fly it all the way back there, soft greens, and he's done exactly that.
Need the window wipers out. It's going to be Ryan Fox and Victor Perez to go next.
This is game number 6. On the tee from France, Victor Perez.
A winner on the DP World Tour early on this season in the first Rolex Series event that came at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. He's already planning the move whenever you snag a Rolex Series event. Usually it means you'll finish somewhere in the top 10 on the rankings, which will get you a PGA Tour card this year round. Dare say you'll be seeing more of that face, John, next year.
Absolutely. I walked around 9 holes with he and Patrick Cantley, Michael Kim, and Xander Schauffele on Wednesday. Hugely impressed with what he can do with the golf club. Plays golf shots too, which was really impressive.
Just getting over the top of that one a little bit. Well, he sits up short of the bunker. He's okay there.
I would imagine he would have to be on Luke Donald's radar for
On the tee
a Ryder
from
Cup
New
spot.
Zealand, Ryan Fox.
He's definitely in there. This guy's been impressive for a while. Really making his way up the game. Ryan Fox.
Runner-up in the race to Dubai last year. It's headed well left. Yeah, you can see the top of it. He improved by 11 shots yesterday. Ryan Fox, one of 3 players to do it. Sahith Theegala and Justin Thomas did the same, but Fox the only of the 3 to make the cut. The others just had too much work to do after round 1.
It's a little bit tricky coming off the shoulder of that bunker. Just gonna pick your spot. Ah, he's hit a lovely shot here. Excellent.
No birdie for McIntyre. What about Ricky Fowler at the 4th?
Wonderful start there for Ricky with 2 birdies in his first 4 holes.
And we talk about the moves you can make. He's inside the top 30 now. Just after that, there are big gains to be made with starts like those. Back to 1 at Putnam.
This is where he pretty much excels. He's not afraid to make putts and something like that.
That's a good 3 after the tee shot. That was over there on the left, and I don't think he thought he was going to walk off with 3 after that, but Bob Rotella always says you can wedge and putt the hell out of it and get everything out of this game.
Now Lamprecht for his part. 2-time All-American over at Georgia Tech. Said he was a little inspired. Saw Stuart Sink up on the leaderboard after the first round as well. He too went to school there. Quite the talent, as is the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler.
Just in that first cut, back right pin, so opens up the green. That won't hurt him.
This is the putting green. It's right next to the where you walk off the 3rd tee. The clubhouse is there. Matt Fitzpatrick getting ready. Let's see, 41 minutes for tee off. Working with Phil Kenyon. Putting. Oh, I won't like saying this. Putting guru. I've worked with Phil for a long time, and yeah, too many compliments. That hurts his ego.
Less than driver for Lamprecht down the 2nd.
Christo doesn't need driver here. As far as he hits it, just a matter of getting it in play, which that's kind of the challenge with Christo. He's good in every other facet of the game, but he has so much speed with that driver. Can really go offline, and might have found that little left bunker.
To the first par 5 on the golf course, and Ricky Fowler to the tee.
Less than driver here kind of takes out those gorse bushes up the left that with driver, if you pulled it, it could easily get there. So just playing to the corner of that dog leg there, and it's well done.
You can if you want,
Yeah, it's not a long par 5 this, but it's a tricky one. It just kind of goes dog leg, and the green area is also difficult. You're playing more for position than you are for length.
So this is where Adam Scott's ended up, down the right of 4, well right.
Allison, he is right, just right of the 16th tee box. I mean, it was, I hate to say the S words, but it was kind of half of one of those to be pitched out this far to the right. Got him at 178. It's a clean line. It's a clean line. Clean lie and a clean line to the flag. Nothing in the way.
After the first 3 holes of not missing anything but the center of the club, that had to be a shocker.
Well,
Hit
that's
that
kind
far
of
off line with it.
That was, I mean, this is 50, 60 yards from the center of the fairway with the iron, with an iron. Cookie.
Might be the biggest miss with an iron he's ever had.
60, probably front.
Okay. Yeah. I just took a bit more because of our angle there, you know what I mean, to carry on to the green.
No, sure. So the middle of the green's going to be
Say 75.
75.
Yeah.
Into
Into a touch, buddy.
And the hardest part about this is just getting the correct yardage.
So I like 6 more there.
just over that front bunker.
Love it, buddy. Okay, full commitment.
Just out to the left towards the center of the green. Might have to get up a bit.
I think they're a little uncertain on the yardage there. It was a difficult one for them to get, but it's safely on the green. That's my argument against using rangefinders for professional golf, is that I think if you hit a shot like that, if you had a rangefinder, you can just zip the flag and you know the distance. That should be difficult from there to get the right distance.
100% agree, Thomas. 100% agree. You hit a shot that far offline. I know it might speed up play and all that, but you have to pay the price.
Agree with both of you. Just from the rough, just got to be careful of catching kind of a wet flyer out of here for Scotty. 155.
I'm glad you are, Aaron. The tee's on the way to you.
Caught that wet flyer, guys.
That he did. Now, that's really going to be difficult. Short side. Depends on what kind of shot he wants to play.
Brooks Koepka from the middle of the green here on 3 for birdie. Oh, wow.
Well, at least he got the speed right, because the direction was a little off.
It's one of the shots of the day. Yesterday, the second to last shot for Cameron Smith. Down the last, needed a birdie to make the cut. Hit it to a foot, made eagle. What a display it was on that back 9. 12 months ago. So this is what we have to look forward to. Some mouth-watering prospects out early on today as well. In Cameron Smith and Matt Fitzpatrick, both at +2. Got Kurt Kitayama out with JT Poston on the same score. A couple of major champions out together. One who has an open in Louis Oosthuizen with Patrick Reed. And at 11 o'clock, it'll be Hurley Long alongside Rikuya Hoshino, who hit the first shot at the Olympics in Tokyo. How special that was. This should be nice as well for Brandon Robinson-Thompson, who plies his trade on a lot of mini tours around the world. He's with Tyrrell Hatton today. That won't be dull. Nor will this. At 11:25 local time, so about an hour and a half from now, Sung Jae Im and John Rahm. It's going to be Canada's Corey Connors, the ball striking machine, with Zach Johnson, the Ryder Cup captain. Tell you what, there's some names at +2, aren't there? Gary Woodland, the US Open champion, he's there. Even after he hit that fairway metal into the fence, it's worth a watch. He's with Christian Bezadenhout and Brendan Todd with a man that's already won an amateur championship in Romain Longasque.
Fifth fairway, Ricky Fowler. And that pin is cut just over that front left-hand bunker today. So you're really not looking at that. You're trying to go in right of this flag into the right heart of the green, or even right of the green where you'll have a shot. It's a long way away from the hole, but it's not the worst miss, that one.
Adam Scott from the front of the green there at the fourth after a well out of position tee shot. If he'd have got away with 3 there, that would have been incredible. A little tap in 4 and a real nice start there for Adam, even with that short miss at the second.
Down on the range, Xander Schauffele getting ready. One of the things I've found difficult about days like this is that you really want to spend more time on the range in warming the body up, but you really want to be out of the rain and not getting too wet. So it's just one of those balance acts I felt like that was difficult to get right.
Scotty trying to bounce it into that face of that slope, and the problem with that is starting to skid up those hills now with very little spin, so you get short-sighted off these slopes. It'll be really difficult pitching the ball today.
Good day for a poncho, isn't it? As well, I think the umbrella sales in the open shop, it's huge. It's got lots of them in there, they'll be fine. They might run out today. They've come prepared. People flock from just all over the world to come here this week. Little left on this for Scotty Scheffler's part.
Yeah, these are the ones that he needs to start making. If for nothing else, maybe just the rest of the year.
Just hasn't made many of these.
He was up and out of that one so fast, Cookie.
Yeah, he almost beat the ball to the hole there. That's just lack of confidence.
I don't see a lot right now.
Yeah, he's kind of, his body language is showing just that. Not much confidence on the greens right now for Scotty. He's gonna have to figure something out because he's too good a ball striker.
Lamprecht on 2. Coming out of that left-hand rough.
Down. Just land short of the green. Sit.
Right shot.
Yeah, that's excellent. Very good. He was a bit scared that he got too much of a flyer and it would land too hard, but the golf course is softening up quite a bit now. And that's going to be that caddy's problem for the rest of his life, getting that umbrella over that head.
He knows it well. It's his assistant coach at Georgia Tech, Devin Stanton, on the bag for Christo this week, up to 5. Fowler.
Like Thomas mentioned, it's not a bad miss over to the right at the 5th and short. A lot of green to work with. Took it way left and trying to use a slope. A little bit too moist on the green to have that ball come back off that little slope, but not too bad a play.
Drop back one to Koepka at 4.
Yeah, he can be really aggressive with this one. He's in the middle of the fairway. He knows the greens are softening up, so he can go straight at it, dance it around the hole. And that's a poor one from Koepka.
It's always something to see, isn't it? The open leaderboard. It's been like that for years. It's had a couple of updates. And the picture tells the tale. Looking through the rain on the lenses of many of the cameras here today. It is settled in and will be here as we hear it for the entirety, almost, of Saturday's play here in the 151st Open. And if you're just joining us, it's about 58 degrees or so. But there are a couple of hot players out on the golf course. And there's a real opportunity for players out early on today, especially given the conditions, to make their move. And what a shot it was for Adam Scott at 3, Thomas.
Yeah, this was a beautiful golf swing, and look at this when it lands, and it just kind of shows you the conditions as well, getting a little bit of spin on the ball now. And that was an excellent birdie from Adam Scott.
So he's 1 under par for the round. Ricky Fowler as well, playing nicely early on. Stuck it in close at the second, John.
That he did after a nice up and down par at the first. Comes back with a nice tee shot, nice second at the second.
Yeah, and he took advantage of a good tee shot here on 4. And this was one of those beautiful little shots right into the hole at the back hole location, and he would convert that for a birdie as well. 2 under par through 4 holes.
So that is the overnight leaderboard. It'll stay the same for quite some time until that page tees off later on. It is Brian Harmon by 5 through 36 holes. He leads the field in strokes gained putting. It's part of how he's done it. He's avoided plenty of bogeys out there. They're waiting for you. Rory McIlroy's at -1, as is Max Homa, starting to find his feet in the majors. Matthew Jordan has been a really lovely story this week. There's a couple of videos of him learning to swing the golf club right here at Royal Liverpool. Victor Hovland did even. Matsuyama as well. Saw Ricky Fowler down there at +1. He's moved up about 45 spots already as we go down to the 5th.
Yeah, this is another opportunity for him on the 5th. Down the hill. This is quite quick, this putt.
So par's the one hole he might have expected to birdie in the first 5. Still at -2, going along nicely today.
Adam Scott tee shot at the 5th.
Stay left.
Must be going towards one of those bunkers. Oh, it gets around it now. That's fine, Adam. No stress. In fact, that's perfect.
Over to Lamprecht, who has taken quite a liking to the west coast of England. Won the amateur championship about 30 miles from here at Hillside. This for birdie. It's going to be a par-par start. But better than yesterday was 3 over through 4. Back to 5.
And he feels Scheffler needs something good to start happening. He has to find this fairway now. Desperate in need of a birdie. And that's a good start.
Patrick Cantley now to the right of the green at the 4th, similar position to what Brooks Koepka. Patrick electing to go upstairs with that, and jazzes it. Very nice.
There's Matthew Fitzpatrick, one of 2 Fitzpatricks in the field this week. Brother Alex making his major debut alongside his brother. How cool is that for them? Matt was watching the qualifying, kept refreshing as well. Wasn't all straightforward. Alex had to hold a bunker shot in there to get it done. How exciting for the family.
Finds himself a shot behind his brother Alex too, younger brother.
Yeah, that was a little cheeky of Alex. Up to 5, Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler, 237, can attack with this one, but has to be careful. There's that front pot that this flag is sitting right over. Something out at that, out of our camera tower, on the right side of our camera tower, I think, guys, is the right line, and you want to get it past this flag, I would say. Just try not to mess around too much with that front pot bunker.
Didn't get up against the face there, Aaron. Might be on a little bit of an uphill lie, but bunkers are so flat, short-sighted. That'll be interesting.
Well, it wasn't the best of chips from Brooks Koepka to here, so this is for a par. And one slides by. And that's a poor bogey from Koepka from the middle of the fairway. 4 over par for the tournament now.
208 for Adam Scott, and he was rewarded with a phenomenal angle and taking that second pot bunker on the right on. Oh, this is flared out to the right, way right, guys.
Must have been similar to the iron shot he hit off the 4th tee. Not going to have to worry about the lie, and he's got a lot of room, but that just has to be a shock to the system there for Adam. 2 bad iron swings in a row.
Well, our first look at the 6 today. Ricky Fowler. And the pin is 23 on here, but it's right in the middle of the green. That's what's called knowing your golf course.
Just how he drew it up there, Thomas. Quick run back to the bag, put it in there, just like I drawed it up.
Little formality for the par of Patrick Cantlay, who will stay at 3 over after 4 consecutive pars now.
Broderick Harrington for birdie.
Left rough here for Christo Lamprick at the 3rd. Middle left hole location, so just trying to get up the center of the green, and pretty well done.
Yeah.
Well, McIntyre on 6.
Oh yeah, Bobby!
Steadied the ship a little bit after bogey start. That's a good shot. It's not an easy hole, the 6. You just really want to try and find the green and 2-putt and get on with it.
It's overhead looking down to the 5th green. So Scheffler in the left trap, Scott out to the right.
I think Adam has maybe the easier of the positions. You see the lie right there. It's not much around it. A lot of green. Scotty Scheffler, on the other hand, short-sided in the bunker.
You can just keep your flag down.
This is all about the catch, the contact. Maybe drive it in there pretty low. Let it skid on back there. Ball was back in his stance, maybe caught it a little bit groove low, and after a perfect tee shot, making a mess of this hole.
Back on the tee, Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, 3 wood for Brooks. Just try and get it to that corner of this dog leg. And that's perfect.
just has to get it out of the bunker, let it run down that hill. Take a big swing, short follow through, and really nice.
Looks heavy, that sand now, doesn't it? A lot of power to get the ball up and out.
You could see the wet crust on it and then the drier sand underneath post-impact.
Yeah, really setting into this one. Looking at full goal swing for that shorter shot. Important to feel it underneath your feet when you walk in there.
Good tee shot for Robert McIntyre there at the 6th. Puts up a little bit of a slope. We'll get there. Good pacing.
Adam Scott struggling now for the par here. That was a beautiful shot. Phenomenal touch there.
The old up and down this time for Scott.
Yeah, that would be, he'll be annoyed, but he'll also just a sigh of relief there, walking off with a 5.
It's an attitude day today, you know, Thomas. And these two guys have fantastic attitudes.
Certainly do. So does Ricky Fowler for birdie. That's 6. Couple rolls short with the right line.
He's looked good so far through 6. Made a nice little move up that board.
This is game number 8. On the tee from England, Danny Willett.
Hails from about, let's call it 2.5 hours inland from here in Sheffield.
Setting it down the left-hand side, going to try to hit a pretty big cut. Have to wait and see how that lie is, but in that right-hand rough.
On the tee from Finland, Sami Välimäki.
Yeah, it was a great finish from him last night. And this is the price he got for keep fighting.
Making his debut. And he's going to see all 4 rounds.
Right.
He's heading down the right. There's right rough.
Yeah. Wait for a second.
All right, let's go up to the 3rd. Christo Lamprecht found the green in 2.
Tee shot in the left rough. Nice second to the middle of the green, and should be a comfortable par there for Christo.
And a little bit of a smoother start, safe to say. Yesterday he blew it all the way through into the hospitality with driver off the tee, kept pulling driver all day long. It was a wild ride. So Scotty Scheffler did in the end tap in for birdie at 5, so he's back to 1 over par. That's how it looks at Royal Liverpool so far. Adrian Otaegie's been impressive as well. He's at -2, kind of going about his business, flying under the radar. Tristan Lawrence can no longer do that after winning twice in the last 2 seasons, so 4 on the DP World Tour for him. Nikolai Højgaard, -1, qualified last week, making the most of it as well after a good performance at the Renaissance. As we go down to the par 3.
196 on this par 3 and 23 on, just above a slight little rise in the back of this green. See, happy to say the rain has stopped.
Happy for you.
I'm enjoying it out here now. Just left, might need a bounce to stay up.
Yeah, needed to hang on, and if it gets off that face, it shouldn't be too bad in that bunker. Yeah, sitting up nice. Really could present many problems after that bunker shot he hit on the last hole, which was an absolute pearl.
This is Andrew Putnam. I think birdie the first, bogey on the second. There you go. Birdie on the third. Now you just don't need to bogey the fourth.
Not that short one with the par 5 coming up.
And this is a 5-iron for Adam Scott. And which Adam Scott are we going to get here? Trying to use what little wind there is to move this back from left to right.
Trying to peel, and beautiful shot there for Adam. So we got that Adam Scott.
And he left his twin brother behind on the 5th.
His evil twin.
Little Jekyll and Hyde going on over to Brooks Koepka. Just the iron at 5.
A nice 3-wood around the corner there. Will he try to take on this hole, or will he get it out there to the right? Oh, bounced over the bunker, and what a great kick and bounce, and got left and long of this pin. That you won't see many shots there.
Eagle putt coming for Koepka. They seem to like it down there. Finds the right section of the fairway, Fowler.
Almost seen the tower on the next hole. Move off that.
Looks a nice lie here for Danny Willett on the first in the right-hand rough. I mean, it shouldn't cause too many problems. Just land it on the front edge of the green and bounce it on. And he's turned that over. That's a poor shot.
That nice second shot from Brooks on the 5th. Bounced it around the bunker and up on the putting surface. So good look at eagle here for Brooks. Comes off that shoulder a little bit, you see, just to his right. And then down a little bit of a slope. That bogey at the 4th. That should be a birdie at the 5th.
Valimaki on the first. Just sitting down a little bit, this one. But he's done well with it. That's good from where he was.
So the 10:20 tee time. Oh, Bryson DeChambeau and Xander Schauffele. Both have had 70s and 74s coming into the weekend, I should say, in different orders. And they start the day at +2. 7 shots out of second.
This is game number 9. On the tee from the USA, Bryson DeChambeau.
Took a little while for things to click for DeChambeau in the Open, especially his first 4 appearances. Then something seemed to come together at Royal St George's. He had a top 10 there.
Really haven't seen a whole lot of Bryson this year. least we haven't in the States. Seemingly playing pretty well. Winner there at Winged Foot 2020 in the U.S. Open. That will be a rough start. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do with that.
On the tee from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
He's an Olympic gold medalist, yet to take a major, but he has major game, Thomas.
Oh, definitely. And his day will definitely come as well. There's a big group of players these days in the game of golf that are equal to the task, and Xander's right up there with the best. He's just got to get together for 4 rounds in a major championship. He's not scared of it, that's for sure.
Came close in Carnoustie, didn't he? Runner-up to Francesco Molinari. So off they go. We go up to the 6th with Adam Scott.
Nice tee shot there for Adam. Can he take advantage? No, that just was weak.
Koepka finishing off, tapping in for birdie on 5. And it takes him back to level par for the day after the silly bogey on 4. Nice birdie there for him. 1 hole along Scotty Scheffler. And he's really not having his best this week. And another one slides by.
Mackie now at the first, gouged out of that right rough to the front part of the green, and should come away with a nice opening par at the first. See Ricky on the right side of the fairway. Pin cut in the back left, so a nice angle right around the corners of the bunkers. Said hold your head. It did. Really, you've seen some approach shots have some spin on it today, so I'll have to adjust to that.
Well, everybody down in New Zealand will be cheering this one on. Oh, Foxy. That's a good part.
It'll be 3 pars to start for Ryan Fox. Will it be a 4 at the first for Willett?
Right rough to left front bunker, and a good save there for Danny.
Ever the chatty, 2016 Masters champion. 196 ahead of Brooks Koepka. The first par 3 of the golf course.
Little tabletop green. Pin cut today in the back little shelf, and nice shot right underneath the hole there for Brooks.
This big par 4 dogleg left to right, 298 to the bunker on the left, 307 bunker right. Wind off the right, trying to cut it up against that wind. This is blocked out to the right, needs to cover that gorse.
Well, he does. Still down to the light. In that thick rough out there.
And Thomas, what would you do if you were in Scotty Scheffler's shoes right now? How would you try to regroup yourself?
I honestly don't think there's much he can do. I think, you know, he's just not putting very well, and you just got to keep trying going, keep trying. You know, I sometimes feel like I change my way of reading putts. You know, call my caddy in and trust him and trust his eyes instead of my own. Just do something completely different just to get a change of pace in things and see if that helps. I mean, he's in a situation now where he can just give it all, and if it doesn't come together, well, it doesn't really matter that much. You move on to the next tournament.
Down the first, DeChambeau in the bunker. Schauffele on the fairway, short of it.
Perfect tee shot there for Xander, right up the right-hand side. He can take on this pin right here, front left. Pretty wide miss there for Xander, but safely on the green.
Ricky Fowler, 7th green. Nice roll. Nice roll there from Fowler. You'd have to say at the moment he's playing the best golf on the golf course.
Bryson from one of those fairway bunkers, but it was far enough back that he tried to advance it up there pretty far. It was an aggressive play, and that'll be an awkward little pitch shot around that bunker.
There is the champion golfer of the year from 12 months ago.
How you doing? Good. How are you, Cameron? Hi, Sam. How are you, Cameron? How are you? Sam, how are you?
And he is as chilled as he looks.
Yeah, I think they know he was called Cameron.
Yeah, they might know his name. But that's just the kind of guy he is. Would never think so.
Cristo from over the back of the green with a little, beautiful little pitch shot.
There you go, 1 under par for the round. Just like that.
That's what you're going to get with Cristo. You're going to get lefts and rights and ups and downs, and exciting to watch him play. Watched him a lot in college in the United States, and that's exactly how it looks. It's exciting.
The view from up on high of the 6th. Little natural amphitheatre down the right. Loads of viewing spots. So this for back-to-back birdies for Koepka.
A really nice look here. It does go up a little tiny slope. Just as Adam Scott before him in the group before, very similar. Left this same putt a little short like that. Safely in for par though.
What a pairing. We've had a lot of them out there today. I'm not sure I've ever seen an early morning open. The likes of Scott and Scheffler, Koepka, Cantlay, and now Smith and Fitzpatrick.
Okay, here we go.
This is game number 10. On the tee from Australia, the defending champion, Cameron Smith.
He hasn't had a good week so far on the greens, but if he can find some of that magic from last year, he's still in this tournament.
I mean, just in that right rough, and you could see the ball from high above.
On the tee from England, Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Struggled a little bit last week, Fitzpatrick. He didn't have many expectations coming into this, he said early in the week. So he'll be happy to be here.
Strikes that one too. All 72 for the 4 rounds between these two players. Right in the heart of the fairway for Fitzpatrick. And they are 2 of last year's 4 major champions playing alongside each other. And what a final round 64 it was in the 150th edition for Cam Smith 12 months ago.
Yeah, I felt really good going into the week. It was the first time I'd seen my coach in about 2.5 years. Everything just felt really comfortable. It felt like something good was going to happen. It's the home of golf. It's the home of the Open. The stuff you feel around there is unlike any other place. The golf course was set up in a way where I was able to play a very smart, kind of logical approach to it. I was so amped up and so nervous at the same time. I'd never felt anything like that. I'd been seeing the ball go in. I'd been putting so well that day. I knew if I could get it somewhere on the putting surface, it'd have a really good chance of going in. I think that will be the biggest tournament I'll ever be a part of. It's unreal and something definitely I'll never ever forget.
It was a memorable final round. Little question of that. What's ahead of Cameron Smith out there today?
We head up to the first green. Sander Schauffele, it was a great drive. It was a poor second shot to here.
Well, well. We talk about bonus birdies.
It's a nice one from long range there for Xander Schauffele. A couple of groups ahead. Out with Harrington is Scott Stallings.
Down that slope, breaking to the left, and maybe a little unconventional birdie at the 5th from 30 feet, but a birdie nonetheless.
It'll work, which is all you need out there today. You're going to have to roll their sleeves up, the waterproof sleeves, get it done. Especially those in the chasing pack. We're watching out there already today because that is the leaderboard. And Brian Harmon, the world number 26, on top through 36 here in the 151st edition, coming your way from Royal Liverpool. Scroll through the pages. Nice story of Michael Stewart, who's inside the top 11 there as well. Won everything in Scotland as an amateur. Very good talent as we go down to Adam Scott.
Had a horrible lie in the right rough. Was able to just get it about 30 yards short of the green. That's for his par. And neither of these guys right now on the greens are doing much of anything. It's been a struggle.
Yeah, longest putt made between the two of them is that little 2-footer at the 3rd by Adam Scott.
We've got 126 coming up on the right. Go 140 front. Yep. And we've got this coming down along with net. Yeah, just right. Okay. Good luck, mate.
Well, this one is setting up nicely for Cam Smith. Shouldn't cause too many problems then. straight down the flag. Just didn't quite get the jumper that he wanted.
You see the tee shots there of Matthew Fitzpatrick off the first tee. A couple little wild ones to start his round 1 and 2. Not the third. Absolutely perfect. Right side of the fairway, left front pin position. I think he'll try to maybe take this on. Move it in from a little right to left. Well, that's an easy putt. We just saw Xander Schauffele make the same one.
Yeah, that's how it works. The highest ranked Englishman in the world, world number 9. He too grew up not far from here. About a 2-hour drive over to Scheffler at 7.
Well, one's going to go in eventually. Every single one touches the lip. It's like, it's not bad putts. It's just not reading them right.
A little wide right here at the 8th for Ricky. Got scored to the right. It looked like he was disgusted with it, but turned out okay.
Second hole. Xander Schauffele coming out of the rough. This is a tough hole today. Rain's starting to come down again.
Caught the backside of that bunker and really shot through the green.
.6'8". Look at the length of those arms. You get some speed with that, can't you?
He drove it so far down there, Thomas. He had a short iron into the green and it could actually spin the ball.
That's a fair point, John. Find out if that was his second or third. Might have had a little bit of trouble off the tee. We're hearing he did, yep. Yeah, otherwise that was just unthinkable, wasn't it?
Well, if he actually caught a drive, maybe. But
back to the first, Cameron Smith. Just off the front edge.
Yeah, good pace from Cam Smith there on the first.
Ricky was a little bit wide left at the 8th. Pitch to here. Keep a pretty good round going. These are important putts. He seems so confident. A confident looking stroke.
And he's got the confidence back. Fowler, that goes in for par for Cameron Smith. His results didn't really show it. He was top 5 in 2019 at the halfway mark, and then top 10 with 18 to go at Royal St George's, Cameron Smith. So it wasn't always reflected at the end of the week, but he had contended a number of times before he got across the line at St Andrews. Fitzpatrick's turn now.
Across the green. He might have had that on line and come back to the left a little at the end, but Should be no stress here for Matthew to make par there at the first. Get 2 opening pars for the Smith-Fitzpatrick group.
I wonder what choice Mum and Dad Fitzpatrick is making today. Which one are they going with?
Have they split up?
I was going to say split it up.
Yeah. Divide and conquer.
I think they should go with Alex. They see enough of Matt.
Chance for Harrington here at the 6th. Tracking. Never missing.
Talk about bonus birdies on days like this. A bonus birdie there at the 6th.
Nice look at it here for Scotty Scheffler on the 8th. Just started in the middle of the green and cut it back towards that flag. Yeah, baby. That's why I'm world number 1.
Just peppered it. Got the little assist off the edge of the bunker as well. It's going to be a surefire birdie for Scotty Scheffler, his 2nd of the day coming next.
Well, Adam Scott, can you follow him in? He hit some really lovely iron shots today and some pretty poor ones. Not much in between. Back to the 2nd tee, Cam Smith. 3 wood off the tee to stay short of the bunkers down the right-hand side. That should be about where he wanted to go.
Stand still, please. Thank you.
This is such a good move. I've always liked this golf swing from the day he came on. I thought, yeah, it just looks such in control. Fitzpatrick turning one over. And now it's down to the lie.
So John Rahm warming up, going through his paces, his drills. He's out with Sung Jae Im in a little over 40 minutes time, worth sticking around for. Delighted to say we've been joined by Dale Hayes with Thomas and myself, Ali Whitaker, in the commentary box. Morning to you, Hazy.
Good morning. Probably not such a good morning. A little bit of rain out there, and it's going to make it very important for these players to keep the ball on the fairway. I think as that longer grass gets more wet, it's going to become more and more difficult to play out of.
That should be a par for Lamprecht, so he's 1 under for the day. Stark contrast to yesterday's round. Go to 7, Koepka.
Yeah, he's hit some poor iron shots, Brooks, today, and just kind of fighting it a little bit. That's a good effort from there, though.
Ricky Fowler for his birdie at the par 3. Looks like he's expecting it to turn from his right.
It's nice to see you, Dale. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
When was your last black and white Open you played in?
You didn't expect to see me alive, did you? Well, the first time I played on this golf course was way back in 1969 as a 16-year-old amateur in the British Amateur Championship.
How'd that go?
Got the semi-final.
Ah.
Got beaten in the semi-final by Bill Harmon, who was eventually beaten by the great Sir Michael Benellick in the final, who won in 1969 and 1970. Wonderful amateur golfer.
Adam Scott would have made some trips over here in his amateur days. Spent a lot of his early career on the European Tour, as it was called back then, to the second, Shuffley.
Yeah, he caught that big bounce off the back of the bunker there, and that's an excellent shot from where he was. He would have been surprised when he got up there to see that it made it that far over the green.
Now, 6'8", Christa Lamprecht. Wow. What did that hit? Did that just take the slope? Didn't actually see what happened there, but it's finished off very well.
Yeah, I think it did hit the sideboard. These are the shot shapes, much higher for Cameron Smith by about 20 feet. It was a little low and left for Fitzpatrick.
It was a lot higher and a lot better. That's the way I'd look at that.
Looks like it might be a driving iron.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely good. I think the other one's like too hard. I don't think it's going to get there.
Okay, fly 74 is ideal.
Yep.
Okay, and like on those windows up mine, liquid. Got slightly to the left of pin too, mate.
199 yards. Just try and thread it between those two bunkers.
Misses the bunker, but there is a lot of elevation change on that one coming up.
His head doesn't move even a millimeter, does it? Wow, his head stays still throughout the whole swing. All depends on the lie. That doesn't look too bad.
There's a little bit green around it. A little discussion with a very experienced caddy, Billy Foster, there about what to do.
And their input on lies in particular is just priceless, isn't it? Reading what the lie does, what's ahead, what it'll affect.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a caddy that has an extra pair of eyes on that understand what the ball is going to do. I think he was worried about, he was so green around the ball that he didn't really know how he was going to go through the grass, and this has come up short, and it's just one of those, it was a difficult one to read. It was kind of different grass and stuff as well.
A couple of major champions alongside each other, Louis Oosthuizen and Patrick Reed out there today.
He's now got a new plaything, a new farm in Orlando. Or in Ocala, excuse me. In Ocala, new little horse farm.
Didn't strike the ball particularly well out there yesterday. Only hit 7 of 18 greens. Had a bit of a tough start on the front 9 as well. 3 over through the front 9 for Patrick Reed. Would like for that to change. Ooh, little helping hand there, Thomas.
Now it's brilliant.
Clean living, that.
So off they go. No umbrellas out right now. It has stopped raining for a little while. Slight reprieve to 9, Scheffler.
I'm always so interested in his foot movement. It's quite incredible. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in professional golf.
No, Greg Norman had a bit of that right swipe with his foot as well, especially with the driver, but not to the extent of Scotty Scheffler. But there's some future in it, obviously, the way he hits the ball.
He looked at the first day. He was almost going to trip over his feet a couple of times. Schauffele got the benefit of being exactly where the people have been standing, so not a bad lie at all. Now this man has actually played 2 really good rounds of golf, barring 1 hole. Drop, oh dear.
Up to the second, short of the green. Fitzpatrick's third. Nice touch.
Beautiful strike. The ball, and then just a second later into the grass.
Technology's come a long way since the first Open was broadcast in 1955.
Why are you looking at me? I mean, Thomas Bjorn is easily as old as I am. He actually looks older.
You're within arm's reach, Hazy.
I know.
You're
I'm going to get a backhand soon.
You're a daring man. A little between the hole from where he is for Cam Smith at the second.
Looks like he's going to try and bump this into the hill and just one bounce up on the green and release down to the hole. There you go. That's how you do it.
Such a tidy game, really, Cameron Smith. Does so much for Australian golf as well. He won the PGA when he came back in Brisbane, not far from where he grew up. Birdie chance here for Lamprecht.
Good putt.
It sounds better when Dale says Lamprecht than you, Ali. I don't know why.
You know,
I agree.
He plays at a golf course. It's quite amazing. He plays in a place called Mossel Bay, which is near where Louis comes from. In fact, he was in the Louis Oosthuizen Foundation. And the golf course he plays is very narrow, which is quite incredible, the distance he hits the ball, that he would actually learn to hit the ball that far on a golf course like that.
DeChambeau finds the green at the third to 9. Scheffler. Nice shot in.
Let's see if we can find a hole for once. Now this one's nowhere near. Nowhere near at the moment for Scotty Scheffler on the greens. He's finding it extremely frustrating this week.
For his par. It's a beautiful up and down for Matt Fitzpatrick.
Looks like they both might do exactly that here at the second. Cam Smith also has the Cameron Smith Scholarship. He's had it for a number of years. He actually started it before he was making that much money. That should be said. He was very quick to do it, following the footsteps of Kari Webb. Now invites 2 young players who win it over to mirror him at the major championships. It is priceless, the opportunities he gives.
It is. It's brilliant, isn't it? And, you know, professional golfers have been wonderful in doing those kind of things. So many of them do that.
So that's how it looks at the moment. And like we said earlier, will for some time. Min-Woo Lee, the only guy in the field to be top 10 through 36 in all of the majors so far this year. As we roll through some of the pages as well, Stuart Sink and Henrik Stenson, both there at -1, as is the US Open champion in Wyndham Clark. Richard Bland, Laurie Cantor, both inside the top 11 in front of their home crowds.
This is Cantley. He's changed the hat now. He's got a normal baseball cap on. This is for birdie on 8. Oh, yes.
Doesn't smile often, does he?
It's normal, that. You should hold those things.
Third hole, which for the members plays as the first, out of bounds all the way down the right-hand side. So just a little mound, and it's very, very close. And he's going to try and slide it down the left-hand side of this fairway.
It's not a bad idea as the first hole. You hit 2 out of bounds, Dale, and then you can walk straight into the bar.
There you can see just how close it is. You can see that white stake there on the right-hand side.
No harm, no foul for either of those 2 players right in front of the clubhouse. There's the putting green on the right as well in the distance.
Up on the green on 3. Well, he holed 1 pretty much from this distance on the first. It was tracking. Tiny little bit of work to be done there for Sander Schauffele to make par.
Patrick Reed, after a fortunate bounce off his tee shot, it just looks like a very lofted club for his second. But at the first is front left to the green, and that is a beauty. Stay there. Terrific shot.
Ryan Fox on 6. So the flag's in the middle of the green here. You can camper it off the right-hand side if you want. That's a lovely shot. That's just, we've seen that pretty much for the last 2 years, Ryan Fox playing golf like that.
Oh, Louis Oosthuizen for his birdie at the very first hole. This would be a great way to start. Open champion in 2010 at St Andrews.
From one Open champion to another, a double one. This is on the 7th Harrington. A lot of people get credit for short game. I'm telling you, I played with this guy for 30 years. There is no one better out there.
He's been helping Leona Maguire, in fact, winner on the LPGA. Solheim Cup player with hers. So go back to Reed. Can he find an opening birdie? Yes. Just.
Cantley. The par 3. Also lovely, beautiful tee shot. Wow. Could be 2 birdies in a row.
All right, Foxy. Ryan Fox on 6. And can you take advantage? That's excellent. Beautiful stroke. And it takes him to 1 under for the day. It's a good start to his round.
Great to see young and old. They're clever. Bring the toys out. Yeah, push it. Push the big one. He's having a blast.
Yeah, in between the 2 big time.
Saw the footage of Matthew Jordan. He wasn't much older than that young girl when he started playing golf here at Royal Liverpool.
Well, this second shot is also a tester. It's 194 yards. Fortunately, he's going to be going for the center of the green. You don't want that pin on the right, then it becomes really difficult.
Safely board, a long way from it. This is a golf zone. It's huge, in fact. Got the HSBC UK clubhouse over there. It's quite the spectacle, all the hospitality now.
It's quite incredible all the different things you can do if you come to the Open Championship with all these marquees, and they all offer different little events or little challenges that you can take part in.
I'm sure, Thomas, you might have had to be a part of something. They always want to speak to Thomas Bjorn.
I've been around a few hospitality units this week. It's been good fun. There's a lot of great conversation happening as we watch Cam Smith coming into the 3rd. I fancy him to take dead aim as this.
Beautiful balance. Oh, great result.
Good call. So a par start, perhaps something coming next there at the 3rd as well for Cameron Smith for birdie. Had to give back the claret jug earlier this week, got a little emotional. Even Cameron Smith does that, said he wanted it straight back. Might not happen this week unless he gets a wriggle on.
And that was Cantley for his 2nd birdie in a row. That slides by.
Mr. Lamprecht, his 2nd shot at the 7th. And off the fairway for a change. See, I've got the Afrikaans in there a little bit. Did you notice that? I remember at the Open Championship at St Andrews, they called me in to try and help him pronounce Louis Oosthuizen. They were calling Westhuizen and all sorts of funny names.
Yeah, it's always fun on the first tee, isn't it? Well, who knows, maybe in 10 years' time we'll all know how to say Christo's last name just like you, Dale. It's been a good showing from Shubhankar Sharma as well, who's at -3. Cameron Young has worked his way back into the picture like he did 12 months ago. Look at the flags rolling through as well. Such an international game. Denmark, France, England, Sweden, Korea, Norway, Japan and Germany. Not to mention the US.
Don't leave out Denmark, please.
I thought I started with Denmark.
Oh, did you?
Oh,
Well,
good.
Because I'm just watching this right hand. It nearly came out the pocket.
Trust me, I would have kicked under the table.
And it would have been fair. Abraham Answer, who has racked up a couple of wins all around the world himself, the Mexican. He's at 1 over par. Joost Loughton's been trending in the right direction as well the last month or two. Steady player, isn't he, from the Netherlands? There is the aforementioned Alex Fitzpatrick, younger brother of Matt. But there's just stories on every page of this leaderboard. Scotty Scheffler did well to make the cut. Had to birdie the last from the front right trap. Let's go down to 3 with Fitzpatrick. Matt.
Yeah, this is from a long way away. 56 feet. Slightly, well, it's pretty flat, the screen, to be honest. There's not much. There might be a little bit of a downhill here, but it's not much. You're only really looking to two-putt it. And that's excellent pace from Fitzpatrick. I find him one of the best distance putters in the game. I mean, he's one of the best putters in the game. From distance, he's putts beautiful.
Now, Christoph Lambrecht for his birdie at the 7th to get to just 1 over. Keep going, keep going. You see, he uses a long putter as a normal putter.
Look at the grandstands all around the third. I dare say they might go a little further right with the pin position in the final round. First half of it is actually out of bounds, the seats on the right. Haven't seen that done before. Great shot in for Cameron Smith.
It's time to take advantage of it. Might have a little right to left in it, inside right maybe. That's a stroke. Every kid around the world, if you want to watch a putting stroke from short distance, that's the one.
I think you can actually emulate everything he does. You know, from the time he sets up to the golf ball to the way he manages his way around and the way he behaves and everything.
Good birdie for Cam Smith. Nice 2-putt for Matt Fitzpatrick.
Scheffler on 4. He's pulled a nice lie here. Should cause him too much problem with the grass around the ball. Almost throw it all the way down there. A little bit of spin. And that's okay.
Back to the second hole with Patrick Reed. Pitching wedge, maybe a 9-iron. Lovely. Great chance for a second birdie to start off his day.
So the rain is stopped for now. Wind's still a factor. It has switched more out of the southeast. It's been out of the west for most of the week. So a good 110-degree switch.
I don't know how you can play golf and concentrate on your game with these boats going up and down and up and down.
Some big boats. I'm not sure. Some of you are watching, it's 5 o'clock. And to Cameron Smith, iron at the 4th.
Swinging nice today. Cam Smith, he really is.
Puts that left hand on the club first, then grips it with his right hand. Quite a strong left hand grip. Very brisk golf swing. probably makes more notes on the way around a golf course than any player in the history of the game.
Yeah, he really is into his statistics. He knows every shot he's hit. He knows where it's gone, what it's done, and he studies the game. And you know, he's one of these players. You meet him in the players' lounge. He's never really got time to sit and have a chat because he's always busy doing something, writing something down, and he takes it very seriously, Matt Fitzpatrick. And his brother is pretty much the opposite. You know, very natural, very just goes on the range, hits a few balls, and enjoys his time. So they are very different in that kind of way, but hugely talented, both of them.
Nature versus nurture, perhaps. Down to the second. Patrick Reed for birdie.
I think it's first child versus second child, probably more.
Pours it in. What a start. Birdie at 1, birdie at 2. And just like that, Patrick Reed's back inside the top 25.
Scheffler at the 10th, and this is for a bogey. So he'll drop to 5 over par. At least he made a putt, though. He's been struggling to get them in.
So dropped shots from both of them there at the 10th, he and Adam Scott. Chance to get one back for McIntyre.
Yeah, he does well there. Bob McIntyre, and that's his first birdie of the day. He started bogey, and it's all been par since then. But maybe on the back nine, he's going to pick it up.
Playing out in the first group today. One ahead of Scheffler and Adam Scott. He's out with Ricky Fowler, Robert McIntyre. First birdie, long time coming. There'll be plenty of them today, especially from that front page of the leaderboard. You'd think. Emiliano Grillo at -2, trying to emulate the success of Robert Di Vincenzo, who won here around Royal Liverpool. First South American to win the Open title. Jordan Spieth's done it. He's on the same score, 2 under par. Out to Schauffele.
So to Schauffele for his birdie at the 4th. Oh, excellent try. Golf course is in such good condition. Probably a lot greener and a lot softer than the R&A would have liked. But it really is. It's pristine, isn't it?
James Bledge and the links manager here and all his team have done a brilliant job with what you're given by Mother Nature. They had a very dry lead up, and then the last 3 weeks have been wet. You'd almost rather it be the other way around, so you had a little bit more control over how the course was playing. And the ball placements of Fitzpatrick and Cameron Smith.
Yeah, keep saying this is an easy pin to be aggressive with, especially when it's softened up a little bit. You can throw it all the way back there. He's unhappy with this. Normally when Fitzpatrick is unhappy with his golf swing, they go left.
This is the pairing of Brandon Robinson-Thompson, who hails from the Isle of Wight, and Tyrrell Hatton out in this 2-ball.
We'll have to come up with a shorter name for him at some stage as his career moves on, Ali.
BRT. He's loving it.
On the tee, from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
He's Mr. All or Nothing, really, isn't he, in his Open appearances kind of reflect that. Loads of missed cuts, but a top 5, 11th last time round at St Andrews. Nice way to start.
Robinson Thompson there, one of the players who had to go through the qualifying. And, I mean, that really is rigorous. You know, start with regional qualifying, then final qualifying, and eventually 19 players got through that. And there are 8 of them that have got through to the final 2 rounds.
Cam Smith on 4. And he's turning that. This is left of the green. Yeah, go right down next to Fitzpatrick. At least you'll get a little bit of an idea from Fitzpatrick how to play the next one.
And that's going to be very different the way the two of them play it. You've got Fitzpatrick who grips the other way around with these chip shots. And this man who does everything very conventionally.
I hope they're not all busy watching the Women's World Cup football in New Zealand and still watching Ryan Fox.
Maybe one of each. You've got 2 screens. Being played in New Zealand and Australia, isn't it? The World Cup at the moment. So just the par.
Long birdie putt here from Harrington for his birdie to get back to 2 over on the par 3. He's amazing the way he continues to be competitive and he continues to have the desire to want to play.
There you go, Dale. There's that cross-handed pitching action of Fitzpatrick. He really is starting to look like a great pitcher that way. That's a good shot from where he was.
Patrick Cantley for his birdie at the par 4 10th. And that's looking really good. Beautiful putt. Let's check out if there's going to be a little smile. Come on.
He is a delightful guy, though. Walked 9 holes with he and Xander Schauffele on Tuesday.
He has a more conventional way of doing it. Just picking his spot there, a couple of feet on the green. Yeah, pretty good.
Where are they headed? That's the River Dee. There's an island out there called Hilbrae, and I had heard that, look at that, yeah, when the tide is low that you can actually walk out there, but I've never seen it.
But how do you get back? Well, I get my wife to swim back. She's good at that.
It's like a family of ants heading out there.
I remember the first time I played here, Thomas. I had a full set of waterproofs on, playing a practice round. And I looked out onto the beach here and there was a guy swimming in his bathing costume. I couldn't believe it. I thought, right there and then, I better get used to playing golf in the cold if I want to play golf in Europe.
I'm mostly surprised that he can remember that far back.
For par, Fitzpatrick knocks it in at the 4th. 4 consecutive pars for him.
There you go with the notes, as we were saying. Writes down everything.
See the earpieces. Got open radio again, so you can walk around and listen to some very high quality commentary. I've got on courses as well. It's worth getting one of those, especially if you want to tune out the person you're walking with.
Just a little bit of a tester here for Cam Smith. Yeah, he took a long time about this. He wasn't certain about the line, that's for sure. And that's a big mistake from where he was in the fairway.
I think in the end, the way he hit that putt looked like he was just decided to sort of bash it in straight. Pulled it a touch. He's very nearly as far past as he was to start with.
Shame. The one that was hard-earned at the third, the birdie, given straight back there by Cameron Smith, who's level for the day.
Oh, Ricky Fowler is well into the back nine now. And this is on 12. This was a tough stretch of holes the first 2 days, but the wind is, well, there's hardly any wind out there, but the wind is a little bit different as well. So it'll be played way shorter, 12, 13, 14. Should be a little bit of an easier stretch of holes than it's been the first 2 days.
It'll be more downwind than off the left. That's the switch.
John Rahm. Just checking if there are any good luck wishes on his way to the tee.
Like literally walk on the tee. Because I hear here.
Pretty fancy golf bag.
Yeah, it's a tribute to the music scene in Liverpool, which is quite a cool golf bag when you get up and close to it.
Of course, the home and where the Beatles all started. In fact, the hotel that we're staying at, the Cavern, which is where they started playing, is just around the corner. Not far away at all. And they play Beatles music there all day, evidently.
As they should. So out with the company of Sun JM.
30 seconds, yeah.
Had a little change in announcer on the first tee, and it's Matt Corker teeing players off for the next little while. First tee time out at 8:55 a.m. Last will be Tommy Fleetwood and Brian Harmon at 3:30 in the afternoon. Wouldn't have it any other way at the Open.
This is game number 15. On the tee, from Spain, John Rahm.
He was frustrated the first 2 days, John Rahm. I fancy him for all-out attack for the next 2 days.
Looks like it went up onto that upslope of that little mound, so he might be okay if he's lying all right.
On the tee, from Korea, Sunjae Im.
He's got a very good record at the Masters, in fact. He tied for second last year. He's contended 3 or 4 times. He was the PGA Tour Rookie of the Year as well. Still just 25. Yet to get his eye in for links golf, perhaps this weekend. Oh, he's not going to like that, actually. That just caught the bunker. That was my fault. So they're off. Out with the world number 3 today.
Well, it's you know, such a strong action. I mean, you can't say that it's a conventional golf swing, but it's a very efficient and strong golf swing. Head up to the 5th green, where Sami Välimäki is putting for birdie. Danny Willett, his playing partner's already in for birdie on that hole. Well, he's not, is he?
Very nearly. In close. They've had identical scorecards. So far up to 12. This for the 3rd birdie of the day for Ricky Fowler, who's blemish free. Takes another stride forward.
Yeah, now he's level par for the tournament. Pick up a 2 or 3 more, and all of a sudden, you're in with might be in with a chance tomorrow.
Second shot for Xander Schauffele at the par 5.
All right. All right. Right.
Yeah, that's a long way right, that. That's a poor one from Schauffele. You want to miss it right if you're going to miss it, but you don't want to miss it that far, right?
They've made it. What do you do? Yeah. Well, I hope you've got some blankets, maybe a picnic. Otherwise, you just turn around. But they can say they've done it.
I'll have to say that's the most British thing I've ever heard, if you're going to have a picnic out there today.
I'm the optimist, Thomas. Back to 5. Just the iron for Cameron Smith. Another fairway finder. So we jump up to 11 with Adam Scott trying to bounce back after the drop shot at the 10th, which he does. So he is back to level par for the round. 2 bogeys, 2 birdies. But it is an all-star cast being led by the world number 26. Perhaps a little bit of a surprise packet, but he has had good form. He's got a 2nd, 9th and a 12th in recent history the last few months. Brian Harmon. Loads of major champions on that leaderboard there, as well as Rory McIlroy, who was victorious here at 2014. Back out to the course with Hoshino at the 2nd. Pure birdie chance coming up. So Aaron Oberholzer has been a busy man out there today and has joined the group of Sung Jae Im and John Rahm.
I'm just happy it stopped raining, Ali.
We're happy for you.
It's actually quite pleasant right now. Sung Jae Im unfortunately did find that pot bunker, and as we've seen all week, these pot bunkers are a severe penalty. Half shot to, in some cases, a full shot. So this is 3rd. Good angle, though, coming in from this right side to this left flag. Wind off the left.
Yeah, Aaron, you got to guard against going left here. can make
is safely out to the right.
Short, just on the green.
Now Rahm's lie is pretty good on the upslope, decent. He's going to have to get down after it though.
Yeah, he can only shoot this to the center of the green to the right.
Terrible angle and short-sided to the wind with this flag. Wind off the left, flag on the left.
Oh, he's got the club choked almost down to the steel, trying to punch something up the middle of the green.
Oh, that is excellent.
Easy. There's a little bit of a dip right there, but on the putting surface, really nice shot there from Jon Rahm. Grip all the way down the bottom of the grip. Ball on that upslope and just digs it out of that turf. Hoists it way up in the air.
We saw the second. This hopefully the last for Hoshino. And it is a birdie at 2. Little change up coming in the commentary box. Got John Cook, Andrew Beef Johnston, and in a few moments' time, it's Tom Abbott.
Hello, hello.
Hello there, Andrew. Xander wide right with his second at the 5th. Off some bare dirt. Catch has to be perfect. Will it run out? Have an uphill try there. Patrick Cantley now.
Go.
Nice round of golf going early today.
And we'll go over to the first check-in with Jon Rahm. And what are you expecting from him today, Aaron?
Well, I'm expecting some changes in the ball striking, I would hope, although we didn't see that off the first tee. It was a nice recovery on the second, but the ball striking has been the issue the first couple of days, hitting less than 50% of the greens, Tom, so he's not giving himself a whole lot of opportunities. And he's only played the par 5s at even through the first 2 rounds, and we know he can get to all 3 of these par 5s in 2. So a little bit better par 5 play and give himself more chances.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration on Jon Rahm the first couple of days, just a little out of sorts, you know, a lot of movement, just a little impatient, but let's see what he can do this weekend, because you know, and he's got firepower, and I see him coming out and just fire at pins.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got everything he needs to turn this thing around, shoot 4, 5, 6 under par today and get right back in this thing. It's beautiful right now as far as the conditions are concerned. There's hardly a breath of wind, maybe 5 to 10 tops. Temperature's nice. And no rain.
Oh, you've said it now.
Get the Brelly out. Well, he saw a lot of that too the first 2 days, where right around making a lot of putts and didn't make any.
Had his first experience with links golf at Royal Cinque Ports. He went and played there before the British boys, the boys amateur, in 2009 at Sandwich, Royal St George's. He's a great scholar of the game, is Jon Rahm. I'd love to follow in the footsteps of Seve and win this championship. This was pretty close here. Beef?
Oh, you could see by his reaction, the smile, and it's been like that the first 2 days, and I think what goes through your head there is it's not going to happen again for a 3rd day, is it?
Sungjae just trying to limit the damage here after finding that pot on the left-hand side. Across this green. Have to take your medicine on these when you hit it in these pot bunkers.
Yeah, exactly. And don't ever want to come away with more than bogey.
Xander Schauffele for a birdie at the 5th.
Wide right with his second, the par 5. Pitch to here, now birdie, up the slope. Hit it. Just ran out of steam.
Pat Reed, second at 4.
Nearly got it there. Didn't need much more.
Nice drive at the 5th for Fitzpatrick.
Pin protected by the little left pot bunker. Ideally, just shoot it up the center of the green. Something a little bit like that.
Let's go ahead to the second pairing out today, Adam Scott and Scotty Scheffler. This is Adam's second to the 12th.
Yeah, and that's quite a good pin to get to today, and he's shown exactly that.
Back over to Cam Smith, second at the 5th. Trying to work it towards the flag here, Beef.
I don't think you can get it too close. I think it's one where you saw Fitzy hit it in the middle of the green at the front edge, and that's a good play there. If you try and turn it too much and get too cute and you miss it left, you're going to be in a bit of a pickle.
No, exactly. Yeah, definitely.
To go back to the tee and the second.
And when I was with the Scheffler-Scott twosome earlier, they had drivers. It looks like John's got the driver as well, Tom. Just trying to avoid that bunker, Scott, and Scheffler couldn't even get to that first pot on the right, as this wind is switched to the southeast and into and off the right.
See the 2 tee balls of John Rahm the first 2 rounds. Iron off the tee the first round in the right rough, but to a perfect lie. Second round in the fairway. Imagine he's going to be fairly aggressive today and hit as many drivers as he possibly can.
This one up the left side, John, needs a bounce. I think he got a bad bounce.
Good swing though.
Fine. In the fairway, left-hand side. Perfect.
Perfect.
Stand still, please. Stand still, please. Thank you.
How about this action, Beef?
God, I'd love to have it. I mean, the face is just so stable on the way down, and that fade is so repeatable for him.
Now him.
Also with the driver, one of the most reliable ball strikers on the PGA Tour. This one up the right-hand side, just left of that pot bunker on the right, should be perfect.
Fairway found.
We're counting down to the final pairing getting underway at 3:30 local time. It's coming up to 11:40 here in Hoylake. Brian Harmon and Tommy Fleetwood will head out. Harmon with a 5-shot lead heading into the weekend. Well, he missed it right, but still not an easy one here, Beef.
No, he's missed it in the right spot. He's got the green to work with. Again, it's just one he's going to pop out over the trap and let it release up. To be honest, I thought that stopped quicker than it's probably expected there. It's still a good shot.
Patrick Reed, in some respects, trying to get it back to that flag, but he was fortunate to get over the bunkers there.
Yeah, and the greens are a lot more receptive, especially if you drive it in the fairway. And you see balls actually hitting and holding and actually spinning sometimes today. So there's an adjustment the players are going to have to make. You get that putter in his hands from anywhere on the green, it's makeable for Patrick Reed.
It's an eagle putt here for Fitzpatrick at the 5th.
that was going to be a slow putt up that slope, and there's a little bit of a shoulder right there.
Ricky Fowler off in the first pairing today with Rob McIntyre. This for birdie at 13. He's putting together a nice round today.
Yeah, very good round. You know, if he can pick a couple birdies up coming in, he'll be sitting quite nice, depending how this weather's going to play out this afternoon.
Now the birdie to get up and down here for Cam Smith.
After that pitch shot from the right rough, I would imagine this is just wasting daylight right here. This is, doesn't miss many of those. It's gonna be a frustrating par after a good tee shot.
This is Patrick Cantley, a player you know well, John.
Yeah, I've known him since he's about 15 years old. Spent a lot of time with him in Southern Cal and the Jamie Mulligan kind of crew, and he would like to have that one for his third in a row. Another good round of golf going. 3 birdies on the day, no bogeys.
And at the second, the drives of Rahm and Im, just at the 300-yard mark off the tee.
And both these boys have found the fairway pretty well here. Slightly different angles, 154 and 155 for them each. Im's going to be a little bit more crosswind, where Rahm is going to be a little bit more into the wind and a little bit better visual, I'd say, from the left-hand side of this fairway, even though it's not the widest fairway in the world.
Okay, smooth one then, right?
Just changing bats for Sungjae. Right in between two, evidently. He must feel a little bit more across than hurt.
Looking up and down the flag stick.
He does that a lot.
That was all over it.
Anytime those eyes are going up and down the flagstick, Beef, you know that you're pretty happy with that one. Good strike on line. Let's see where it lands.
Now Rahm.
This has got to just be a perfect 9-iron for Jon Rahm. A little bit more back into the breeze than Sungjae. A little lower flighted. Just left of it.
But to your point a little earlier, Beef, the green's receptive today with that rain overnight.
Yeah, definitely. You can fire it up at the back flags, and it's going to stick. When it gets firm, you're worried about if you hit it too far, it hops over the back, and that's not going to happen too much today.
Wow. Caught a lot of hole there for
Beef, nothing makes you more angry as a professional on any level than 3-putt pars.
100%. It drives you nuts.
Schauffele for birdie at 6.
Good tee shot on the tough 6th hole, the par 3. 196 yards today. Just come away with par, and it's a happy walk to the 7th tee.
Looking out towards North Wales there in the very back of the picture, and if you keep going in a westerly direction, you pretty much get to Dublin, there or thereabouts, on the east side of the Republic of Ireland. It looks very calm out there, doesn't it? It looks beautiful.
Looks like you can almost walk the Wales right now, couldn't you?
You could try it, Cookie.
Wouldn't get very far.
You might not get very far. Are you playing next week down in the...
I am not playing this year.
Okay,
no,
you don't need to walk down.
Yeah, I got too many 6s in my age group, so I'm going to pass. I did play there though a few years ago and enjoyed it. The wind blew
Senior Open next week at Royal Pork Course. Chandler knocking that in. Back over to the second with this pairing of Jon Rahm and Sung Jae Im. And a good look here for Rahm.
Tricky little one here, Beef, because it goes down a little back end of that slope. You know, it might break left real quick and then straighten out.
I really do feel these putts sometimes when you have to trust the line. You can stand there and your feet feel a different level, but the slope is going the other way the second half of the putt, and you really have to commit to that line and not get tricked by what you're feeling by your feet.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what Rahm does here. He's got it pointed outside the right. I think early on it'll kind of quick go to the left. Or late. Yeah, just like you said, it's just a little confusing as your feet feel one thing, your eyes see something else.
2 pars to start the day for the Masters champion. And Ricky Fowler for a birdie at the 14th. Well, he started the day 13 shots back of the lead, the largest comeback after 36 holes in the Open. 13 shots. That was in 1920. George Duncan.
I didn't see that one. That was just before my time.
Just a few
Slightly
years before your time, Cookie. Fitzpatrick off the tee at 6.
Nice kick off that right slope.
Sung Jae Im, better look here.
Yeah, it should be a bit more straightforward. I don't think he's going to have to contend with the slopes that Jon Rahm did. Should break a little bit left. There we go. Definitely a bit more straightforward. He's still got to knock it in.
So bogey birdie start for Sung Jae Im here on Saturday at Royal Liverpool. Back over to the tee at number 6, and the defending champion Cam Smith.
Opportunity missed back there at the par 5 fifth. See what kind of tee shot he can hit here at the 6th. Center of the green good here. Any point in time, and he get the fortunate roll off the slope. He did.
Love that move there on the way down. Look at that position there.
So stable.
Always tell when you watch someone and his balance is so good as well. You know, always, you never see him wobbling over too much. He's always holding that pose.
Well, it's one of the most unique holes in the Open rotation. The 3rd hole here with the out of bounds down the right and clubhouse on the left side. It's the 1st hole if you come here to play on a regular day at Royal Liverpool. Sung Jae Im on the tee.
Just trying to hit it to the corner of that little elbow that moves to the right, and you don't want it there. Don't want it in that left rough, as some of the luscious on the golf course. Be very fortunate to have a lie over there. And I thought that Jon Rahm might take out driver here.
When I had a look at this hole earlier this week, and I looked and I thought people pulling driver. If I was personally playing, I just could not see driver there. Every time it just said to me, too wide.
That's correct. You got it, my man.
No, sit.
Sit, sit. Get a good bounce.
Well, up the right-hand side opens up the hole location today, so might have been a tiny mishit on his part, but it's a good position.
He was a little concerned about the out of bounds there, I think.
Any ball going to the right, yeah, it might take a peek.
Second at the 7th for Xander Schauffele.
Don't think that first cut will hinder him too much there, Beef. Back left 10, plenty of room.
No, I just want to be trying to draw that, land it over the traps. Again, that's going to be the miss, and you'll probably see that a lot today.
A little wide right miss there for Xander. He has done that a couple times so far this third round.
Now Cantley for a birdie at the 13th.
Back of the green, front right pin. Good pacing there for Patrick.
Now Fitzpatrick at the 6th.
It's one you really want to make, especially after the 3-putt par on the last.
Over at the 8th, Richie Ramsey for a birdie here, trying to battle back to 4 over par. Had a nasty 7 at the 4th today. Birdies at 5 and 8. Nice bounce back over the last few holes, but tough when the round is derailed early like that. Back over to 6 and Cam Smith for a birdie.
Missed a very makeable, about 8-footer at the 5th. Got a good preview off of Matthew Fitzpatrick's putt. Took advantage of that. Nice 2.
It's always one of them when you see it hammer the back of the cup and hop back in like that. Brings a smile to your face, and deep down you know you're saying thank you to the hole there for getting in the way.
Great crowds. Look at that in the background. Out early. It's a good part of the world for sport here, Beef, in England.
Yeah, it really is. Obviously, you've got 2 huge football teams right next door, and so many good golf courses in this area as well. It really is. It's a great part of the world for sport.
Now Im will be first to go out of this thick rough on the left side.
Some of the deepest rough on the golf course. See what kind of lie he drew. Just going to try to shoot it up the front of the green. Can't do much more than that. Yeah, it's to be expected. It's so deep over there. Club head will just turn over. Heel will catch. Hosel will catch.
Straight would be closer to like 170. Yeah. I think we're trying to land this right around 160 to the hole. 160, 165 is our gap. Yeah, that's what I like. What I was thinking. Should be perfect. Yeah. Yes, sir.
You like this angle coming down the right, taking on the out of bounds off the tee for the second shot?
Yeah, it's a good angle to come in. As we heard, he's trying to land that in between 160 and 165.
Flew it all the way there. Kept it up right there. Nice hole high. Great opportunity.
And and adapting to these softer conditions pretty quickly in the early going with those approach shots.
Yeah, we just haven't seen golf balls hit and hold like that all week. Saw that great strike when he strikes the ball like that. He can just dial in at distance, and that's right where it's going to go. Beautiful high finish. How about the contrasting swings in this pairing here with the slow, very deliberate Sung Jae Im and then the quick tempo of Jon Rahm.
Good look at the way the golf course kind of snakes around here at Hoylake. It's not all the way out and all the way back in, and that leads to plenty of spots for spectators to watch multiple different holes. Well, let's take a look at the early going here in the third round of the 151st Open, and we'll start with Ricky Fowler when the rain was coming down earlier today. Off to a nice start.
Really taking advantage of these conditions here with the greens being very receptive. You saw that ball just check and hold right there. An excellent shot there from Ricky at the fourth.
Ricky Fowler 3 under for his round. How about Patrick Cantlay? And he came alive around the turn today, Beep.
Yeah, definitely. He made a really good turn. Birdie in 10 and 11 as well. They're not easy holes.
And Patrick Reed for a birdie at the second.
Going down that slope, and good start there for Patrick Reed.
Reed birdieing the first and the second, so he's back to level par for the championship and playing the 5th hole. We'll go to number 3. And this is Sung Jae Im. What's he trying to do here, do you think, Beef?
Well, especially when the greens get a bit of water on them, that first bounce now is going to skid, and sometimes this can really throw you off. So he's got to be wary where he pitches this, because it's going to take a big hop.
He kind of landed in that upslope right there, took all the steam off that.
Over to the 7th, Schauffele, another player trying to get something going early. Missed the green right here. Oh, this looks pretty tasty.
A wide right miss. Really one of the strengths of his game is around the greens. He really spends a lot of time hitting lots of different types of shots. That one worked out perfectly. Check out this catch. Beautiful check, release.
Well, we've got players on the golf course, as we showed you a little earlier, making birdies, trying to get themselves back into the mix. And it's a strange leaderboard in a way, because Harmon with a 5-shot lead, but if you take him out of the mix, it's very tightly bunched. Adam Scott for birdie.
Adam 1 under par for his round today with some pretty indifferent Adam Scott type shots early on, but he's made the most of some opportunities.
Sung Jae Im trying to save par.
Felt like he hit a good putt there. It's so critical to hit the fairways when the rough was already thick, but once that rain comes in and now it's wet and thick, it makes such a difference.
Patrick Reed having a bit of an adventure here at the par 5 down the left side.
Not what you, yeah, not what you want for your third shot there, Tom. Left rough. Hole location right over that little pot bunker and out of position. That's what'll happen around Royal Liverpool. It'll make you pay.
See if Rahm can make his first birdie of the day.
He's had a lot of putts look just like that the first 3 days. Little high line just off the right edge or left edge.
Second to the 7th.
He's trying to draw it into that pin. There. Oh, I'd say that's quite unlucky there. You still expect that's going to hop forward off the back of the bunkers, and that seems to have just pitched in the ridge there in between them.
Now John Rahm just to finish up here. So there's going to be 3 pars to start for John Rahm, but some chances in the early going for the Spaniard. On a day where he needs, or he knows that he needs to start putting something together and get into the mix here. Now at the 7th, second shot for Cam Smith.
Can't see the putting surface, can see the top of the flagstick. Pin way in the back left and right at hole high. Good shot.
Here's that swing that you like, Beef.
Yeah, love it. Said he's so good with his irons. Look at that. Lovely follow through and a good glimpse of that mullet there coming through.
As we go to the 8th and shuffle it.
Just a 3-wood here for Xander. Have to avoid the bunkers on the right. If you do that, you can turn this into a birdie opportunity. I'll just have a short iron in to the 8th.
It's good to have a trademark, isn't it? He's got the mullet, you've got the beard. It works well.
I don't know if they'd work together though.
Back to the tee at the 4th, and John Rahm.
Yeah, another hole that's just a layup, but it's more into the wind today. First couple days probably hitting 5 and 6 irons off of this tee. Today, a little longer clubs. Still have to have a game plan when you're laying the ball up.
Straight kick. Straight kick.
Left side of this fairway does kick a little to the left.
He was asking for a straight kick there. Down the left side.
Should be okay if it's depending on the lie with that back right hole location.
Wow. Patrick Reed just at the bottom of the little tier in the green at the 5th. There are a few tiers, not massive undulations in these greens, but a few tiers. This for birdie.
Swung just across the hole from right to left.
Christo Lamprecht now the man that was at the top of the leaderboard tied after day 1. The big story of the day. This for birdie.
Nice comeback birdie there at the 11th for Christo after a bogey at the 10th, after making 3 bogeys in a row, I'm sorry. That's what you're going to get with Christo. You're going to get a lot of ups and downs and a lot of excitement.
Here's Matt's long-range effort for birdie here on 7. Should be a touch left to right, down the hill.
Now Patrick Cantley at the 14th for birdie.
Pin today in that front right. Got offline pretty quick. I have a couple feet left for par. Nothing wrong with pars at the 14th.
We'll see if Cam can start making a run here. Birdie on the last, see if he can make another one here.
The greens were a couple of inches quicker this morning on the stimp meter, but there was rain after they'd done that reading, so it's tough to tell whether they're any faster today than they have been over the first couple of days. This is Ricky Fowler now for birdie.
Par 5 playing over 625 yards today.
Now at the 8th, second for Zander.
See that front right pin guarded by that pot bunker, just short of it, trying to hit a cut in there. Leaves it underneath the hole.
That is with the rain, that's the difference today, where you can try and cut that in and get it close to the pin. If it hadn't rained, you're just looking middle of the green and 20 foot.
Morning, mate.
Jordan Spieth, the champion at Birkdale, just arriving. He will be starting at 2:45 local time. Starting at 2 under par, 8 shots back, playing alongside Cameron Young. Nice pairing for Spieth today. A couple of American stars going out. Cameron Young, of course, came close to winning last year at St Andrews in that very exciting finish. So this is how the leaderboard looks at the moment. No changes, obviously. Still quite a way until we get to those final pairings going off. At a 1 tee start, as is always the case here at the Open on all 4 days. The first tee time, 8:55 this morning local time. McIntyre and Fowler. And the final group out at 3:30 with Tommy Fleetwood and Brian Harmon. So going through to a late finish on Saturday at Royal Liverpool. These players trying to get into the mix for tomorrow, and a lot is going to depend on what happens with those later groups, and also what happens with the weather, whether the wind kicks up. The forecast right now called for worse weather than we're seeing, so you never quite know. It's so difficult to predict right by the water.
No, and if you're out early as well, and all of a sudden it's not raining, you're thinking, if I can come in and put off a score, you never know what the weather's going to do this afternoon, and see if we can have a good round, get in, and hopefully you'll watch the players drop back to you, and you could be in a really good position going into the final round tomorrow.
So this is where John Rahm drove it.
Think you could walk it out here any better than this. Left side of the fairway, right back hole location. I mean, this is for John Rahm. I mean, if you're going to make a run, you got to start here. This is absolute green light.
Yeah, solid shot there. This pin really is kind of like a game of chicken. When the pin's so far back there, you really got to trust the number that you're hitting to get it all the way back. They're tricky to find that all the way back there.
Yeah, and to your point earlier about the greens being firm, that gets a little dicey because that back part comes in so quick.
Now Reed on the tee at the 6th. He's posing.
Right on line, just underneath the hole.
Shoffley there on the front of the green as his birdie putt to come. It's a guy who's come so close before. I mean, it would be a big surprise if he ended his career without a major championship.
Yeah, for me, when you watch him, it's just a matter of time. He's got so much time on his side, and he's such a good player. I would be stunned if he doesn't finish his career with a couple majors or more.
Yeah, you remember that he and Patrick Cantlay are great friends, about the same age. They're only 30 years old, and so it's not like they're, middle of their career. They have a long career ahead of them, and like you said there, Beef, that be pretty shocked if either one didn't come away with multiple majors.
How hard do you think it is to peak for 4 weeks of the year?
Oh my goodness, yeah, your game has to be, I think it has to be trending before you get to the major championships. You have to have your bag in line, you have to have everything going your direction, your game in the right spot. You're not wondering where your game is getting to those major championships, and that all you have to do is warm up and go play.
I think that's what made Tiger so special as well. Just the amount of times he could turn up and like peak, and obviously there's so many times he won with his B and C game as well, and that's what made him just so incredible.
He was so prepared a week or two before he was getting to the venue, and all he had to do was show up, warm up, and go play golf.
Him now at the 4th. Aaron's out there for us.
Trying to scrape together another birdie. Par is good from where he was at on that left-hand side.
Cookie, you won 11 times on the PGA Tour. I mean, you know, peaking at the right time, it's not easy.
Yeah, those weeks that you win or have a chance to win, you just need to stay out of your own way. Just you know, like you show up, warm up, and go play golf. And I was never wondering where my game was on those weeks that I had good weeks. It was in there. All I had to do is stay out of my own way and stop thinking and just go play.
Now Rahm for the birdie.
I needs to see one of these drop, guys. The ball striking's been excellent, I would say, so far today. If he can just get one, he can get the momentum on his side and maybe make a run. The conditions are ideal right now.
He just hasn't seen anything go in there, Aaron. Got his head nice and steady that time, and he was looking for that right-hand break. I think that was just a tiny misread, because you see how he held his head so still.
Over at the 8th, Cam Smith with his 2nd.
Well, 8 car. Come on, drop right. Right.
Just trying to get up that left side of the green to give him a good spot. He was out of position, couldn't take on the pin.
Fitzpatrick had a good one from the left rough.
Certainly did.
Well, the Cookie and Beef show has ended, and we welcome back to the booth Thomas Bjorn.
I don't know which food category I come out of.
I like cookies and beef. So there you go.
What are you famous for in Denmark with the food?
Oh, God, not much. Not much.
Patrick Reed for birdie. Ricky Fowler out in the first pairing today, making his way around to the 16th, and this is 2nd.
Beautiful tee shot at the 16th, just a short iron, back right pin. Ricky having a really nice round of golf going today. No bogeys, 3 birdies, and a good chance to go 4 under for the day.
Tommy Fleetwood arriving.
Yeah, Tommy's staying at home this week, so it's a bit of a drive-in for him, but he made that decision quite early. He just wanted to be in his own bed, and a little bit of a bigger commute than renting a house around the golf course, but as a player, you don't get that chance very often, so you've got to take it when you get it.
Rahm and Im have been waiting.
Little back up there on the 5th tee, the par 5, reachable by everyone in the field.
Fairly long here.
Yeah, it's the least German name I've ever heard, I think, Hurley Long, but he is German. He does make most of his life in the United States of America, though.
His father was American, went over to teach golf in Germany. And Hurley plays under the German flag. But going back to that Tommy Fleetwood, how difficult was it when you went to Denmark to play in front of the home crowd? What was different about that?
Yeah, there's so many great things about it. You know, you feed off the crowd, and you can kind of, every time you stand over a putt, get the crowd. I always thought, if I hold this, I can get the crowds with me, and we can have almost a party together. But when things start going wrong, you also have the the other side of it, you feel like you're letting people down. So there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of feeling. You know, you see so many people you know in the crowds as well. So it's a balance.
Tyrrell Hatton just missing the green there on the right, but missing it on the side where he's got some green to work with. Fowler tapping in for a birdie. It's been a very good day for Ricky.
Gets him into the red for the championship.
He's got the tricky little 17th to come, but then the par 5 18th where you can make anything from an eagle to an 8, as he did earlier in the week. But looking for something better today. So they're about ready to go at the 5th. That's how you do it if you're staying in one of these houses, by the looks of things. You climb up onto the roof with your outside chairs.
Quiet, please, guys. Thank you.
A tough tee shot here for Rahm at the 5th with the wind off the left, hole dog legs right to left. That bunker, that middle bunker, pot bunker 299, that's what he's going to be having to watch out for with this club, with the driver. But if he's going to go with a cut here, he's going to have to start this, my goodness, maybe even up the gorse line on the left-hand side, guys.
Well, that's where he's aiming.
That's going to go right over people's heads here, isn't it?
Pretty much looks like it from my vantage point.
He is going to buzz their towers right now.
Duck. Took that one high. Oh, this could be really good if it just settles a little bit on the cut.
Tough to tell where that one finished, but we'll let Aaron take a look in a moment. Okay, the first pairing has reached the 17th, the new look hole for this year at the championship. There's plenty of danger lurking, but it's not a difficult hole if you find the green here, Thomas.
No, I mean, it's a short hole and there's not that much wind out there today. So, I mean, this should be straightforward for the players in these first groups.
Yeah, only 120 yards today, so that needs to settle down. That will wander off. And there it is, into that right bunker.
Close with his stance to that left side of the bunker, so we'll see.
Matt Fitzpatrick for birdie on 8. Them going up in that grandstand, warm their hands a little bit, doing it for the crowds.
Pretty tidy scorecard. 7 pars, birdie at the 8th.
And Schauffele at the 9th.
Par 3 today, playing at 212 yards. There you go. That gets him into the red.
Yeah, and as I said to you earlier, Cookie, you know, these guys are looking at Tommy Fleetwood, aren't they? They're looking at him as the leader. That's where they want to. That's who they're trying to chase down, and then they hope that Brian Harmon is gonna not have so good a day and come back to them and then make a tournament of it. It's difficult to get all the way up to somebody that's leading by that much.
For Wilson just coming back from the range there. He's off shortly. This is Alex Fitzpatrick, who is ahead of his brother in the draw for this round. He's playing his golf on the Challenge Tour. A lot of focus on his brother, but Alex is a very good player. Played in a couple of Walker Cups.
Played at Wake Forest in college golf and stand out there, so got to see him play quite a bit.
Probably could have got a good odds on Alex beating Matt this week at the beginning of the week. Strange in some of his comments coming in, Matt Fitzpatrick, and he was really playing it down, saying that a top 30 would be a good result for him.
Well, he's been struggling, he says, a little bit with his game. He's not really finding his way with it. It's a lot better today than it has been for the last few weeks. But, yeah, you know, as a player, you just kind of, when you go through those periods, you really do just to kind of put it aside and go, okay, I'm building. And we all want to do great in the greatest championship. But if you're not in the right frame of mind, or right place with your game, you still have to build, and then you kind of take yourself out of the equation.
Headed on a real nice line. Maybe a half a club short, but that's okay.
Playing alongside Cam Smith. Good pairing for folks to come out and watch. Nice pairings in the early going. A lot of excitement and big name players in the first few groups. That's why there's so many people here early, I think. Even that first pairing of McIntyre and Fowler, and Scott and Scheffler in the second pairing, these two together. DeSambo and Schauffele.
First 10 pairings, you had some power pairings out there, so what a great treat for the spectators to watch early in the morning. There's an interesting stat where Cameron has hit 4 of 8 greens, and 3 of those have been inside 20 feet, but this is a loose one out well out to the right.
Yeah, and it was a loose one. Didn't even look like his golf swing. It just looked like he was taking almost way too much of an iron shot there.
Ricky out of the bunker here.
You cannot see the putting surface, but does have a stance. Normally incredibly good with that club right there, but a little unsure. I don't think he caught it the way he wanted to. It sounded a little heavy. But when you can't see the putting surface and where you want your ball to land, it's just all feel.
How does that sand change with the rain?
Well, I think that the top part gets a little wet, but still kind of soft underneath. So you have to, and Thomas made the description earlier, you have to feel it kind of with your feet. And the top part's wet, bottom part or underneath is soft, so you really have to trust what you're feeling and still keep that speed up, because you can decel and hit it a little bit heavy like Ricky did right there.
Patrick Cantley. He has gotten himself back to level par for the tournament. This is to go into red figures.
Danny Willett at the 10th for a birdie. It'll be his second birdie of the day.
That's a brave outfit for today, that. All white. If you put it like that, though, it's a nice outfit to have on. I'm not sure that's going to be all white by the end of the day.
Certainly not the bottom of the trousers. Pretty muddy in parts out there once you get into the spectator walkways. The golf course is still in immaculate condition. Fowler now to save par.
Got a clean scorecard so far. 4 birdies on the card, no bogeys. Those are so important in the championship, is par saves late in the round, early in the round, or middle of the round. Keep a good round going, give you a little more confidence. Has a par 5 coming up. That was a big putt.
It's been a bit of a wait here at the 5th there, Aaron, for him.
A little bit of a wait. They actually finished up quicker than I thought they would. 243 yards out of a decent lie in this right rough. Just needs to shoot it right between the 2 pot bunkers. Premier carried about 225, 230 yards. This one farther out to the right towards that right pot bunker. Oh, and that, let's hope that rolled back away from the face.
Big drive from John Rahm, but close to that bunker.
He surprised me.
Is it just short of it?
No, it actually snuck right in.
Yeah, but to risk to give myself a 35 pitch shot. It's the wrong play. This is the right play. Anything past this crosswalk here, all right?
The good news is that he's far enough back to where this is one of the first balls in any of these pot bunkers I can think of this week that I've seen anybody be with the ability to advance it. He can actually advance this a little bit. That was well done.
His caddy Adam Hayes, don't take too much on. This is the right play, just over that crosswalk. Don't take too much on. You gotta take your medicine. You just get, sometimes you get this false sense of, I can do a bit with this one, and then that's when real trouble arises.
And he's got a little bit of frustration going, just having good birdie opportunities missed, not playing his best Thursday, Friday, feeling like you have to press the issue a little bit, but to keep the discipline and the patience, just to chip it down the fairway, give yourself a wedge.
Cam Smith, he's missed the green here to the right on 9. This is pretty straightforward, to be honest. The bunker was never really in his thought, so you can just pop it onto the green and roll it up there.
Louis Oosthuizen had a couple of bogeys early in the round, but birdied the 5th and the 6th, and he's got this for a birdie at the 7th.
Hit it.
That fits for the birdie at 9. Now, Rahm.
And 124 for Rahm. And just cut over this bunker. And with the softness of the greens, I believe he can get this close. Wind off the left. Just a gap wedge.
Nice play there. I think hole high. Give himself about 10 feet.
Pop out here for Cam Smith.
And a solid stroke. Deflection over left to right, but he stayed down well through the stroke. That's good up and down for Cam Smith.
Okay, to the 18th, Ricky Fowler got a nice round going. Let's see what he does here.
Slightly different wind direction this morning. Been downwind out of the left. Now it's into the wind out of the right. Out of bounds down the right. So that was safety first. Missed it wide enough to the left. He's going to be in where the spectators have walked, and it'll be a clean lie. Be able to advance it down the fairway.
At the 10th, Schauffele left off the tee.
Tee moved up at the 10th today about 20 yards. So it's playing incredibly difficult.
Patrick Reed for a birdie. I've seen some players arriving, and in the penultimate pairing today, it will be Minwoo Lee and Seb Straka. There's Minwoo arriving 2 hours and 50 minutes ahead of his tee time. 12:40, Benan, who made his way into the championship courtesy of his finish last week at the Genesis Scottish Open alongside Oliver Wilson. Great story, Oliver battling away, long-time player on the DP World Tour. Thomas Dietrich playing his golf on the PGA Tour, playing alongside Abraham Anser. At 1 o'clock, it'll be Alex Noren and Marcel Siem, a couple of veteran European players with a lot of experience. And you have to feel like Alex Noren, the next step in his career would be a major championship victory. A Masters champion in Hideki Matsuyama, playing alongside Victor Hovland. They're off at 1:10, so in 40 minutes time. Tom Kim, whose career really came alive after his play in Scotland last year at the Genesis Scottish Open. He plays alongside Alexander Bjork today. And these grandstands will be packed full when that final pairing comes through. Tommy Fleetwood, the man from Southport, just 20 miles north of here. And he will have so much support as he makes his way around the golf course today. Out to number 5 and Rahm for birdie.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for Rahm, little left to righter. And that's in the heart. Great decision out of the bunker. In the fairway, set himself up for a great wedge shot. And that's a good birdie.
Very disciplined 5th hole played there by Jon Rahm. Could have taken different chances, but
so those are the tee shots of Ricky Fowler over the 3 days. And you can see he made triple from the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't hit the fairway. That looks a tough one over there in round 2. We made par from there. It's a tough hole, this. It's all about commitment. It's all about picking your lines and making the right decisions in your head.
Bob McIntyre is going to go first here with his second. Where's that going?
Trying to dig it out of that rough and
I told you it was coming right at us.
going well to the left over there by the grandstands.
So the out of bounds sneaks all the way down the right side of this hole, and it actually goes into the grandstand. And if you hit it into the grandstand on the right, it is still out of bounds. So it's a strange way that out of bounds plays. Now Fowler.
Just going for the layup here for Ricky Fowler up to the corner, and that's perfect. That's exactly what he was trying to do. That sets him up for a nice shot into the green.
Gary Woodland was over there early in the week, tried to hit, well, what was it? I think it was a fairway metal, and it hit the fence. Ricky's in amongst the crowd here. He's got to get back over the barrier.
I was about to say he might need a different ticket to get back on the golf course.
I was going to say, you better have his player badge on, or some of the security may not let him through.
You would hurdle those in your prime, wouldn't you, Thomas? Just go right over the top.
Definitely. Yeah. This is just one easy step, that.
To the tee at the 10th. And Fitzpatrick.
See where they've moved the tee up a little bit, but still playing 484 yards right into the teeth of the wind. Well, that's a little sliver of a fairway. It might just get through. He'll be behind some mounds now, and he won't be able to see the putting surface from there, but maybe a mid-iron into the screen.
Looking down on the 6th tee.
Yeah. I think it's the low 80s. It's a little cool, heavy air. As long as it's on it.
It's almost a Stockton temperature.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hit Stockton.
Yeah. Go aggressive with it, man. Finishing right on it.
Yeah, if it gets to pin high, it's fine.
Correct.
Pretty high enough.
That's right.
We got 196 back there, and I'm thinking if it says, if Adam Hayes is telling him if it gets to pin high, you're fine. That's definitely the 6-iron. And it is. So this is going to be full bore. Taking the back out of play with this club as well.
Sí, señor.
Pretty much what he was trying to do. Heart of the green, not messing about.
Adam Scott has reached the 17th tee. Playing with Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, level par today, Adam Scott. It's been a bit of everything for him. That's a good shot. Anything on that green, the players are happy with this week, I think.
Birdie for Ricky Fowler, and it will be a round of 66, one off the low for the championship.
I'm just having a look, see, I'll be on later. I'm not swapping with Benny. This is it's called the world feed, so everybody gets it.
Been way in the back. 151. See the wind's blowing a little bit out of the right. Maybe a little hurt.
Push it. Come on, Win.
Got it out to the right. We'll move it back to the left a little. Just off the edge of the green.
Might be able to move that with the sprinkler heads in his line. Tough to tell how close it is to those sprinkler heads. It needs to be within a couple of club lengths. Let's go to the 10th.
This is just open the face, pop it onto the front of the green and roll it down to the hole. Should be straightforward, this.
Already hold one from off the green today, Schauffele. That was at the 7th. At the first, Adrian Moronk.
Beautiful tee shot way down there. Just a little wedge into this first hole.
This guy's a good player. This guy has a great future. He really, I mean, I've watched him over the last 2 or 3 seasons. He's coming on, improving week by week, month by month. He's just becoming better and better and better and loving playing in the big championships. He has a good future ahead of him.
5-shot lead for Brian Harmon. The record 9 shots back in 1934. It was Sir Henry Cotton. But it is still a sizable lead for the man from the state of Georgia in the US. Through a few pages of scores here. And these players going out early today, trying to give themselves a chance tomorrow, and a lot is going to depend on how Brian Harmon handles the Saturday pressure leading a major championship. He's been at the top of a major championship leaderboard before. That was in 2017 at the US Open at Erin Hills. And led going into the final day, but it was Brooks Koepka that took the title there, winning by 4 in the end. There's Adrian Moronk there. 1 over par, and here he is for a birdie at the first.
Good opportunity here for Aaron. Right at hole high. Might move a little left at the end. Good aggressive putt. A little bit over read. Comfortable start.
It's kind of a blind second shot here, Thomas, isn't it, at 10?
Yeah, it is, and it's, you know, just kind of picking out something behind there. That's my line. Maybe not the flag line, but something else. This is above his feet, though. It's a difficult one for him to hold up like he likes to do. Just turns it a little bit and gets a bit of extra distance. That comes back on the green.
It's really steep there at the back.
It is. It sits really nicely, the screen, even though it's a little bit blind. It sits nice in those dunes. It's an inviting golf shot, I always think.
Back over to the 6th, and Jon Rahm.
As the rain is just starting to spit again on us, lightly, but I would imagine some umbrellas are going to come back up here soon for the fans out here. Coming up this slope, this hole is located in a very strange spot today on 6. It's just kind of up on top of a little knob where it looks like it almost falls off in every direction. So tricky read coming up this slope right in front of him.
He's given himself a lot of looks already today, Cookie.
That he has, and every one that hasn't gone in has done just that. Kind of high line, just burning the edge. This is where patience plays a big factor. His speed has been great. These have been his second putts have been from a foot just past the hole. With that nice putt there at the 5th. You just feel like you see one go in, it's going to start to kind of develop, multiply perhaps. Just have to stay patient. It's tough to do, Thomas. We know this game, you feel like everything, your golf swing's there and you're hitting quality shots but just not making anything.
Yeah, this is where top players kind of differentiate themselves from the rest, is that when they have been tested on that patience, they kind of stay with it and they don't let anything face them, and then the birdies come to them at the end of the round and they get something good out of it. The one thing that you can't allow to happen is a bogey or two that sneaks in because you're impatient, and the whole round just falls apart in front of you, and then it leaves you nowhere.
Giving himself a good look here at a tough hole, Cameron Smith.
Yeah, good second into this long par 4 at 10th. The way he just holds that putter at the finish, just doesn't, no recoil at all. The putter head just finishes and stops right there. A little bit of a misread, but the pacing was perfect.
Here's the man at number 6 in the official World Golf Rankings, Xander Schauffele.
Trying to press the issue on the 11th, didn't drive her all the way down to the bottom of the hill in that little bowl. That's well done. Turns this into a real nice birdie opportunity at the 11th.
Now Fitzpatrick, a similar line here to the one he just saw.
Yeah, he was in having a quick look at Cam Smith's putt, and he just forgot to hit that one. That was right in the middle of the hole. That.
Check in with Louis Oosthuizen, who's had a couple of birdies already today. Had a good chance at 7. This is for birdie at 8. And oh no.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Take your time. Looks like half of the ball is hanging over the edge.
Oh, he's giving it a good look. Depends which way the wind's blowing, I suppose.
If it was blowing like it was on Thursday and Friday, it might be strong enough to blow that one in easily.
Not to be for the champion golfer of the year from 2010 at St Andrews.
Well, here's younger brother Fitzpatrick on hole number 3 for birdie. Excellent shot in here. And that's good. Very well done. That's a lovely birdie for him. Good start. Par birdie.
Patrick Cantley, number 4 in the world. Has to get to red figures.
A really good opportunity there at 16, and takes advantage. Gets him into red figures.
It's been a little bit of a wait for Ricky Fowler at the 18th hole because Bob McIntyre had that ruling to the left of the grandstand, but now Ricky with a chance to finish with a birdie, and this will be a round of 5 under par if it goes in.
Very confident stroke. Great pacing there for Ricky. Fine round of golf to start the weekend.
What do you think, Thomas? He still has a chance?
Well, it depends on Brian Harmon. I mean, at the moment, he's 9 shots behind. He could be 10, 11 shots behind by the end of the day, and then obviously that's too much to ask. But it really is down to one person if he's in this. If it comes back to leading score about 7 or 8, where you say he has any chance to get in this, he's playing very well. He's very confident. He looks great out there. A bit disappointed probably with the last hole there, not making 4 up the last and not making birdie on 15 as well. So, but a great round of golf, and that's all you can ask of him. Get back to under par today.
And we always think back to 1999 and Paul Lawrie, who was 10 behind starting the final day. Of course, we all know what happened to Jean van der Velde on the 72nd. Anything is possible. Bob McIntyre with a 5 at the last. It's a round of 73 for the Scotsman. But the early story has been Ricky Fowler and his 67 going out in the first pairing on Saturday. And we'll show you some highlights from Ricky, starting with his birdie at the second.
Yeah, it was heavily raining at this time of the day this morning, and that was an excellent shot in there. He converted it nicely.
Approach here at the 4th.
Yeah, took advantage of the conditions, firing right at this back right pin, right into the wind, and holds it right there perfectly.
Had a run of 7 straight pars, and then this at the 12th.
Yeah, this was a tough hole yesterday. It's a little bit easier playing downwind today. Lovely roll there. Confident about the speed.
But you mentioned not taking advantage of the par 5 15th. He did have this at 16.
Yeah, the long 16th, but playing downwind out of the left. Has just a short wedge. Beautifully well played.
So Ricky Fowler at 1 under par. And in a tie for 11th right now.
Yeah, his lunch would be good over there in the player facility now. He'll be sit down and just watch a bit of golf and just hope that he's somewhere near and have a chance tomorrow.
Schauffele out at the 11th, his second.
Aggressive tee shot with driver at the 11th just leaves him a little pitch. The ball's kind of skidding and then spinning, and what a nice play there for Xander Schauffele.
This is Scotty Scheffler with his 3rd shot at the 18th.
Well, that's pretty straightforward. This landed a couple of yards short and bounced it up to that hole. It should be dancing. Just like that.
I love that little lake check like that. It looks like it's going to stop and kind of teases you a little bit, and then zzz.
And the world number 1 will walk up to the 18th green. Rory McIlroy will return to the top spot with a win here. And that's if Scheffler finishes worse than a tie for 4th with 1 other player. So there is a chance that Scotty will be knocked off the top spot, but Rory would have to have some sort of weekend here to go back to number 1.
Go out to 7. We find Tyrrell Hatton for birdie on the 7th. Down the hill. Oh.
Take a look at where Jon Rahm and Sungjae Im have driven it at the 7th.
Just through the fairway on the left, both of them. Jon Rahm a little bit further through the fairway.
Sungjae Im drew definitely the better of the 2 lies. John's going to have some guesswork to do. Sungjae's going to be able to get this on the back of the ball a little bit more. 178 is what I have him at, or excuse me, 181 for Sungjae Im is what I have him at. Got to be careful of a little bit of a flyer here.
There is some room between the the bunker in the pin position back there in the back left. Just into that first cut, left of the flag. See what kind of shot he wants to play. A lot of options.
All right. Up this, guys, got it. Yeah. Like you said, it's gonna come out high and no spin, so should be perfect.
175 for John Rahm, and the lie where the ball's lying looks good. He can get it on the back of the club. It's the tuft of grass that's going to grab the hosel to the left that he has to watch out for. So hang on a little bit stronger with those left three fingers in the left hand. He did that. This out to the right.
Pretty good play off of that lie. It didn't look like it was that easy.
It looked like he was on a lot of an upslope there too. Always could throw it high up in the air. Yeah, good shot from John Rahm. Brooks Koepka on 17 for birdie. It's not been the week for Brooks so far. It brings him back to 2-0 for the day, 5-0 for the championship. And that's not where he's used to finding himself.
Adam Scott and Scotty Scheffler playing together today. Adam Scott found the grandstand on the left with his second. Dropped it in one of the drop zones and chipped to here. So he has this for a birdie.
This to finish in the red for the day.
'23rd start in the Open for Adam Scott. He's come close to being the champion golfer of the year. 5 top 10s, including 4 in a row from 2012 to 2015. And he had that near miss in 2012. Close in 2013 when he was tied for 3rd, tied for 5th in 2014, and tied 10th in 2015. Scheffler for birdie.
A nice birdie from Scotty Scheffler up the last. It's been a disappointing 3 days for him. I'm sure he'll come out and try and put in a good performance tomorrow to finish off his Open Championship.
Brian Harmon will play at 3:30 this afternoon in the final pairing. He looks pretty relaxed as he strides in.
He doesn't change expression much. He kind of looks like that all the time.
It's one of the greatest tee times in golf, but it's also one of the worst as a player. There's a long way to that tee time, and especially on Saturday where it's a little bit later than it is on Sunday. You just hang around and you get nervous and you get thinking. There's a lot of things to do before you can tee off at 3:30, that's for sure.
Roman Langas, himself an amateur champion in his amateur days back in 2015. 70 and 74 over the first 2 days, and you can see a nice start today. So Matt Fitzpatrick has had to take a penalty drop here. This is his 3rd at the 11th. Drove in an unplayable lie.
Looks like you might get out of there with a par.
That's the danger of being aggressive off that tee. Corey Connors at the 5th for a birdie. playing in his 4th Open Championship, finished tied 15th a couple of years ago.
Part of that game gets heated up with Corey Connors. He's such a good ball striker.
Two-time Open champion Porter Carrington not having the best of days, but this is for birdie all the way around the hole. He still smiles. He still smiles. He's got a nice week coming up next week. British Senior Open down at Royal Porthcawl.
Wouldn't bet against him, would you?
Now him, Stuart Sink, and they can stay at home for all I care.
Are you playing next week, Thomas?
I am. So, and they can take Steve Stricker with them as well, please.
Koepka now at his 2nd at 18.
Giving this a go. This is full send. 6:15 into the wind. And that's the Brooks Koepka that we've seen a lot of in these major championships. Aggressive.
Now John Rahm off the back of the 7th. Not the worst place to miss it today, Cookie.
No, not at all. Just kind of goes up that slope. Pars at the 7th are always good.
Now over to the 12th, and Schauffele for a birdie.
Yeah, this is a long way away, but up that hill. Not his best. A little bit of work to do.
So a few spots of rain coming down. It was heavier earlier for the very early starters here at Royal Liverpool. Xander Schauffele has made his way onto the first page of the leaderboard. Ricky Fowler has had a good day today, round in 67. They're still chasing Brian Harmon at the top of the leaderboard at the 151st Open. Mentioned Ricky Fowler there with that 67. Had a really good day today, Ricky. Question is, has he done enough to give himself a chance to win here tomorrow? A lot is going to depend on what Brian Harmon does with his 3rd round. It's going to be fun to watch. And of course, Tommy Fleetwood playing on home soil here, not too far away from home. And as Thomas told us, staying at home this week. Take you through the field here and those players out on the golf course. Also going to welcome back into the commentary box Andrew Beef Johnston and Nicholas Colsarts. Smith. Nicely done there.
He's bowled a fair bit of distance with that club in the last couple of years, Cameron Smith.
And I'm going to make way for Alison Whittaker in a second.
Let's see if Koepka can have a nice finish, make his lunch taste a bit better. Nearly there. Lovely putt.
Xander for par on 12. Shouldn't move much this. Having a good round, Xander. 4 under today.
To the final hole for Patrick Cantlay. Chance for a final dash of red. It's been very good today. 4 under par, blemish free. The other par 5s.
Yeah, when you just make the cut on the mark, all you can do is try and get out on that Saturday nice and early and put a score on the board and potentially hope the weather moves in or something, or the wind picks up and people move back. And that is all you can do. Isn't that right, Nick?
Yeah, sometimes you get out on a Saturday like this and you feel fine. There's the stress of the cut that's a little bit down, and who knows where this man is going to finish coming Sunday night.
For the lowest round of the day so far. We'll settle for a final par. A round of 67 for Cantlay today. Nice work. Puts him in a share of 12th as it stands. Completed the goal that they would have had early on today.
Yeah, see if Koepka can round this one off and get in. Not the week he quite wanted, but he'll be back. That's for sure. He loves these majors.
At least it's 2 birdies to finish it off for Koepka. Round of 71 today. 72, I should say. It is a par 71.
Now Tyrrell Hatton for birdie on 8. Sits at 1 over at the moment. Moves back to even. Tyrrell. Couple of birdies and just pars. Steady stuff from the Englishman.
Yep, on 6, yep. I think you're right on it.
Ball of John Rahm on the short grass.
Yeah, this is a pin he can get close to today. He's in perfect position for it.
No, 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 no. Get a good lie. Get lucky. Get lucky. Cover the bunker, I think.
That's just been his week, hasn't it? Just not quite on. As we said about this golf course, it becomes a very difficult golf course if you're just not quite on your A game.
It certainly finds you out, doesn't it? Took a number of weeks off, 3 in fact, coming into the week, so it's going to be a busy summer ahead in Europe. Over to Cam Smith, driver at 12.
Straight in it, Sam.
Well, that's never a good sign. Well, he just missed the bunker. It's going to sit in heavy rough, but he's missed the bunker. Let's see if he can move that to the green.
The view here, what a setup, and that bank with the crowd at the back. Here, Xander is flying here. Oh, it's a great shot. He sets up another good chance for birdie.
We'll have that to move to 5 under today.
Great to see the crowds out early. Loads of them too. Great move from Xander Schauffele, who still has more than a handful of holes left to improve on the front page of that leaderboard, including 2 par 5s yet to come. He's 4 under for his round today. That's the score that Ricky Fowler and Patrick Cantlay have already signed for. So their work is done, but there's plenty of golf left ahead of us here at Royal Liverpool on Saturday. We saw the drive of Cameron Smith. He's been playing some nice golf today, just the one drop shot that came at 4, 3 birdies aside from that. Got a little lucky getting past that bunker, we think, depending on the lie.
All dependent on the lie, especially with the rain. It makes that rough just a bit tougher.
Although that was the bunker that Jon Rahm had to go backwards from. Can move it forward.
Yeah, it's so difficult to judge out of that. It's going to come out probably slightly more dead than the last couple of days, but it really is difficult to read it out, some of that links rough.
Now Fitzpatrick from the left rough. Never liked that. It's just a big push. He's actually quite lucky that stays on the green. That could have gone down further right and down.
Alex Noren's already played. We hear Marcel Seam found the fairway.
He must have hit a good drive down the first, Marcel. Just with a wedge in. Finds the target. Great shot from the German. Great start.
Rahm currently he's found the walkway here on 8, so he hasn't got too bad a lie. He's missed all the long stuff. Still a tricky little pitch, and I'm expecting him to take this slope out here.
Yeah, that's extremely well judged, because that walkway, everybody walks down that way, so usually, you know, the grass is trampled down, and it looked like that ball was sitting against the grain. It's never easy to judge, but it did well.
Lovely. Let's see if he can knock this in, keep this run going. He's up and out of that early.
That's a hole that's going to play a lot easier than yesterday, with the wind coming off the sea, which made a few players have headaches on that par 3 on the back 9, but might see a few close ones today.
30 seconds, gentlemen.
30 seconds until the group of Victor Hovland and Hideki Matsuyama. 2021 Masters champion, there he is. And playing alongside a man that's challenged a number of times, really, 4 times in the last 4 majors, you could say, for Victor Hovland. They're ready now.
This is game number 25. On the tee, from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
He is an absolute superstar back home. There's a camera crew of his own following him here this week as well. He starts the day at level par.
Good shot.
Isn't it amazing the difference the wind direction makes? People struggling to reach that.
On the tee, from Norway, Victor Hovland.
Had to reel through his last 4 major starts, tied for 4th, but was leading going into the final round 12 months ago. Tied for 7th at the Masters, runner-up at the PGA Championship, top 20 at the US Open. His time will come. Like many, needs a low one today, Nico, to get himself right back into the thick of it.
Yeah, one of those days, you know, even though the wind direction has changed, it's hardly blowing, so there's going to be loads of guys that are going to be thinking, you know, I've got a low one in me, get back into this championship and try to apply a little bit of pressure at the top. And these two men can certainly do that. One being a major champion and the other one is one in the making, like you mentioned, in Victor Hovland.
Matsuyama's been steadier than Hovland. They both start the day at level par, up to the green. Chance to go 1 under for Marcel Siem.
Now go on, Marcel. I want to see a fist pump. It will come. He'll do more than that.
Rahm after that nice chip shot. See if he can save par on 8 here. And that just creeps in the right side, and that's a good up and down there.
One of the only amateur to make it through to the weekend. He will win the silver medal. Christo Lamprecht for birdie at 17. Just creeping up on it. He's 3 over par for his day today.
Now the Swede Alex Noren cleaning up for par on the first. Just misses that on the low side. It's never nice when you 3-putt the first. Want to get back on a saddle as straight as possible. Now Rahm on the par 3, 9th. Shortish left pin today. Can see him aiming a little bit right. He's maybe trying to add a little bit of draw spin to this. And that's the best way to find this pin. Yeah, quality shot from John Rahm on 9, the par 3.
It's Cam Smith. Long attempt for birdie here on 12. Yep, outside putt, good putt there.
Abraham Hansa. The second hole that's going to play very much longer than the first 2 days. Nevertheless, you can hit it close. Guys were just hitting wedges onto this green yesterday, and that looked like a mid-iron for the Mexican.
Rory McIlroy's already started his warm-up. Out there in a little over an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, usually you start your warm-up routine about an hour, maybe inside an hour, but here, considering the guys have to take a shuttle to go to the driving range, it might start a bit earlier than usual.
It's Matsuyama on the first here, 139 to the pin. Slight wind down off the left. Won't be too happy with that there, especially with wedge in his hand.
Yeah, I don't think he is. How much will this wind affect, in particular, maybe the stretch from 11 to 14 with it shifting? Now it'll be more down. Will that make that stretch more scoreable later in the round?
Yeah, again, it's going to make the tee shot a lot easier because you can hit a 2-iron off the tee, and even if you've got 170, 80 yards in, you're not going to be hitting a 4-iron. It's going to be an 8, 7-iron for these guys, so it will make it easier.
Hovland Stern on the first, also with a short club. Went off the left to a flag that sits on the left of the green. Got to be precise. And he is. Great start for the Norwegian. Boy, wouldn't want him to have a good round today.
Yeah, maybe that's the way he gets it done in terms of instead of from the front by chasing through the pack on the weekend. Over we go to 17, Ryan Fox.
Yeah, great shot there. I wouldn't expect anything less from Foxy to take that flag on. That's a man who just stands up and attacks.
So many different ways to play the game. Over to Cam Smith.
This plays straight down today, 185. It's a short club. Pin sits tight on the right-hand side of the green, but you can be aggressive with this. Just like that, straight down the line for Cameron Smith. There's not a lot of people that have an action as simple as him.
Very reliable. All they ever do is tighten the screws on it a little bit. And his coach, Grant Field. Great shot in for Abraham. Answer makes the birdie as well at the second hole. So back to level for the day.
We've just seen Cam Smith knock it close. Let's see what Fitzy can do here on 13.
Yeah, you could see he was probably over-clubbed it and tried to hit a soft one and just came out a bit too good.
Here's Matsuyama. Long putt here, just off the front of the first. Oh, lovely putt there, especially after the wedge shot. That's nice to roll that nice and close and walk off with 4.
Sander on 14. He's found the tall grass. It's all about trying to judge how the ball is going to come out of this. He's done good. Just creeps on the front edge.
Should be a big break right to left here for Foxy. Just catches the left edge. Good 2 there, mate.
Here, here.
I'm a bit jealous of these guys making birdie on 17. It looks great.
What's it to it? Driver, you would be hitting right.
All right, let's throw it back down to the first team. Matt Corker.
With this one? No.
This is game number 26. On the tee, from Korea, Tom Kim.
He was 6 shots better yesterday than the day before. Really turned it around nicely, Tom Kim. Taking the iron.
Yeah, you know, downwind, those guys can hit iron close to 300 yards. Well short of the bunkers, but in good position.
On the tee, From Sweden, Alexander Bjork.
Perhaps the most consistent year we've seen on the DP World Tour. Definitely from him. The cut streak continues this weekend. He's made every cut on the DP World Tour this season. It's been impressive. He's challenged a number of times. That just finds the step cut.
Yeah, Tom Kim has been struggling a little bit with apparently what is a grade 1 tear in his ankle.
Apparently he got no love from the team. It was suck it up and get out there and play yesterday, and that's what he did.
He did get a piggyback though. We saw that on social media by his manager up to Sanjay M at the 9th.
The left-hand side of this green, look at this. Nothing better than holding a complicated putt from off the green. Sanjay M closes the front 9 with a birdie. Look at that from this angle. You only get those putts on links courses.
Let's see here if Rahm can follow him in for birdie. Crowd are loving that. Let's see, too many 2 balls make 2 2s there.
Thinking they picked a good spot out at the 9th. So Rahm 2 under for the day now. Sanjay M level.
Hovland for birdie on the first. After a quality wet shot and a quality putt. 1 under after 1 for Victor Hovland.
Schaffel's long birdie chance here on 14. He's just raced that by. And it's one of them, Nick, isn't it? When you're trying to push and get up that leaderboard to get into contention for Sunday, you still got to be patient.
Now Fitz's turn. Yeah, the thing with these long putts is pace, pace, pace. You know, it doesn't really matter if you don't see if your green reading is a little bit off, but if your pace is right, you're never going to be far off.
This is down at the 7th, Romain Longasque. When it rains, it pours. They're going in from everywhere right now.
Starting to think I'm going to go out there. This looks a lot of fun to follow.
3rd birdie of the day and into the red numbers for Romain Longasque. So he's in a share of 11th, moving his way up. This would help Cam Smith as well.
Yeah, that's a 2 for Cam Smith after a beautiful struck iron shot.
Coming with the iron off the tee leaves him a long, long way in here.
Yeah, let alone on 2 feet, but when you're struggling with one of your foot, this could be a long day for Tomkin. Let's hope not. You know, just a little ache here and there can just change the way that you strike the ball and the input you're capable of putting into the ball.
Yeah, he doesn't look very comfortable there.
Just trying to make it work, isn't he? Up to the 2nd, Victor Hovland after the opening birdie.
This was playing down off the left yesterday, into off the right today. Finds the left rough. Almost wanted to get out of it.
Bjork from 170. Seems interested. And that's why.
Yeah, he's a fine iron player, Alexander Bjork. He's not the longest, but he's very, very skillful with his iron game.
Now these are the putts. When you're flying along, you really want to knock in and carry on that momentum. It's just at times like that, isn't it? When you're putting a good low round together, just slows you down a bit.
Yeah, step in the wrong direction after doing so much right. That's his first drop shot of the day for Xander Schauffele. So that's how it looks. It's USA on top with Brian Harmon, who tied the largest 36-hole lead in the Open ever by an American player. It was Bobby Clampett back in 1982. Can he get it done this weekend? These are the movers and shakers. Fowler and Cantlay done, having some lunch. Out we go to Porrig Harrington, who's not far away from doing that himself.
He would have been asking for a bit more today, Padre. Former champion of the Open Championship, of course.
Birdie both the par fives coming in, at least, so leaves with a good taste in his mouth. Round of 73 today.
Let's see if we can find the fairway here, Cam, on 14. And this is playing completely different hole now with the wind downwind compared to the last 2 days back in your face.
Now Louis O stays in. Second shot on 12. Short wedge in. Full attack mode. Is he going to have a chance? Tap in birdie for the South African.
From the middle of the fairway here, 169 yards for Matsuyama on the second. Yeah, it's a good solid shot there. It's a flag if you're 170 yards away. You don't want to be attacking, getting too greedy with that so early on in your round.
Frenchman Antoine Rosner. Seems pretty relaxed, teeing off in 16 minutes. With Patchy on the bag. Great potential Frenchman, Antoine Rosner.
Three-time winner on the DP World Tour. Out to Victor Hovland. 2 yards shorter than Matsuyama, but a very different lie.
Yeah, that looked like that came a bit hot. That's not a great spot there. He's going to have an unbelievably tricky chip shot. Hovland on the second, over the back.
Second for Harmon, 10 here after a great drive. It's opened up the green.
This is good. This for John Ram. Likes to play that left to right. Two quality shots there on 10.
Don't you just love this, Nick?
Full load. Puts a lot of pressure on the golf ball. Sounds a bit different when he hits it.
Here's Xander on 15, his tee shot here. Aiming it a long way right here. Is he aiming down there?
Well, he was with his feet and the rest of his body. Perhaps it just didn't draw back as anticipated.
It's one way of taking the bunkers out.
It's one way of taking someone's head off as well, which I'm not very comfortable with, I have to be honest. But as we look now, John Ram trying to capitalize on this great iron shot on 10. What a great view this is. Right in the middle for John Ram. Love seeing that angle and a perfectly struck putt. Back-to-back birdies for the Spaniard.
Bogey free, 3 under par today.
That's got to be feeling good now. He's had so many putts that have just slipped past the edge. Now they're starting to drop. How important is it, Nick, to just keep going with the same process and not try too hard to keep holding putts when they're going past the edge?
Well, you just got to stay patient. But sometimes it's not easy on a golf course that is as challenging as this one. You want to take your chances, play the right shots all the time. Sometimes patience is difficult to deal with. Now, I wonder what can Hovland do with this. He's got a steep bank in front of him and then down to the hole. Want this to settle. I'll stay on the green. It was very difficult from the back there. The odds to hitting this close were in his favour.
Is Lamprick fighting for bogey after he's hit it OB with his first ball? And he's going to finish with a 7 here. Hopefully he can come out tomorrow morning and put a good score on and finish the tournament well, even though it's a really successful week for him.
Yeah, it is. It should be mentioned, actually, that we don't always have an amateur that does make the cut. So that, in and of itself, is quite the achievement. Last time we were here in 2014, that happened. There was no one through to the weekend that wasn't a professional. So we go to Tom Kim from the front edge at 1.
Good pace. Well judged. Solid opening 4 for Tom Kim.
In the way that the first 3 holes have kind of shifted a little bit, haven't they? It used to be 1 and 3 the last 2 days with that wind that were the toughest. Today, 3's actually playing the easiest of the first trio of holes.
That's what's magic about links courses. You know, wherever the wind comes from, it just changes the course so much. Hovland will come off his right. He's birdied the first. Now be at least a shot gone for Victor.
Bjork here. A long putt for birdie after a good iron shot.
I talked about his iron game, but his putter has been probably the club in his bag that has worked the best this last season, or this season.
Matsuyama. What is birdie? Putting back towards the back right pin on 2 today.
You know, we're talking about wind direction. You know, it might come from a different direction, but it's hardly blowing at the moment. So it's not like it's really that difficult to deal with from a course management point of view. But he'll definitely play different.
Fitzy putting up the slope here. 14 for birdie. I think the crowd are happy with that one, and I think Fitzy's happy with that too. He's putting a nice round together.
Pretty clean. Couple of birdies, just pars.
This is where the ball ended up for Xander Schauffele, and his second at the par 5.
It sits nice there. Boom! On a full rack. Trying to find this green in 2. That's gone a bit right. That's the 5th hole. The other par 5. There's 2 par 5, 6 next to each other.
Hovland here after going over the back. He's got this putt for par now. Oh, for bogey, sorry. Clean that up.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there, flying the green. It was always going to be difficult.
Cameron Smith is for birdie at 14. Oh, that was a nasty lip out. Okay, so no birdie there for Smith, who's still 3 under for the day so far. 1 under total. Back to the second.
Yeah, 190 yards here for Kim. Just try and work this left to right into this flag.
That's a shame, because that was very well executed. It just went 5 paces too far. Now he's got a pretty tricky downhill putt for his birdie on the second.
Richard Bland coming out the rough here on the first. That's a good shot there at the rough. See, the right side's not too bad. It really does kind of open up the green and open up that pin position. If you are going to take driver on, you're best off being over the traps on the right. That's your miss.
Now Xander on the par 5. After hitting it way right with his second shot.
Go.
That's okay. Probably a bit further than he wanted, but that's okay. Schauffele.
Yeah, so just in a little bit of a holding pattern. Dropped one at 14, Schauffele. What will he do at the par 5 coming next? Has a look at a 4, at least. Got so much to look forward to today, and it sounds as though the weather is going to get better as the day progresses. If you're just joining us, it was wet early on, but we might see a little improve in scoring, much to the delight of everyone at home. And those of us here on side, although there are a number of players under par, the likes of Corey Connors, 2 under through 9, Romain Longasque playing behind him. Also at level par, same 2 for Alex Fitzpatrick. Lots of people watching on the swing of Rory McIlroy on the range.
A lot of people should try to copy that swing too, actually. Yeah, I mean, he's one of our big boys, and everybody loves Rory. Everybody loves watching him play golf when he has that spring in his walk.
What do you think he's thinking today, Nick? Do you reckon he's got a score on his mind, or he's got a game plan of how he's going to attack the golf course?
Well, I think you know, you still got to play the golf course. You know, you don't want to be attacked in a silly way. you know, you still want to play the shots, give yourself your chances, but he'll definitely look forward for a fast start and try to put a slow one in.
Yeah, so rounds of, what was it, 70 on the opening yesterday, 71 the day before. Let's hear Rory McIlroy's thoughts.
You know, I wanted to go out and shoot something in the 60s and get myself right back into it, but you know, I think anything under par today was a pretty good score. I think if Brian stays at 10 under par, I think he's going to have a really good chance of winning this thing. You know, pretty happy with my 2 days play, and obviously Brian's up there at 10 under par, but you know, I don't feel like I'm out of it by any stretch, and you know, another good couple of days, and you know, hopefully I'll be in the mix.
He led from the start when he won here in 2014. This time he chases.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned there, if Harmon stays around 10 under, he's got a good chance. That kind of gives away what he's thinking. And I think the conditions today, if the wind stays down and the course is a bit softer, it will suit Rory as well, hitting into the greens and hitting the ball so far. He's going to have shorter clubs coming in, and you would never back against him shooting a real low one, would you?
I think that would be silly, especially after the golf that he played, taking the title last week at the Genesis Scottish Open, back to 15 with Schauffele.
Long birdie try. It was a good try, but no birdie on 15.
Rahm's got the driver here out on 11. Trying to get it a long way down.
Yes!
And he did not hold back on that, as this hole was downwind. Whoa.
Yeah, that's a big hit from Jon Rahm. And that hole measures just shy of 400 yards, and he's 20 short of the green.
So Brandon Robinson-Thompson looking back. Who's that? World number 3.
Matsuyama on third, 187 here. Pin front left. And Matsuyama's ball, front left.
How good was that?
Nearly knocked the flag stick out. So we go back to Richard Bland at the opening hole. Hit loads of greens yesterday. 15 of them. It's been his MO. Certainly gave that a run.
Xander Schauffele makes his par on 15. That's a good birdie chance, 15. He's just made his first bogey of the day on 14. Couple of chances coming in still.
This will be a nice pairing of Antoine Rosner and Nikolai Højgaard, two of the next generation coming through the DP World Tour. Already have 5 wins between them.
This is game number 28. On the tee, from France, Antoine Rosner.
Trying to walk in the footsteps of Arnaud Massey, who won here, right here at Hoylake himself. And that was all the way back in 1907. Where's that one ended up? Maybe just a little down the right, yes.
On the tee, from Denmark, Nikolai Højgaard.
Good time to welcome Thomas Bjorn back into the box, watching Nikolai tee off.
Yeah, good fight from him yesterday. Last evening, he was out really, really late. And just kind of bobbling along all day, not really much happening, but he managed to finish on the par. There aren't many longer in the game when he stands up and really lets loose. He's taken his game down a little bit this season. He was getting ball speeds of 190 plus last year, and he's taken it down by 7 or 8 miles just to try and find more fairways. He's gone from a big old draw to hitting more cut now, and he's just become a more solid, complete player by taking it back a little bit.
Such a shame, isn't it? Having to take your ball speed down 7, 8 miles an hour.
It's nice that having the luxury to be able to do that. This looks interesting for Ryan Fox. It's his third down 18.
Right. Go on, Foxy.
Oh, Rahm's second shot to 11 is a 20-30 yard pitch shot after he's absolutely hammered it off the tee.
And that's nicely done there, Beef. Just kept it rolling down that green.
Putting back towards it at 3, Victor Hovland. So he's got one of each so far. Birdie, bogey, that'll be a par. When he does roll it in.
Tom Kim with a tricky putt here, coming up and over this slope. It's going to be quick and it's going to break quite a bit. Yeah, very difficult putt to get right on line there, and he'd be happy walking off and tapping that in for par.
Brilliant shot in to the third from Hideki Matsuyama. Just the 12 feet left for his birdie.
Beautiful stroke from Matsu. It's a nice start. Getting over these first 3 holes in under par is a good start at Hoylake.
Ryan Fox just finishing up for his birdie. He played amazing yesterday to make the cut. Shot 4 under yesterday to sneak in on 3. That's a good morning round there. It's going to move him up a few spots.
Couple of birdies to finish as well, 17 and 18. Many would pay very good money for that. The hole that brought him unstuck in the opening round had an 8 there.
And that was Corey Connors on 10. And that is 3 under par for the day. 1 under for the tournament. That's a nice round. To another one that's doing really, really well. This is for 3 birdies in a row for Jon Rahm. He is 3 under par. And now he's 4.
And you wouldn't bet against there being more as well from Jon Rahm. He is on song so far today here in the 3rd round.
It's Rosner's second shot just coming out the rough. On the right, 158 yards. just trying to land this one on the front and let it hop up a little bit. Release. That's a pretty good shot from there. It's very tricky coming out that rough, and stay. It's just about all right.
Oh, that was close, wasn't it?
Hvor mange spiller med dig? Hvordan 114? Ja, ja. 114.
Yeah, that was all in Danish. 114, he said. That'll be happening in meters, not yards. Yeah, that's how you start your day. Straight down the middle, good wedge.
Nearly took someone out on 15, apparently he did. On 16, a hole later. That's a proper apology.
First, it's good that he's absolutely fine, and now he's got a nice glove to take home.
Well, Cam Smith is coming to the end of his round. He's now under par, and this is to go 2 under. He didn't miss many of those last year when he won the Open Championship at St Andrews. There's a few that's been sliding by this week.
So this is where it ended up for Schauffele.
Just look at the difference in club he's hitting in for his second. As we talked about the wind being completely different today and the effect it has on the golf course.
Found the green quickly to Fitzpatrick. That drops for his birdie at the par 5.
Well, we go from one Fitzpatrick to another. Second into 8. I wonder if they're checking each other's scores and having their own little competition going on between them. They're looking pretty good, both of them at the moment.
You know bragging rights are on the line here. Nice shot from Alex. Good birdie from Matt. Over to Tyrrell Hatton at the 12th. He's to level par. Third birdie of the day. Just the one drop shot, came at 9. Couple of major champions alongside each other out there today, one more recent than the other. And Henrik Stenson,
30 seconds, gentlemen.
who won the Open at Troon, where we're heading next year. And then Wyndham Clark, who took the US Open earlier this season. And had to take down Rory McIlroy to get it done, along with the rest. Sounds like they're ready to play.
This is game number 29. On the tee, from the USA, Wyndham Clark.
Well, it was a mighty impressive performance at the US Open. Can he fall in love with this championship as well?
Go Ducks!
On the tee, from Sweden, Henrik Stenson.
It was one of the best final rounds, really, wasn't it? At least in recent Open history. Stenson v. Mickelson. It's one of those you'd go back and watch again.
What he did around Troon and Phil as well, the golf they put on was just absolutely incredible.
I dare say it's the first time that Wyndham Clark and Henrik Stenson will be playing together. So we go up to the first from the back edge of the green. It just held on for Antoine Rosner.
Yeah, a little right to left breaker here for Rosner. There you go. There you go. Leave the flag in. Hit it a little bit hard. Middle of the flagstick. In it goes. That's a nice start.
Long birdie putt up here for 16 up the slope. It's more concerned about getting the right speed. Yep, and that's a solid putt there.
Nicolai Højgaard on 1. It's just inside right, this one. I've seen a couple of guys leave it out to the right today. No, that's perfect. Beautiful putt. Solid stroke. Good start from these two. That's what they wanted. We're off and running.
A matching pair of birdies. So there they are. Højgaard and Rosner appear, as has Jon Rahm on the front page of the leaderboard, courtesy of the tear that he's on. 3 on the bounce for the world number 3. He's in the mix.
Yeah, just come from a break there, been outside. It's pretty nice out there right now. You know, it's cool, but it's not really raining, and it's really good condition. Not much wind, a little bit, but not too much. And a little bit of wind on links is actually quite nice, so you can hold your shots against something. So it's there for the taking at the moment.
Yes, it's much better than anticipated, should be said, when we looked at the forecast earlier this morning.
Rahm's second shot here, just out the right rough, but you can see how much further down he is today. Oh, and he is getting hot here. He is getting very hot.
Chance for 4 in a row for Jon Rahm. Over to Richard Bland. Down in the little valley. Putting back towards it. Seen a lot leave it short from here.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a good online.
So a par start. No harm done. He'll make his way through the tunnel over to the third tee. There is Matthew Jordan. The walk to the first hole, slightly different this week for him. He's done it God knows how many times, 1,000 times in his life.
Never quite this way though, right?
He's taking the aerial route.
He's going to get such a good reception when he gets down the stairs and walks through the grandstand. And generally over the weekend, it's going to be more amplified than Thursday, Friday as well. He's going to be absolutely loving this.
Starts the day at -1. It was electric when he got the first tee shot, the honour of it on Thursday. He's been a member here since the age of 7, but he's been swinging here since about 3 or 4.
They showed his swing when he was 3 or 4. I'll tell you what, it had some speed on it for a 3-4-year-old, didn't it?
It's a good move. No wonder he turned into a decent player. He's been known as a talent for quite some time. Yet to break through on the DP World Tour, but certainly impressing this week. So down they go.
Yeah, and that's a nice thing, playing with a former Open champion, Stuart Sink. And for him and Tommy Fleetwood this week, you know, local lads. We talked about this week, it's a big sports city. They love football, they love all their sports up here, but this week the whole city is uniting behind these two.
We go to Clark here, second out the right rough here, 162 yards. Can he land this one on the front edge and let it hop up? Oh, it's taken a big bounce there, but he's got a lot of green to work with. It's not the worst place to be.
Bit of a wayward drive for Cam Smith on 16, but he's found a walkway. It's not too bad a lie.
Right there.
He'll be disappointed with that.
His hand is shot in to the little 17th. It's quite a tricky pin today, Thomas.
Yeah, but I mean, there's hardly any wind out there at the moment. 120 yards. And that's gone. That's gone. That's going to go. That's not even going to go in the bunker. That's going to go all the way down in the rough here, maybe. And look at that. Coming back. Look at that. Oh, dear. Yeah, well, good luck with the next one. It's a poor shot, though, from 120 yards, you have to say, with not much wind.
Here he is, Rahm. And he's got another one as well. And he is flying here. 4 birdies in a row. He will not be looking to stop anytime soon.
He's 5 under par for his round today. But what a week it has been for Matthew Jordan, who grew up on this grass.
I've been a member here all my life, you know, since I was 7 years old. It's kind of like a second home and a place where I always am on my off weeks. I think the birdie on second got me going. To roll that one in was a real boost, and it was nice to get off, obviously, to a really good start, because if you can do that, then you feel like you can just like pace yourself and just keep ticking off the pars on the harder holes. People were going nuts for me when everyone's chanting your name and standing up and clapping you on every tee. It's absolutely brilliant, and as I say, you can't avoid that. I have to accept it because it's that good.
And that the walk to the first through to the weekend and lapping up the experience. Matthew Jordan.
This is game number 30 on the tee from the USA, Stuart Sink.
One of 15 past Open champions in the field. He won in 2009 at Turnberry, wasn't it, in the playoff over Tom Watson.
Playing some lovely golf at the moment, Stuart Sink.
On the tee from England, Matthew Jordan.
It was a very genuine smile, wasn't it? They should announce him as the club champion.
That's heading towards that bunker. Yeah, he knew straight away where that was going, unfortunately. That'll be coming out sideways.
He knows. He knew exactly where that was going. No one knows better than Matthew Jordan.
It's just the case of hoping it's in the middle of the bunker or not tucked up completely against the edge. That is a walk of anxiety for me, I'd say.
Yeah, but he looks up for it, doesn't he? I think he has all week long. It would have been very easy, Thomas, for the occasion to get the better of him.
Oh, absolutely. He did so well in that first round, and now it's, you know, it is business side of his life now, and he wants a good weekend. He wants to stand in front of the members after this tournament and be proud and of what he's achieved. But, you know, it will also set him on his way in his golfing career. Something like this is massive for your confidence build and how you are as a person. So he'll go on to bigger and better things. He's come close a few times on the European Tour, and he'll get closer and he'll get over the line and start winning golf tournaments, and then this becomes a natural part of his life.
Quickly to Rahm. I think that's going to go down the dip.
Here's Stenson here, just setting up over his putt for par on the first.
It's going to be an opening dropped shot for Henrik Stenson. Wyndham Clark still with a chip to come. Out to 17.
Yeah, tough one for Sander Schauffele this on the downslope. Get it up quick. Oh, that's beautifully played. Beautifully played from Sander.
Cam Smith for par after chipping it just off the side of the green of 16 here. There's another one dropped by there.
This is down the second. Nikolai Højgaard up over the ridge. Birdie putt of sorts. Rolls just past the marker of Antoine Rosner. That putt coming for his par. Both of them now.
It's exactly what I was saying about that walk, and lucky he's got a bit of space there, but he's not going to be able to advance it very far. It's just get it back out on the fairway and let's try and get up and down for my par.
Just taking his medicine, clever. In it goes for Tom Kim. Three pars, then a birdie. Nice work, limping his way around.
Anton Rosner's chipped up to here. He missed the green, and that's a nice putt. Good up and down.
Corey Connors coming out the rough here on 12. Playing completely different. Only a wedge here. Oh, that's a delightful shot there. Well played.
doing what he does, Corey Connors, just like that.
Well, it's a tough one for Jon Rahm. There's just fell off the green, and he's got a big slope there on just off the green. And he has to come up and over, and then the putt kind of straightens out and maybe even breaks back to the right. This is all about feel more than stroke or anything. Feel that putt and up and over. Comes to the left. Didn't quite swing it enough early on. That's a good putt though.
It's Jordan's third shot off the plane, out of the bunker.
Right there at the bottom of that.
Okay, got it.
That's a long way. Is that a missed club, do you think, Thomas?
I think that's an adrenaline shot more than anything. I think he's so fired up inside today that just hit that full flush through the wind, and you just try and just look in the yardage book. I got the yardage wrong. I got everything right. You know, I just think he's very pumped up right now.
146 ahead for Stuart Sink. Oh, that's not going to hang on, is it? Will it? No. So down into those swales that have been developed over the years at the first hole. The green was moved a little bit further to the left as well.
Richard Bland with a good birdie chance on 3. Just coming slightly up the hill here. Should be fairly straight. Yeah, good putt. It's a good 3 there.
Well, we saw the bunker shot out to here. And that's an unbelievably good save from Sander Schauffele. It was a poor tee shot, made up for it with an exceptional bunker shot. And he stays at 3 under par for the day. We head down to the tee. Go down to the tee, I guess. We find Matt Fitzpatrick. And you can see there's not that much wind on top of that hill up there. The flag's moving a little bit, but not a lot. How's your hand off the club shot there, Matt Fitzpatrick? Terrible.
It's a good miss, wasn't it? Must be nice. So that coming for birdie, same 2. But this time at the 10th for his brother Alex Fitzpatrick. They both might do it. One has.
Tell you, that's impressive. 3 under par for Alex. First time in this situation.
That's for a final birdie, like he did last night for Sami Välimäki. Loves it. Round of 7. He finishes under par today. Well fought back in after that opening round of 76.
This is going to be quite fiddly, I think. It's coming up the swell and across it, and then back downhill towards the flag. All about the speed. Oh, it's judged that absolutely perfectly. Really nice there.
Was the approach out of the rough for Corey Connors into here. This is to go 4 under for the day. Flying along nicely, moving up that leaderboard very quickly into 8th position.
You can definitely see today, you can definitely get at this golf course a little bit more than the last 2 days.
I just think everybody's a bit surprised. You know, they've been promised this almost Armageddon-like weather, and right now it's, you know, t-shirts are out and there's not much wind. The rain's gone away. It's offering a great opportunity for the players. Softer greens. Everything is in their favour.
That will be a nice settler for Matthew Jordan. Good from distance there. It's going to be a dropped shot, but always kind of was going to be after finding the bunker. That's what Schauffele's done as well down the last.
These bunkers are so punishing. And they really do play on your mind when you're teeing it up. The ball just gathers in them, and there's so many times when you hit a tee shot and you're staring at it, stare a bit more, stare a bit more. Is it going to go in there?
Cam Smith down the hill on 17 for birdie. Right to left, big swinger. Has he got the pace? Has he got the pace? Oh, what a putt. What a putt. Excellent touch from Cam Smith there.
Jordan trying to knock this in for bogey and get off this hole and move on. And hopefully now he can settle into his round.
All good rounds start with a bogey, don't they? He shot 62 around this place before. That's his PB.
Schauffele's third shot into 18 after coming out the bunker. Trying to draw this in.
Yeah, that's a good shot, Beef, and it's a kind of in mind, playing with your mind, that shot. You know, you got to come wind off the right, you got to hang it out over the out of bounds into that green. It just tests you a little bit in the way of thinking.
17-2 goes in that category, but Matt Fitzpatrick walks away with a birdie.
It's not bad after he finished that swing on the tee with one hand on the club.
So he's 2 under for the last 4 with a bogey in there. Coming home strong out to Connors.
Yeah, this whole playing completely different again. Playing much easier today. We've seen that a couple of times now. People maybe getting tricked. Maybe the wind's a bit stronger up there, right by the sea.
Well, we started the day strong in terms of groupings, and the pairs coming next aren't too bad either, are they? Max Homa out with Rory McIlroy. They're the next to play. Tristan Lawrence, 4-time winner now on the DP World Tour, out with Matthew Southgate, who finished his round yesterday with a nice little eagle. It's Cameron Young and Jordan Spieth, who knows what it takes to walk away with the claret jug. Emiliano Grillo has the company of Adrian Otaegui. They start the day at 2 under par. And now we're getting towards the pointy end. Jason Day and Shubhankar Sharma. They're out at 3:10 local time, so about 50 minutes from now. Nice round yesterday from Sepp Straka, wasn't it? That's 67. He's out with Min Woo Lee, who continues to impress in the majors this year. And then our final pair at 3:30 local time, Tommy Fleetwood, who starts the day at 5 shots back of his playing partner, our leader, Brian Harmon. And Rory's coming next.
I can't wait for this. See what he could potentially produce. And every time you watch him, it's so exciting because he could be on any golf course and he's always capable of shooting 63s, 62s. He's just got that game where he can hit any shot.
Yesterday, the story of his round was his scrambling. Kept himself right in there. He's got some fans as well, doesn't he? He's got them everywhere he goes.
Yeah, he does have fans everywhere he goes, and rightfully so. He excites our game. He is you know, the main attraction most places that he goes. You know, there's a big group of players at the top of world golf at the moment that are all very capable and very exciting. But when this guy is at his best, you know, people come out to watch him. We can't deny that, and that doesn't take away from any of the others. It's just what he is, and he had that from a very young age. You know, I saw him the first time when he was 10, 11 years old. He came out on tour and hitting balls and watching him, and you could see there was something special about him. So when he came out on tour, there was an anticipation from everyone around, and he's brought the game. He won the early majors. He's been dominant in the world of golf over the last, 10, 15 years. So he is the main attraction. And sometimes people get upset that, you know, other guys don't get as much attention. But that's not really the case. It's just Rory is exciting, things happen on the golf course, but they are all part of that whole thing.
So just a few minutes until they get their rounds underway. Up ahead on the fairway, Guido Migliozzi playing alongside Michael Stewart.
That could have been anything, and now it's excellent. Very good shot from Guido in there. Might just have pulled it a fraction.
The stare gave it away, didn't it?
These are the tee shots of John Rahm the last 3 days. Today, the best of those by some margin, down 14.
He is not holding back here, is he? He's... Stay there. Very tricky when you're going uphill, and now it's downwind.
First par 5 of the golf course, the 5th here at Hoylake. We find Victor Hovland for birdie. There you go. 1 under for the day, 1 under for the tournament.
It's Højgaard for birdie on the 3rd here. Dead centre as well. That's a cracking start. Yeah, a couple under for the first few holes. He's off to a flyer.
Now on a share of 4th, Nicolai Højgaard. Down with Schauffele. Just short of pin high right on the final hole. So it's going to be a closing par. But a good day nonetheless. When he taps in. It's going to be a round of 68. Started with a birdie. There are 3 more to come. Just the 1 drop shot. So nice from the world, number 6. All right, let's go back to the first, a moment many have been waiting for. McIlroy and Homer to the tee.
This is game number 32. On the tee from the USA, Max Homer.
This could be a good day for Max Homer, I think. He could get dragged along in this whole hula with Rory McIlroy. I think he'll enjoy this day. Certainly if he hits it like that.
I think you're absolutely spot on.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
The only man in the field to have won on this very golf course. Did it by 2 back in 2014.
Two great drives there, and I definitely think, Thomas, they could be ones where you could find this group. If they both get going, they'll be bouncing off each other here.
Oh, absolutely. There's no better feeling if you get out in this championship, playing in an important group with important people around you, and then there's all these people, you know, just got the atmosphere just pushes you along to a good score. There's also nothing worse than if you're not playing very well, I can then say.
Absolutely nowhere to hide, is there?
I remember I played with Tiger Woods at Pebble Beach in 2000, and I played awful. It arguably is my worst day on the golf course ever. I just felt like, oh, get me out of here.
Over to John Rahm, just short of the front edge at 14. Well, he finally misses, hasn't done so in a while. He is 5 under par for his round. He's inside the top 5 as well. Here's Scotland's Michael Stewart, who had a little bit of trouble from the tee. So this for par. Huge.
Always looked like a 4.
Well, he could have hit it in the middle of the fairway to 6 feet and missed the putt and had the same score. So no pictures on the scorecard, as they say.
Matthew Jordan just up the left side here on 2. It does open up the green from there, though. It's not a bad position. Just got to judge it out the rough, and that's the difficult thing. Be careful for these flyers. There you go. I don't think it's too bad from that angle he's coming in. Shouldn't be too steep coming back to that green.
Migliozzi. It was a nice shot in here. Just came off that shoulder of the bunker. So this is what he's facing for birdie. That was a beautiful stroke. Just came off the blade. Perfect, that.
Rahm just trying to tidy up for par on 14. Yeah, solid there. Lovely, with a couple par 5s coming up for him.
Bland for birdie. Could he? Oh, yes, he can. Back to back now for Richard Bland. He's at -3. Corey Connors trying to get to that number here. Should this drop? Not to be that time round, but he's made more than his fair share today. And this the walk up the last for the defending champion golfer of the year in Cameron Smith. He's 2 under par for his round today, playing alongside Matt Fitzpatrick. Nice welcome there.
45 flat. Holds pretty straight, finishing.
So these are the ball placements down there of Homer and McIlroy. And Jamie Spence is out with this group this afternoon. Hello, Jamie.
Hello, Ali. Good afternoon, everybody. And what a thrill this is going to be. The young American against Rory. 139 for Homer. Got to be a 9-9. There's a little bit of breeze. Probably a club of wind from left to right here for Homer.
Yeah, that's a clever shot.
It's there to be shot today, you know. It's soft conditions. The pins are a little bit easier. They pushed a few of the tees up. There's still always going to be a breeze here at Royal Liverpool, but Rory McIlroy 131 could muscle a wedge. He might even chip a 9 here because it is into a bit, but probably a wedge here for Rory. Just make sure it doesn't spin too much from here.
Start as you mean to finish. Nice shot in from McIlroy.
Yeah, it's good conditions for him today. There's not much wind. Perfectly struck wedge shot from McIlroy. It's a lot of fairways and a lot of greens from McIlroy this week.
Yeah, those fairways hit one of the higher numbers we've seen amongst all of them. Should be flagged as we go to the second. Stuart Sink, can he find a 3? Par birdie start.
That's pretty good, isn't it? 50 years old and he moves into the top 10.
Now John Ram on the par 5, 15. Going for the big carry.
I mean, that is a full send, that. I know you in here, Nico, and you hit it like that, but for some of us, that's a bit like crazy stuff to watch this.
Standard procedure.
He's straighter than you, though.
A lot straighter.
To the last. Third shot for Fitzpatrick, just a little pitch.
Yeah, that's coming nicely for Fitzpatrick on 18. That to be 2 under for the championship.
He's had 2 of these for par. This time round, though, for Matthew Jordan. It was for bogey on the last. Makes them both.
Corey Connors on 13, 14. 14 it is. Steady par for the Canadian.
It's only been pars and birdies for Corey Connors, down to 1.
Great chance for both players. Just off the left for Homer. Rory's having a good look.
They can feed each other, these two today. Homer and McIlroy, it's great pairing. Try to make a move on Saturday.
That didn't really move, did it, that one? Sort of stayed there. So I don't think Rory wants to leave the hole here. Does look like it wants to just fade if he just short a pace here, but what a start. This will be, he's in the perfect spot here, McIlroy. Listen to this cheer if this knocks in. He's got to shoot low today with this weather. He's got to make the most of it. It's going to be okay this afternoon. Might get the odd shower, but it's there to be taken.
That'll get them going. Only 7 birdies this week. That's a surprise, actually. That normally he makes a good few more than that.
Yeah, it just gives you an idea of the challenge that the players have been facing this week.
So it's a McIlroy make. And a step forward to 2 under par.
Cam Smith on 18. 4 eagle. That would be some putt. if he was to hold it.
Yeah, I think that qualifies as an outside chance for eagle for Cam Smith on 18. But it's perfectly judged. Bat stone dead for the Australian.
Said by a guy who's married to one.
I was about to say with that accent, Nicholas Colsaert's born and raised in Sydney.
5 birdies, 2 drop shots, round of 68 for Cam Smith today.
And a second hole today. It's a much different challenge today, Jamie, isn't it?
Certainly is. 458. It's down off the right. He's got driver there. That's a bold play. So he's trying to carry these bunkers down the right. It's a big carry, but he can do it, McIlroy. Shows his intent, this play, on this second hole. Been laying up all week. Good tip for everybody at home. If you're not quite settled, back off, start again. Pick your spot. He is going to crunch this.
Sit. Go on.
And stays on the fairway for McIlroy. Challenging the bunkers on the right. Ideal spot.
Just threaded that through.
From world number 2 to world number 3. John Rahm on 15. Just with the iron. It's a great round of golf he's got going. He's got 2 par 5s coming up in the last 4.
Ah, I got them speakers. Come back. Right on my back. How much do you talking?
Not the one he was looking for.
Now home on the second. Different club for him. Just 3 with position.
Let's go, Tommy Knocker!
Trying to work out where that ended up. Is that left rough?
Bit left rough, I think, yes.
The final birdie for Fitzpatrick. Matthew. 4 in the last 5 as well. Round of 67 today. Boosts him into the top 10 right now.
Yeah, 4 birdies in the last 5 for Fitzpatrick today. Solid round.
Guess who's here? The leader by 5. Just under an hour to go. He's over at the range. And it's Brian Harmon, who's out at 3:30 this afternoon local time. What does the day hold for the American?
That would feel like an eternity to me. 50 minutes until your 3rd round of the Open Championship. 5 shots ahead. A lot of thoughts going in there.
Yeah, they're long days. They really are. That you come off the golf course on Friday and you realise that you have that late tee time, and it really is. You just it's not that settling the nights, and you're kind of anticipating a lot of stuff. So. But you just got to stay focused on what you can do.
You can tune into all the action as well. Theopen.com, there's Par 3 channel, there's 2 feature groups channels live at the range. We've done a great job with that, the R&A. Really boosting the offerings. The ballot is open for Troon as well for next year if you want tickets. Just going through his calibrations there, Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah, he travels with that stick there. It's kind of like a swing playing thing. He puts it behind him to remind him of how the club should come back down. It's just like an image. A lot of players use that. Yeah, so just to give you an idea of the drive that Roy McIlroy has just played, you can see where that ball has bounced. He was challenging the bunkers on the right, trying to give himself the good angle to that short right pin. He's only going to have a flick into this green, McIlroy.
Yep. Chip the 8 iron. Yep. The face open. Yep. Perfect. Love what you're doing.
And from 177, Homer from the left rough. Jamie, how's that ball line?
Well, it's not great. It's on a downslope, but they seem to knock it out of the rough so well, these players. It's quite incredible. He's talking about a little 8 iron here. He's expecting it to jump, so he's going to try and pitch this short. You can do that here. Typical links course. What a great course it is, Royal Liverpool. This flag gettable. It's in a little collection point at the back. If he just hits this straight and gets the bounce, could go close here. For Homer, it's all on the strike out of this wispy stuff.
Miss it. Miss it.
I just missed the bunker home on the right side of the green. Takes a massive bounce and finds the back rough in line, but through the back. Now McIlroy here. Great opportunity. Jamie, that was an incredible tee shot to find that angle, no, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah, but you just know the mindset of this man today. He's going for everything, and this is an absolute gift, this pin today. It really is. Into a slight bit of breeze. 115, just a little punch with his gap wedge. Lovely lie, slight upslope. It's all in his favour here. This should be spinning around the hole.
That's excellent from Roy McIlroy. I think Jamie's was right there. The shots he's played into the first 2 holes, you know, he's trying to make a statement and get off to a fast start.
Let's throw it back down to the first for the next pair.
This is game number 34. On the tee from the USA, Cameron Young.
The world number 18 came so close at St Andrews in his first appearance in the Open.
Big hitting Cam Young. He might actually be able to carry the bunkers down the left. Oh, easy. Easy.
On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
Another one of the game's electric players. Great to see him back at the top table of golf the last 2 seasons. He was triumphant at Royal Birkdale 6 years ago.
Finds the fairway, Spieth on the first.
Only 4 pairs after them yet to play here on Saturday.
Now we find John Rahm short of the green on 15, the par 5. This is his 3rd shot. Something that pitches maybe a 3rd onto the green and release on the next. Now, sit down, sit down.
He'll have a good birdie chance in 15, John Rahm.
Beware the injured golfer, or the sick golfer, they say. Tom Kim's picked up birdies at 4 and 5. Make that 3 in a row.
I wonder if he feels the pain in his ankle.
It's a good kind of painkiller, 3 birdies. He's inside the top 5 here.
Tricky second shot for home. Duffed it. Finished down here in the bank.
So this is the 4th. Was in the rough. Attempts number 2 for Max Homa.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of guys making bogeys once they go past the hole on 2.
John Rahm for birdie. Look out. Here's 6 under par for his round today. He is bogey free. And he's now in a share of 3rd.
Now this is another golden opportunity for birdie for McIlroy. He's hit 2 perfect shots. Looks like he's got about 6 to 8 feet there. Maybe a bit of right to left early, and then holding up. Could go slightly to the right. That kept on moving left.
That's a shame. Could have been the dream start. But he's looking well, Rory.
Ball on the way for John Rahm at 16.
Making full use of the left to right wind, finds the long grass, but it's a long way down. It's made 16 play a lot shorter than the last 2 days, this wind direction.
Nicolai Højgaard on 5, coming out of the bunker. Good start, 2 under through 4 holes for the day. And that should be good enough for another birdie.
Just over 20 yards difference between Cam Young and Spieth. Cam Young hitting the longest drive off the first today. They like a chat, these two. Let's listen.
Yes, it's 35 on that. 36.
You want to pitch it like 40? 1 short?
Yeah, we said 38.
Yeah. It's probably 50 ball.
Yeah.
Excellent shot from Spieth. Exactly what he was trying to do.
Now Cam Young from just 120 yards. It's just a flick of a wedge for him. You would have expected that a bit closer from that distance.
No bunkers on this hole. On number 3, McIlroy's elected to go with the iron. He was tempted to hit the drive and cut the corner, but it's just into the breeze off the left. And with an OB down the right, he wants to take that out of play. He'll be trying this down the left-hand side with this club.
Keeping it short of that corner that sticks in. And that's good.
That's perfect right there, isn't it? It's not an easy shot with an iron. You don't want to go too far left because it leaves you a long way in. Now Homer, got a fairway metal. Great hole this, it's just a dog leg, just a straight right angle, left to right. Just tempts you and teases you. It's a driving iron here for Homer.
That's a spicy meatball!
He stuck it right a little bit in long grass, Homer. It's going to make the second shot a bit more difficult.
Well, as they make it up to the second shots, we go to the 5th green, and Antoine Rosner for eagle. Yeah, lovely roll. And that will be good enough for 4.
Yeah, exactly. The shoe come out with this more than carry. Yeah. You got it. Yeah. You got it, buddy. That's it.
Now Harmon 16 coming from the long grass on the right. He's got nothing in, 124. He's just got to read the lie properly. This will have some release. Wow, that's a shame. That's pretty unlucky from John Ram. That ball would have been a bit embedded in that long grass. Didn't need much more to find the top shelf and give himself a much easier birdie putt on 16.
Corey Connors out of the rough on 15. He's judged that well. He's judged the release well.
So back to the first with Cameron Young. About 40 feet of pure bliss.
All it takes is one good shot. An average wet shot and a perfectly executed long putt on the first for Cam Young.
Victor Hovland on 8. And he needs to get his birdie boots on. There's one. Two under for the day, 2 under for the championship.
See if Jordan Spieth can match his playing partner with a birdie at the first. Ooh, wasn't far away. Just held its line at the end.
Now let's see if Corey Connors can make this putt after that wedge shot from just short of the green on the par 5. Ooh.
So just the par remains 4 under for the day, 2 under for the championship.
Homer here on 3, just over 200 yards from a good lie. Should jump again. Bit of a tuft in front of the ball. Good rhythm.
Yeah, he's unlucky there because you would have thought that he had actually played for the release enough, like that pitch a good 10 short of the green, but that's not enough for the ball to stop and find the green on 3.
He's got some great round going, John Rahm. This is for another birdie. There you go. There you go. 5 under par, tied for second. This is what he was looking for. And look at that scorecard. 6 birdies in 8 holes. Is it? Yes, that's what it is.
It's hard to keep count. 7 for the day.
You always love to watch the reaction of the people, the massive crowds, the amount of joy.
Quickly back to 3, McIlroy. Another one straight at it.
I think we're in for a treat today, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't know golf could be that easy.
I think we both have forgotten how golf can be easy.
Royal Liverpool is well and truly alive now, isn't it? There is John Rahm, who has pulled up alongside Brian Harmon's nearest challenger in Tommy Fleetwood. Rahm is 7 under par for the day, and he is charging through the field. What fun this is at Hoylake.
J in on 16 for birdie. Playing with John Rahm. They're having fun down there right now.
This is game number 35. On the tee from Argentina, Emiliano Grillo.
Argentina's had success at Royal Liverpool in years gone by, back in 1967. That was Roberto Di Vincenzo, who became the first South American to win a major. Right here, Cabrera followed, and Grillo in the mix this week.
A nice little ricochet of the ankle.
On the tee from Spain, Adrian Ortegui.
Rounds of 67 and 73 from the man that hails in from San Sebastian, northern Spain, calls Dubai home these days. They'll both start their day at -2.
And I might have found one of the bunkers on the right-hand side for Taigi.
What a shot from McIlroy here at 3. He is on fire. This is just dead straight. Do not leave the hole. Might go a little bit one way or another, but just knock it straight in. No need to overthink this one. Just a good firm stroke and in she goes, and listen to the roar.
And that's 2 birdies in 3 holes for McIlroy.
Off he goes, Rory McIlroy. And across we go to Jordan Spieth at the second.
From 174, went off the right. Trying to hold it off a bit.
Oh my goodness.
Another one that goes long on 2, but that's a long way behind this green.
Just a layup on the 4th for Rory. And this wind's just turned 45 degrees, you know. It's a straight down wind, this 4th.
He's having a worrying look at this one.
Somewhere down the right, we've been told the Bollies are back out as well.
Now John Rahm on 17. If he had a good shot here, that's another good birdie opportunity for him.
Yeah, lovely shot. That's where you're trying to hit it to, behind the hole here, not fooling around with the front edge of the green.
So this year's Masters champion erring on the side of caution. Not that he really needs to, but still, John Rahm, there he is at -5. Great move as well from Nikolai Højgaard into the top 5. As we go back to the first, we'll find out, try and see where Adrian Otaegie's ball has ended up, whether it went in or out.
It looked very, very close from that bunker on the right-hand side. See, one went right, the other one left. Grillo in a much better position. Take this first green on. Now, I think we're about to see something rather interesting here. I think it's because he stands awfully close from that bunker. I'm not so sure about that, Thomas.
No, I don't like this. That can go straight in the lip in front of him. Got it. I don't like this at all.
Yeah, but even if he hits this good, where's that going to go? You know, you've got him out of bounds to the right there, where you see that truck, where the cranes are. If he happens to flush this, this could go a long way. I don't even understand what the plan is.
He'll probably hit it to 6 feet.
Right. Right.
What about just chipping it sideways and just hitting your third shot on the green?
Well, I have to say, if it had been Sevi, we'd all say genius.
Well, they come from the same region after all.
Now he's just playing with us.
I'll tell you what, Nico. He's more talented than you and me.
Together.
That was daring. Pulled it off though, Adrian Ategi. Back down to 17, John Rahm.
Yeah, quick putt down the hill here, right to left. She hit it, not quite. 3's a good score on 17 on any given day.
Now Spieth at the back of the second. Looks like it's lying all right. How good was that?
It's always exciting to watch, that's for sure. There's always things happening on the golf course. He has a short game like not many others.
Homer's in there to about 15 feet now. McIlroy from 108. You can get to the spin today. You haven't been able to get to it all week, really. And the wind has now turned to what it was the first 2 days. Straight down breeze for Rory. Just a little chip, really.
This is just a lob wedge from McIlroy. Check. There we go. Perfect execution from McIlroy. I'll have another short look at birdie.
Over to Romain Longasque for eagle at 15. New little beauty. Picks up 2. He's 4 under for the day.
This is game number 36. On the tee from Australia, Jason Day.
Yeah, nice to see Jason Day being healthy, playing good golf again. He was a joy in those years when he was world number 1. He won his PGA Championship.
Shiver me timber!
Well, that's a bit right for Jason Day, but it's a clean lie.
On the tee from India, Shubhankar Sharma.
A very likeable character, the 26-year-old. He is the best placed player from India through 36 holes ever to come from his home country.
There's a little bit of, it was nice to meet you there, Jason. I'll see you at the green. 150 yards between them.
Turned 27 yesterday, didn't he, Shubhankar Sharma? Quite the birthday present out to John Rahm.
118. Look at where he's aiming. Slinging this from left. Missing the bunkers. He's in a perfect position now.
Yeah, this is the best golf he's played for a while, John. Really, it looked so amazing all day. We have to take advantage of this one. Now that looks fun.
Looks fun, but it looks a bit muddy, doesn't it?
Yeah, but fun.
On the banks of the River Dee as we go down to the 4th. To Rory McIlroy. So misses another short birdie opportunity there.
Yeah, he could have easily been 4 under after 4, Rory.
Well, this is pretty straightforward for Cam Young. Up the hill, uphill on the green as well.
Now Homer on number 4 for birdie. Yeah, he makes his. Moves under par.
Back in the red where he started the day at -1. Grillo for his par. It's been adventurous to hear.
Yeah, it's been very adventurous for these two on the first. There's a bit of pace on that too. Work left for Grillo on the first.
Claimed his second PGA Tour title in Texas earlier this year. Just waiting, some work to do. Left for Grillo.
Now that would be some par from where he was standing, just outside the bunker, hitting a funky shot with a wood. Hit his third to here. He's never out of a hole, Otegi. Grinds his way around.
Was always going to be up against it after the tee shot. So it's an opening bogey for Adrian Otegi. To the penultimate hole on the course with Corey Connors.
120 yards today. And that's safely on the green. Bit deep, but safely on the green for the Canadian.
That can be only one golf hole. That's the third. Quite unique.
It is very recognizable, yeah.
That's where we find Jordan Spieth.
Swing. Get to the green. Jordan.
It's on the green. Sorry about that. Safely on the green.
Always functions at quite a high frequency, doesn't he? Jordan Spieth over to Jason Day, a little over 190 left. But he's right in front of the second tee.
Now, I'm not surprised there's not a lot of divot marks here because there was a long way right off the tee for Jason Day. 190. It's going to play a bit longer because the wind switched. That's an excellent result from there.
Finds the heart of the green from out of position. It's going to be a big weekend for Shubhankar Sharma. First time he's had back-to-back rounds under par in a major, like we said. No player from India has ever been placed better after 2 rounds in the Open than he, inside the top 5.
Yeah, no problem.
Now, you want golf shoes with some studs where he's standing because that's been walked on the whole week. Clean lie.
Awesome, right. Look, beautiful.
It's going to leave him a tricky up and down on the first, Sharma.
Here's Rory on 5 with 2 iron. Just trying to hit that flat and shape it and let it run. And that would be a good line coming in for a second shot.
Hitting it nicely, Rory McIlroy. So too is John Rahm, who's 7 under par for the day, headed down the last. They're all chasing Brian Harmon in the 151st edition at Royal Liverpool. So a little change up in the commentary box. Andrew Beef Johnston, Nico Colsaerts in a few moments. It'll be Dominic Hollier.
This is game number 37. On the tee from Australia, Minwoo Lee.
He's been on a good roll, hasn't he? Since the US Open top 5 finish there. Round of 68 yesterday. He is right in there, Minwoo Lee.
Finds the rough on the left-hand side, Minwoo.
On the tee from Austria, Seb Strucker.
What a burst of scoring from the Austrian. 6 birdies in his last 7 holes yesterday. 4 under par heading into this 3rd round.
Now John Rahm on 18. Can he find a green in 2? Finish this exceptional day on a high. Pitches on the green, goes a bit deep, but he's in a good position to get another birdie on 18.
Is Young just off the side of 3 here. putting up the slope. Just looking, oh. Lovely speed there. Great judgment.
It was a good play from McIlroy off the tee. He wasn't tempted with the driver. It's loads of gorse down the left-hand side with the wind off the right. So he hit the driving iron. He's got the same again. The guy's just finishing raking the bunker by the green. He's nearly done. They're doing a great job, the greenkeepers, out with every group. So Rory's just time to think, but he's on a slope here. Ball above his feet. They're all clear, ready to go. He's just about got the same yardage he had off the tee. So he's going to try and draw this in, pin on the left.
Now, Jamie, how many times have you heard Rory's name shout out by the crowds?
It's yeah, it's just mad out here. It's great crowds all week. Love their sport up here. Just one of our spotters just kneeling down, but he was just in Rory's eye line. This is just made for him. You can see the slope he's on. That's going to encourage the draw. It's just that bunker about 20 yards short of the green to be aware of for McIlroy. If you just keep it right of that, it's going to chase onto that green like a little beauty.
Looked like a good swing from McIlroy. How well has he read that? How well has he executed that? Long iron. Not many people in the world that could have hit a shot like this.
Justin Day trying to open first hole with a birdie here. Yes. I thought he putted very well yesterday as well. He's looking good.
Never anything else after the tee shot, was it?
That was a 3 written all over it. Now Spieth, long range on 3. Wasn't happy about his second shot. Well done, good try. Be a 4 for Spieth on the 3rd hole.
Højgaard on 7 here. Putting for birdie. Has he got it? Yes. What a start this is from Højgaard.
Tommy Fleetwood is on his way towards the first tee. We will cross to 18 and Jon Rahm.
He's going to chip this over this little depression that sits in front of him. Trying to get rid of all that. Pitches on the green. Oh, that took an awfully soft bounce. Probably the softest bounce we've seen the last couple of days.
Striker here, just out the first cut here, just between first and second cut, second hole. Trying to pitch this up on the front edge. Yeah, it's a good shot there.
Just an iron for Spieth on 4. Wind has switched back to where it was the first 2 days, so this hole plays downwind now. Perfect position for Spieth.
There is the championship leader, Brian Harmon. He's about to join Tommy Fleetwood on that first tee.
Come on, Brian, we got you. Let's go, Brian.
Well, he's got a little bit of support out there anyway.
16 off in 3 minutes. I would have been standing in that first tee for 10 minutes already.
Do you think that's tactical, not waiting too long on the first?
I think that's a fair shout, Beef. I think the quicker you tee it up, the better. Now John Ram, 18. To what would be the lowest round of the championship so far.
For a round of 63. Stunning, absolutely stunning from John Rahm. What a move from the Spaniard.
That's incredible, going from 2 over after 2 rounds to be standing second at the moment at 6 under, shooting 63, no bogeys for John Rahm. Beating the best score of the week by 2, if I'm not mistaken. What a statement. Left edge putt right in the middle, look at that fist. He knows he's making a statement. He knows he had to play well today, and he did.
The way he has to hustle really hard to get in for the cut, and just shows you once you get in for the weekend what kind of damage you can do, and all of a sudden best round of the week so far, and he's just shot straight up into second, and he's right in this.
And he has shown everyone what's possible out there today in these conditions. We were expecting a little more breeze. We were expecting a lot more rain. And the final group on this championship Saturday are about to get underway. There will be huge support out there for Tommy Fleetwood, no doubt about it, the local man, but he's the man with the 5-shot advantage at the start of the day. That's been cut to 4 with what John Rahm has done out there.
This is game number 38. On the tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
.66.71 for Tommy Fleetwood to this point. Battled hard towards the end of the round yesterday. Made a couple of key up and downs.
If you think it was loud for Roy McIlroy, it will be twice as loud for this man who's grown up not even an hour from here.
On the tee from the USA, Brian Harmon.
Well, I wonder how he slept last night. He said he was going to go home and have a nap yesterday afternoon after that one full round of 65, the 4 straight birdies from the second, the eagle to cap it, and no drop shots as well. He's been in the mix before at the 2017 US Open at Erin Hills. Took the lead into the final round, was overtaken by Brooks Koepka, but he's a gritty, sturdy, gutsy sort of a player.
He is very, very tough competitor, and I don't think you're going to see him give too many shots away coming down here. It's going to be really interesting. I really would like to know what he was thinking going into today, knowing that the weather was supposed to be awful. It's not raining, if that's had any effect on his thoughts or anything like that, because they would have been prepping for bad weather.
up to the first green, and Sepp Straka for an opening birdie. My word, how well did he putt down that closing stretch yesterday.
I was tracking for Straka. Now Rory for eagle after that stunning long iron shot. Come on, come on.
Now he could have gone birdie, 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 eagle quite easily out there today.
It's 3 under after 5 on the march.
It's Lee on the first. Got about 20 foot here for par. And that just slides by, so we'll be starting the day with a bogey, dropping back to 2 under.
To Jordan Spieth, who has started with 3 straight pars. First birdie of the day for the 2017 champion golfer of the year. We have all the ingredients out there for a very special afternoon at Royal Liverpool.
Here's Harmon from the middle of the fairway here on 2. Perfect position. Just trying to cut this one in left to right. Yeah, very good shot here. I've played with Sharma a few times, and when he's on, and he will not back down. He's very, very calm competitor.
To the par 3 6th and McIlroy.
You're not my son! Come on, go, come on, go!
Well, that's how good he is. Miscues a shot and it's straight down the middle.
So Fleetwood and Harmon both in the fairway at this opening par 4, and Anthony Wall is going to follow this final group.
Thanks, Dominic. Yes, interesting afternoon. First thing I noticed walking on these fairways, they're soft, they feel quite fluffy, but it's taken the rain well. It's going to play good out here. 184 for the talented American Harmon. 6 irons, quite a simple pin. There is trouble all around.
He's tugged that a bit. Pitch on the bank of the green and took a funny bounce. Good 20-25 paces long.
Good start line this time.
Tricky up and down coming up for the American.
Ball just slightly above Tommy's feet, not much. And Jamie Spencer's right, the wind has changed. It's back to being off the right. So this very much suits him. We've got to start this down the right, no question.
It's right over the hole for Fleetwood on the first quality iron shot to start his day.
To the second and Jason Day.
Yeah, we saw Sharma just hit a beautiful shot into the second using the back slope. Jason Day does exactly the same, playing the backstop and bringing it closer to the hole. Excellent reading.
Well, we saw the tee shot of Rory McIlroy at number 6. He is on board Jamie Spence, but he's a fair distance from the hole.
Yeah, he is, but he was just between clubs there, so he sort of come off a 5. He wanted to just chop one up, but it's a dangerous hole, the 6. So anything on board is a good shot, to be honest with you. It's proved troublesome all week. You never know, he might knock this in, but it's a tricky one. pretty straight, and it comes up a ridge and should swing it to the left.
Oh, interesting. It's clearly how he saw it.
Just didn't seem to turn left as it come up the ridge. Just a slight misread there.
To the fifth, the par 5. The only par 5 on the front nine here at Royal Liverpool. And Spieth trying to sling this one around the corner.
Yep, it's all about hitting the fairway here on this hole. Once you get it on the fairway, you see players taking 3-wood and 2 irons. That shouldn't be too bad there.
Yeah, finishing it, yes. Yeah.
The hole shapes the other way to his shot shape there, though, doesn't it? Sharma, good iron. Can he make the birdie at 2?
No, that just slides by. Again, it's if he's going to keep hitting shots like that, it's a game of being patient there.
It's his birthday Boxing Day, isn't it? Today, he was 27 yesterday. You obviously don't have that in your family's birthday Boxing Day.
Yeah. Well, I do now because I'm from Australia, Boxing Day. But Anthony, how tricky is this?
It's not too bad. Lie's pretty good, but he's on the downslope. Saturday of an Open Championship, down breeze. It's reasonably simple. Shall we say that, Nico?
I like your optimism.
Loads of green to play with, but it's all it's all judgment.
Come at the hole with a bit of pace, and it's gone a good 10-12 feet past.
McIlroy for the par at 6. Do you know, in many ways he seems to have putted better for par than he has for birdie on occasions out there.
It does, it goes that way sometimes. But they're such important parts, he can't be afford to be going backwards. And here's a man who seems to be going forwards at the moment. Let's see if he can move to 5 under here. Yeah, brilliant. It's so good to see Day. He's looking like his old self.
Yes, after all the back problems he's had over the years, it's a birdie start for him. Back to the first, Anthony.
And a birdie chance, Fleetwood right to left. For a draw, this is a golden chance, suits his eye.
That would have been some birdie straight out the gates for Fleetwood. He's given that a really good try. Shaving the hole. Good start for Fleetwood.
Minwoo Lee dropped a shot at the opening hole. Here he is at 2.
See how this reacts out the first cut here. We know what it's doing off the fairway and you can get the ball to stop. It just makes it that more difficult. That's a good shot there.
McIlroy at 7.
.484. 7th. Driver for McIlroy. Looking a little anxious, bunker left and right.
Go, Rory.
Finds the rough, but it looks like it's sitting okay for McIlroy. Is there actually a single person at the back there not holding a phone and want to get a video, close-up video of Rory McIlroy and fantasize about hitting a golf ball the way he does?
Well, Brian Harmon for par at the first. Lee Trevino calls him 1-putt Harmon. But it is, in all likelihood, going to be a bogey there at the first for our leader. 5 ahead at the start of the day. The lead is going to be 3 in a moment. Spieth.
265 yards, ball above his feet. That's going to help for the ball to move right to left, but it's a difficult shot. He's found the long grass on the right, about 40 yards, 30 yards short of green on 5.
So back to the first, and Harmon just to drop the 1 shot.
Yeah, these are the ones you want to see knock in. As I said, he's putted so well at the first 2 days, and I'm interested to see if he can keep that up over the weekend.
That is only his 2nd drop shot of the week, Brian Harmon. It is a tough hole, number 1.
Yeah, this hole now, number 2, is playing a little bit easier than this morning. Guys have been able to get close to this. And Straka is no exception. Finds that little pocket where the flag sits. 2 good birdie chance coming up in this group.
So Harmon back to 9 under after that bogey at the first. Jon Rahm, with that astonishing round of 63, is now his closest challenger, and it is just 3 shots to the lead. Jason Day is 4 back after the birdie start, and Rory McIlroy starting to move through the field as well. Alex Fitzpatrick 5 under par with a hole to play. Here's Fleetwood.
Just the iron dom, Fleetwood. Bunker down the right, 300, so that should be cozying short of that.
I think we're going to have to get used to seeing all these Tommy coming from the crowd. Great afternoon of golf coming up for this man.
There's less out here at the minute than I thought. I think they're all following one man a few holes ahead, Nico.
Right, that crown out there.
It's an interesting, very interesting atmosphere. It's a chance to make a move, I think. That's unusual in a final game on a Saturday, but same play. I like that play. There's a little bit of help in the air, so it's not too long the second. You can gently feather in a second shot.
Even after bogey on the first, it's a fella I don't think he's going to be phased. He's just going to keep doing his thing, keep hitting fairways, hitting greens, and if he gets his putter hot, he's going to be hard to catch.
Minwoo Lee with a chance here at the second. This would be a nice bounce back, wouldn't it? Listening to his sister Min Ji on television this morning, saying how he won't mind the big crowds at all and being in contention in the Open. He likes to show off. Only a big sister could get away with that. Well, we told you that Alex Fitzpatrick was on a charge, and that was how he made birdie at 17. So the fight is on for low honours in the Fitzpatrick family out there.
Yeah, Spieth on 5. Tall grass. Trying to play this a bit low and chase up. That's a very good result from the tall grass there on 5 from Spieth.
So he'll have that one for birdie to Sepp Straka playing with Minwoo Lee.
Yeah, putting up the hill here should be fairly straight from this angle. I'd say it's going to have a good run at this. Just one of them, just didn't hit a good putt there.
It's a par start for the man who won the John Deere Classic in fairly dramatic fashion, closing 62 a few weeks back. Here's Guido Migliozzi.
What a shot from the young Italian. Just about stone dead on 8.
From 170, McIlroy from a jumpy lie here at 7. I think it's a wedge, you know, down the breeze a bit. It's going to really fly, this one.
Finds the right weight, McIlroy.
Can't help but wonder if he was watching some of the early coverage and licking his lips at the prospect, seeing the greens holding that little bit more, not too much in the way of breeze, a bit softer.
Sit down. I think they all were expecting terrible, terrible weather, and to come out and be in a t-shirt and no umbrella and wind down, I think they're all licking their lips, thinking, let's have a go at this today.
Yeah, we've heard Anthony today earlier in the coverage saying that the fairways play a bit soft, so the guys would have full control of the golf ball.
Well, long irons off the second tee for both Brian Harmon and Tommy Fleetwood. It's going to be the American lefty first away, Anthony.
Yeah, long way back. I can only think he must have just touched the ground a fraction. 208. Right on the edge of the walkway, but he's so far back I don't think he wants to drop it further. But there's a decent breeze. If he can flight the 6, he gets there. Green is slightly raised, bit of a false front. Can he get on top? It will release a little, I feel.
Yeah, that's a fine shot from Harmon. From a long way back on 2. Will that go down a bit? Looks like it just got stuck on top there.
Here's Cam Young fighting for birdie back down the slope here. Always, never looked like missing. That, and he gets it to 4 under.
.175. Well, we got clubber wind, slightly chilly. Probably playing about 160. So in the end, I think it's probably 9.
That was inches away from an eagle 2 for Tommy Fleetwood.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Did I have a chance or did I have a chance, Beef?
Oh, that was close. And I tell you what, Tommy looks in the zone right now.
Spieth, meanwhile, well, we saw the little chip shot out of the rough, so this is to get to 4 under par.
Just slips by for Spieth. That would have been a well-constructed birdie on 5th. The umbrellas are out.
Yeah, the rain looked to be coming down pretty hard, didn't it, just there? Victor Hovland makes birdie at 12. So he moves it to 3 under par. And at the 3rd, Jason Day has just wandered into the rough here.
Just makes it so much more tricky to judge out that rough. Again, it's had a bit of rain, it's a bit wet. That's not a bad miss there, though.
Now Stewart sink. Incredible to still be so competitive at that age for birdie on 8. To move to 2 under. Gets it. Just outside the top 10 at the moment. Stewart sink at 2 under.
He's struck out on the 3rd tee. Looks like he's got 3 wood or rescue, just hitting a little hold off there, just trying to get it up to the corner.
Ooh.
If that's in that thick stuff there, that's not going to be pretty.
You want to be careful there. Flirting with the out of bounds. To the right on 8, on 3.
Yeah, I think he's safe, isn't he? But it was close. Closer than he would have liked anyway. Right, over to 7, and it does look to be raining heavily now, Jamie.
A little squall coming in. It's not heavy, it's just annoying. But in general, there's quite a few gaps in the clouds. I think we're going to get the odd shower, aren't we, today? But it's not too bad. It's warm, it's not cold, so forecast was worse. We've been lucky so far. Hope it stays away. This one just blows its way over. Great shot from McIlroy from that left rough to get it here. This green cambers left to right, so it's pin high, which is really good for the professionals and get the ball pin high. This is left to right, it's quite slow, up the hill for another birdie.
Close. Very close for Rory. Solid par. Keeps giving himself chances like that. They will fall.
After Harmon's hit a good shot from a long way out on the second here. He's putting for birdie down across this slope. It's been a tricky putt to read today. Decent effort. He'll tap that in. Probably a nice settler for par for him.
On the face of it, the greens are supposed to be slightly quicker than they have been the last couple of days, but if you throw in the rainfall, then that will certainly slow things up a little bit.
Greens are slower. Needs to hit this, Fleetwood. It's a beautiful summer's afternoon. He'll be happy in these conditions, Fleetwood. Just coming off his right.
First birdie of the day for Tommy Fleetwood. He joins John Rahm at 6 under and is only 3 off the lead.
That's the start he would have liked. Reduced the lead from 5 to 3 already. Good move from Fleetwood.
How quickly things can change. It's very much a momentum game, of course, golf as well, isn't it?
Yeah, big time. It's great to make that first birdie early on. Sometimes, you know, when you miss a couple of chances, you might tense up.
Well, we've got a couple of local lads in the mix. We've got the Royal Liverpool member Matthew Jordan, although he's 1 over par at the moment out there and level par for the championship. And Tommy Fleetwood, born in nearby Southport, and there he is. 3 shots back after that birdie at 2. Jason Day's off to a good start. Both the Fitzpatricks going well. Earlier today, a 67 from last year's US Open champion.
Now Jason Day from the left of the 3rd green. That's going to move right to left up the slope. Well judged, well judged. Just a little bit out of break, but right pace.
Over to the 8th tee, Jamie.
436. It's a good club for him this week, this driving iron. A couple of bunkers down the right. That left rough's had many customers this week. You're blind if you go there for your second shot. Vital fairway to hit this.
Oh, wait. What a shot.
Yeah, he's hit exactly the same shot on 5 to par 5, using the right with his long iron, keeping it low and get it to run a bit. Might be useful today, that club.
Is that the one he put in the bag last week, the one that we saw at 18?
I don't know, but it's worked incredibly well last week, as we all know.
That's surprising. As I said, I thought he's putted really well so far in this tournament.
Now, if you had any doubts that it was raining, I think this confirms that it's definitely going a bit wet. Now struck on the 3rd from the long grass. Is that going to find the green? Finds the green really well. That's a really good shot from where he was lying. Look at him. He's loving it.
He's happy with that.
Half and half, right to left.
can hear the conversation there, talking about the wind half and half off the right, half into, half off the right. Something low coming off the right would be nice.
Go.
Started with a go, ended with a sit.
And he's going to get a good read as well.
50-50, get it wrong every time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, back on the tee.
From here. It is from this point as well.
It's lovely to hear the chat with Ian Finnis. They're on the same page. 250 to the corner, out of bounds, as we know, all the way down the right-hand side. Bit of a barometer to see how you're feeling, I always think, when you see an out of bounds, how close you take it on. You really do want to get it down there, I think. It's playing pretty long today into the breeze with this rain. That looks about that number. Beautiful sort of boring low flight, perfect links golf shot. Different proposition for Harmon. Just slightly touched the ground the second with an iron, so this needs to be clipped, otherwise he's going to be coming over the corner of that out of bounds.
Nicely done. Had almost 24 hours to sleep on that 5-shot lead, didn't he? Cam Young at the 6th. Little change up in commentary. Jay Townsend and Tony Johnston alongside myself, Dom Hollier.
Hello, Dom. Hello, everyone at home. What a pleasure to be in here.
Alan Gass for birdie at 18 to get it to 2 under. And fist pump. We've seen a lot of fist pumps on 18 green. Probably none bigger than the 2 from McIlroy.
Yeah, good day's work from the Frenchman, the former amateur champion. He won that up at Carnoustie to McIlroy at 8.
From the perfect spot. 149 for McIlroy. I think he's going to hold off a 9 here. Not sure wedge does the job here. Got to fly it all the way over that bunker.
Go. Go. Go.
And it did most of the way. The atmosphere out there is, it's just electric. Jordan Spieth, 18 to 20 feet. No one better. Oh, just a tad too much pace.
Struck up after that wonderful second at the 3rd. This would be an unbelievable 3. Narrowly misses. I mean, can you only imagine the thoughts in Straka's mind when that ball and the tee shot was in the air headed towards the out of bounds?
Jason Day.
Got that brilliant start, then dropped a shot at 3. Playing for position at 4, as most do. Maybe one of the most attractive second shots in the entire golf course here at 4. Just the way the bunkers sit into the little mounds and in front of the bunker, or the bunkers in front of the green. Just gorgeous.
To the 3rd green, we saw the approach shot. of Minwoo Lee. And he's had that little teach from Sepp Straka, so let's see if he can take advantage. He'll have an idea of the line. To the difficult 7th hole, and Cam Young.
So important to get it in the fairway here to set up the second shot. Playing much different today. What breeze there is behind. And with the breeze behind, it brings in that left rough into play, because you're kind of hitting the fairway in the driving area is a little bit diagonal from left to right going away from you.
Day. Perfect angle, just in the fluff. Should be able to control this. Should be able to be aggressive. Wow, he's looking up at the moon.
He's always had the ability to hit it high, hasn't he?
You know what I mean?
Clearly surprised that one didn't release out more.
Some round of golf today from Alex Fitzpatrick. 5 under par, playing the 18th, 3 under for the championship.
That's a fabulous swing. I mean, in the world of golf, and what a great shot from Alex. In the world of golf, he's probably for the first time coming on some people's radar, but you know, we've been hearing about Alex for 4 or 5 years, and the murmur was he's better than Matthew, which is a big call. He's got a major championship underneath his belt. But look out for Fitzpatrick. Good look here at the second shot at the third. Out of bounds all the way down the right side, not near the hole today, with the hole cut in the left side.
2 really good tee shots, Jay, actually. 189 for Fleetwood. I like 7-iron under the hole. And like you mentioned, the flag on the left, out of bounds, really isn't in play, but the gully on the left is, certainly for a drawer of the ball, as Fleetwood is. So hopefully for him, he'll be starting this middle of the green, just naturally shaping it from right to left.
Overdone it, yep. With a 7-iron, you're going to be aggressive, you're going to attack the flag, but it's another one of those awkward shots up a little ridge, up a tier, up a hillock. But he's got skills, Tommy Fleetwood, with the wedge. Developed it so well over the years.
There's Rory McIlroy.
McIlroy for birdie here on the 8th, and the crowds are 5 deep all the way around the golf course for this man, at least. Stands are packed. It's quite warm out here as well. It's gone back to his shirt sleeves. McIlroy, and this is downhill, this one. Don't think it does much. I think it's a little bit left to right. There's an illusion on this putt that it maybe turns a bit more than you think. That's the way I see it. He's had a few of these down the hill. Tricky little putts to read. He could be about 8 under.
It's another nearly, isn't it, for McIlroy?
To our championship leader. Good drive at 3. Oh, that's going away from the flag. Miles away. And horrendously short. I think there's still a bit of nerves.
Flat putt from distance or closer to the hole through the swale for Fleetwood. I'll let you think about that for a second. Left hand low. Thomas Dietrich for eagle at 15. He was robbed. So do you like the long putt or the putt through the swale? 3.
I would have personally preferred through the swale because I didn't have great long-range vision. I think most players would opt for the flatter putt. think it's probably easier to two-putt, although it is still not easy.
It's a birdie bogey start for Jason Day, but he's got an outside chance of a 3 here at number 4.
Yeah, clearly he was a little bit surprised that the second shot didn't get a little closer to the hole. Beautiful hands on the putter. Soft touch, you can see.
Very good. Jay, I'm presuming you would rather go with a long flat putt because you were a great lag putter from long range.
I didn't really like being forced to putt through a swale from off the green. When if I was off the green, I wanted to chip, and that swale really precluded me from having that choice. But it's all personal preferences, what you see, what you feel.
Well, there's the view back towards the tee at the par 3 9th hole.
Yeah, 205 today, the 9th. They just moved the tee forward a little bit. 188 the front, 7 iron for McIlroy down the breeze. Just a normal one as well. Pitched a couple on, should run out a little bit.
That would have given him a heartbeat miss or two, and it was in the air, but it cleared the bunker. Another birdie opportunity. Jamie said you could see McIlroy being on 8 under par total at the moment, the way he's hit his iron shots. I mean, that's just perfection right there. He's swinging so well. If he just gets the putter warmed up a little bit. Of course, took him 70 holes before he got it warmed up last week and birdied the last 2 to win.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. The way he's getting it pin high with his irons, it's only a matter of time before they start dropping for McIlroy. Now Harmon, he's got a beautiful golf swing, Max Harmon, he really has.
Almost playing a draw, goes against his normal shot shape, really plays kind of a bullet cut shot all the time. Goes to show you he's got a lot of confidence right now.
2 wins this season for the Californian. Here we go at 3. Fleetwood out with the putter. It is quite a steep little bank, isn't it?
Am I allowed to change my mind, Jack?
Of course you can. You want to change your mind.
You take that all day long.
Absolutely.
Just take that right there.
That was much more difficult than it looked from the high camera.
Jordan Spieth in the fairway at 7.
Tugged it left. Just such a common sight this week, isn't it? Just miss a green and it almost stops and then runs away down into a hollow.
Back to 3. Harmon.
Long flattish putt here. It's all about pace because you're not playing a lot of break. It's almost
in or outside the circle of friendship, Jay.
I was just going to say that's just outside of that comfortable range. Yeah, no, definitely not.
Alex Fitzpatrick out at 18 for a closing birdie. And there you go. We're going to hear a lot more about this young man in the months and years to come. What a finish. 3 birdies in the last 4 for a round of 65. And there he is. 5 off the lead. Just 2 shots behind second place.
Hello, world.
Played the Walker Cup here back in 2019, I think it was. Chose to stay in college, could have turned professional and come out on tour, but he finished off his college studies and is just starting to make his journey in the professional game. Harmon for par at 3.
Now those are nice little ones to hold, aren't they? Just a little gradual confidence booster. Quickly to home, a back foot special. I beg your pardon, Cam Young. Oh, that is well done. That was not easy at all.
Well, look the way he had it outside his right foot, hands way forward. I mean, textbook there from not a great lie. Fleetwood. This is inside the circle of friendship, Dom.
So 1 under the first 3 for Tommy Fleetwood. So far, so good. Well, we can go to Max Homer now. He's playing with Rory McIlroy, and they both have birdie putts here at 9, Jamie.
Yeah, good chances for both of them. They don't do much either, both of these. McIlroy's had quite a few of these putts, as Homer has had. Well, there's no real definitive break. You just got a sort of little feel it's this way or the other. And for Homer's, I feel this is just a little bit off the right. But you're always looking for a break, at least I am when I go on the green, you know. I like to see a definite break, and I haven't seen much in the putts they've had today, so they're quite subtle. Huge reception for both these players coming to this 9th green.
Many people think that Homer has a major championship on the near horizon. Such a good player, playing with a lot of confidence nowadays.
Fleetwood. Just going to ease it down there for position at the short par 4/4. And that's not a very friendly bounce. Makes such a difference when you're in the wet semi-rough compared to a nice tight lie.
Well, he's overdue, isn't he, McIlroy? No doubt about it. Last putt he hole was on the 3rd, and that was only from about 6 feet. 2 putt for birdie on 5, and since then they've come close, but no joy. He's 3 under. He's got this to go 4 under at the turn. Again, I can't see much in this. I thought it might go a bit left or right.
Jamie, do you think these straightish putts are more difficult?
100%, Jay.
You know, the straight putts are difficult for a couple different reasons, because you want to see break and you question that you're not seeing something. And if you have to aim a putt straight, you're only dealing with half of the margin of error because you're aiming in the middle of the hole. You always want a breaking putt.
Spieth has learnt to become an exceptional lag putter because basically he really doesn't like the 2 to 3 footers. He's 139th on tour, strokes gained in that range.
That is outside the circle of friendship with him.
Definitely.
Harmon at 4. Got these little twitches, hasn't he?
That was the weak one out to the left. For a lefty, the righty, obviously, it's the weak one out to the right. And that does not instill confidence, Tony.
No, really doesn't. Just an iron for position, and you've got to hit fairway with that.
Yeah, it's a slightly nervy start, isn't it, for Brian Harmon? Perhaps no surprise. Cam Young, for his part, to remain at 4 under. Oh, that'll annoy him. Amazing how quickly he's adjusted to links golf, though, isn't it? Made his debut last year at St Andrews, finished 2nd after a closing round of 65. Here he is again in the mix.
Well, very powerful player, and when you have power, you can always dial it back. But if you don't, it's not there. And links golf is D3 putts for birdie at 16 to get to 3 under par. Wonderful putt from the Belgian. If you have the power, then all of a sudden on those long holes that might be narrow, you can take the iron out there, play a little safety shot. It's a big advantage.
Here is the putt then. There you go.
And that is more often than not his miss. Left.
So that's going to be a backward step for Jordan Spieth, who won the Open at Royal Birkdale, which is not too far away from here, with a spectacular finish. Our leader Brian Harmon does look a little bit jittery in the early stages. McIlroy into the back nine.
Yeah, tees up, 484, just that driving iron again, that's all he needs here. That low stinger. Heading a little bit right, needs some help.
Oh, he's got it too. Wow. That is a good break.
Certainly is. With that front hole location at 10, you don't want to be coming out of the rough. So he'll probably have to hit that past the hole. 2nd to 5 for Day with the hybrid club.
He's got that right out the toe. Out the snout. By his standards, that is... Actually, that's just gruesome.
That's amazing. Easily knock it on the green. Harmon ready to go out of the left rough.
Interesting one, Jay. Right next to a huge divot, but he's actually up against quite a nasty tough. So 158, I like 9-iron just in case it jumps. It is a pin that you can definitely run towards this back right. It's quite flat on top.
You would think, just trying to thread it between the bunkers. And he did get a flyer.
But Tony, that's a terrible miss. You don't go over that green. You mistake towards the front edge, not at all over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if just that iffy start, if he just felt a little bit pressured to be a bit more aggressive. The swing was good, strike was good, but no control out the rough, as you said earlier, Jay.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
I love it, then you just hit normal on the decent. Isn't that the pin, yeah? Winds up the right slightly.
Yeah, that was a mistake. There was no chance of him going long there. That was a poor one from Harmon. 156. Tommy Fleetwood shouldn't make the same mistake. It's a good line.
Some sort of wedge for Fleetwood.
That's the shot. You land it well short. If it releases out the way Tommy's did, great. If it doesn't, you know, you can't attack that back pin from anything but the fairway. And even attacking it from the fairway is dicey.
Tom Kim. Wow. He's been a refreshing addition to the game of golf. Beautifully holed. He's got something, this young man, hasn't he? Effervescent, bubbly. Always got a smile on his face. You can't help but enjoy watching him.
Well, after that awful second, Jason Day from the rough at the par 5 fifth.
And a bit of a wicked lie here. The hole cut only 14 on, 5 from the left edge. That angle he's coming in, that front left bunker shouldn't be in play, but so difficult to judge the distance here, both on the carry and the rollout. You have to assume, Tony, it's going to release. That one didn't.
Nope. Just a tiny little false front there, and it's just absolutely died on him. The second shot was the issue. Really expected him to just blast that in the middle of the green.
All ball teed down here for Cam Young at the 8th.
Yeah, I like this play. He did this at 18 yesterday too, and it tends to take the wide miss out of play. And you know what? That's the thing. He missed it, but it goes straight with teeing it low. I mean, that was really a good thing to do because all the trouble on 8 is left.
Over the back of 4 then. Brian Harmon, look at him walking up the slope. And we have got the overhead camera view, of course. It's a lot steeper than it looks on that screen, Anthony.
Good 5 feet. And the thing I don't like about this, it's obviously newly turfed in the last year or so, the grass is quite thick into him on that downslope. So this needs to be struck, I think, pretty cleanly. Otherwise he could catch that upslope and fall back to his feet. Hand on hips, I can see why. This is tricky.
It's never a good sign, is it?
Not when you're a good chipper, no.
Thinking about this, he put on some exhibition of short game skills yesterday. Ooh, this is going to test him, Wally.
I almost feel like you want 9-iron here, even off the downslope, Tony. You don't want wedge sand iron. You want to deal off this as much as possible, just to guarantee the run up the green.
Well, Anthony, is much so because of the rain, the softer conditions. Absolutely.
I don't want to see the wedge pitching at the top on one bounce, because that could easily stick.
So. And with Wally, would have like less loft.
Ball above his feet here for McIlroy. Second shot to 10, 5-iron from 227. He's going to launch this as high as he possibly can.
Light the candle.
He was not messing with the bunker, was he?
No, as long as he doesn't roll down into a terrible lie, that is way better than taking a direct line and possibly coming up in that bunker. Rory, out of position off the tee, played a smart shot.
So back to the fourth, and Tommy Fleetwood has this putt for birdie. We could see a two-shot swing here.
Yeah, there's a little bit in this. This is quite hard to read.
Once again, the rain begins to fall as we go to Jordan Spieth at the 8th.
Flag just 9 on, 9 off the right, and he absolutely hates it. You know, it's not that bad a shot, but it just shows how badly he wants to attack. Try and put pressure on the pack, roll in some birdies, get it moving.
He's level par at the moment out there today. He's Jordan Spieth. This could be a nice move for Shubhankar Sharma for eagle at 5.
Look at it come off that slope on the left fringe. That bunker influences that putt. Hello. And you know what? He's a big event player.
Powered it through the break. Fleetwood gave him nothing on this.
Right, that's another shot gone for Brian Harmon. 2 over through the first 4 holes. He's back to 8 under. The lead is now 2.
Tell you what, John Rahm is looking very good right now in the clubhouse, watching.
It's a whole different tournament already.
Right now, after that miss, 100%.
Jason Day really would have been expecting this for an eagle off that drive. But, oh! How about that? Thank you for the line, Shubhankar.
That's amazing. 4 foot of break and follows him right in.
Straight in, dead center, both of them. And that is a bonus birdie because it was a bit shabby.
After a less than perfect tee shot, although it was a straight one, Cam Young second at 8.
Gotta be perfect.
Oh. It's amazing, these guys. Look at that. You know, when it comes off the club face, they can, if you freeze framed it, they could tell you to within a yard of how far it's gone.
I bent my legs.
Up ahead to Victor Hovland, who's got an eagle putt. This at the 15th.
Yeah, if this were to go in, outside chance, he's in the conversation. He would get him to 5 under par, and oh, the old saying, right street, wrong address. That was right on line. 2 more rolls was all that one took.
He'll make his birdie. We'll go to the man he played in the final 2-ball with last year at St Andrews, McIlroy.
Got a good lie. Needs it though for this shot up this bank. Needs some check.
A McIlroy special right there. That was a difficult shot. That is way below the level of the green.
Got a game on here. Fleetwood driver. You turn this corner, all of a sudden you know you're an Open Championship. People everywhere.
Looked like it went in the first of the 2 bunkers up the right at the 5th, and that is an outsideways job.
Jordan Spieth. Up the little ridge. That's more like the Spieth pace. Dead weights them better than anyone else, I think, in the world. But the disappointment will be visible here.
Self-inflicted, this pressure on Harmon. That was a bad mistake at the last. He knows what he's doing though. He just needs to settle down. But these conditions, it's turned again. It's raining. It's hard out here. The crowds are boisterous. He needs to settle, hit some fairways and greens and build once more. Otherwise, this round will get away from him.
A good-looking tee shot. Just what he needed. A chance to pick up a birdie. Not a long hitter, but a reachable par 5. You know, Tony, this is going to be out of left field, but these guys are all wearing these synthetic fabrics and everything. It's a day you want wool or cashmere. When it gets wet, it keeps you warm.
I would agree with that. Sharma. Okay.
Saw the approach, and this is a birdie putt for Cam Young. So he moves it to 4 under, and he's in there as well, isn't he? 4 behind our leader Harmon. 6 times a runner-up on the PGA Tour, Brian Harmon. One of those, of course, last year at St Andrews in the Open. So Harmon in the fairway at 5. He'll be relieved about that, but 2 early bogeys have seen him slip back to 8 under par. John Rahm with a round of 63 already in the clubhouse at 6 under. Fleetwood alongside him. Sharma with the eagle at 5, getting to 5 under par. Matt Fitzpatrick's round in 67.
Cam Young. And this wind has been doing some strange things. An hour ago it seemed to be in transition, switching, but it's just a dart. What a shot.
You know, Tony, a moment ago we saw on 10 green, the lens on the camera pointing down the hole had rain on it. It should have been coming from the other direction.
It is doing some strange things. Day. Ooh. Needs to get a bit of distance on it, but that deep, steep lip. It's taken a lot of sand and going to get it to run out. Yeah, he's done really well. Anytime you're in one of these bunkers, your heart is in your mouth.
Well, so difficult to get it up on that little ledge. The pin's cut just on top. Now, Spieth. Ideally, you want to play a little draw to this left hole location. It's a brave man that does with that bunker guarding the hole. Two excellent shots from Young and Spieth at 9. A kick-in birdie for Young.
McIlroy. The iron again. At 11. Short par 4. Get this on the fairway. It's going to be a wedge.
Wow, he hits an iron up on the ridge. That's a long iron, even for McIlroy. He's going to have a great view. Normally you hit iron off the tee on 11. You're down below the ridge. It's a blind shot.
To the par 5 fifth, and Sepp Straka. This is a birdie putt for the Austrian. Should be another par. He's one over at the moment, Straka.
Sharma. Hold an absolute monster on 5. No reason you can't do it twice in a row. No rule against it. Not gonna get there, is it? No. Amazing. You just get these tiny little downpours every now and then, and suddenly for a hole or two the pace of the green changes.
Well, Tommy Fleetwood avoided the fairway bunker here at the 5th. He now looks to be in pretty good shape. He's got the driver in hand here.
Yeah, a couple of mini drivers, one off the tee, one off the second shot. 267. There's not loads of hurt in this, it's just the air quality. It's damp out here, it's drizzling. He's on a lovely little launch pad. That's probably why the mini driver's been employed, because this should zip off the turf and have quite a soft flight. Last week it was almost too much for him. Changed back to 3-wood, so this has got more in this.
Not the worst place to be, that's for sure.
Not many can play a high driver off the deck like Fleetwood did. Par putt for Day at the 6th to remain 5 under and within 3 of the lead. Resurgent, been off the boil for a couple of years, has won recently. Harmon.
He just sort of cut the corner a little bit. Good tee shot, 242, so a lot nearer. Quite a long green. It's not the widest. Coming slightly across this and needs to favour the right, I would say.
Be nice to see him get one back. Well done, but it has got steam on it. Settle, settle. Well, that drive and that second shot are going to make him feel so much better.
That's a tough putt from distance, even for his quality, because of that rain. The moisture on the green now makes judging that pace so much more difficult.
Saw the tee shot of Jordan Spieth at number 9, so this is for a 2. Had a lot of luck on the green so far. That continues. Almost certain birdie there for Cameron Young.
Raining pretty good right now. I'm surprised some of these guys haven't put on the waterproofs.
Up ahead to the 16th, and Victor Hovland has found the fairway, so first part of the job done.
And a right hole location fits Hovland's ball shape very nicely. Said it did. That's a good shot. Tough hole location up there on that ridge in the back right, above the ridge in the back right.
211 and a McIlroy. Jamie.
From the perfect spot from McIlroy, 155 into slightly, but mainly across off the left. So it's a 9-9. It's a good one. Just trying to draw it into this left-hand pin.
just fanned it out right. By his standards, pretty poor. Swing always looks a thing of beauty. I'm very surprised with this heavy rain. No rain jacket, no sweater, no, you know, eventually it's not warm out there. Your back can get cold, that can make a difference.
To the birdie at 8. It's a birdie at 9 for Cameron Young. So good front 9, 3 under to the turn and 5 under for the championship. They are beginning to line up, aren't they, behind Brian Harmon. They sniff their opportunity as the leader falters somewhat. Wonderful round from John Rahm earlier today, a 63. Terrific stuff too from Alex Fitzpatrick. What an afternoon at Royal Liverpool. Nikolai Højgaard, he did get it going out there. He's just fallen back a little now. Still at 3 under par, very much in contention. Matsuyama, the 2021 Masters champion. Nice to see him back on a major championship leaderboard and playing nicely again. Now that looks very murky, doesn't it, out at 6.
Only 2 players over par in the leading 22 players. Stracker 1 over, Harmon 2 over. Wow, that is belting down now.
It is pouring down off the upslope. Sitting down just a fraction for Fleetwood. It's almost a bit skiddy, this one, on the downslope. I think this will get a mover once it hits the green.
It's okay, he read it well, just underhit it a tiny bit.
To the 10th tee and Cam Young.
Oh, less than driver's tee. They moved up 20 yards, expecting the wind to be in the player's face today. It was in the player's face earlier today. It was a late change to the setup. And now the wind is going back to the direction it was the first 2 days, into the wind and left to right, coming in. So into the wind, or helping wind right to left at 10.
Hovland, good second into 60 and getting it up on the correct tier. Right in the jaws.
That would have made you really happy in your day, Tony.
Yeah, just send me the fine. Tell me how much I owe.
He's got a good temperament for a golfer, though, hasn't he, Victor Hovland?
McIlroy has put on some type of waterproof jacket and the umbrella, embracing the conditions, Jamie.
Yeah, but it's just eased off again, thankfully. Just that light, miserly rain that just gets everywhere, but it's just died down now, and he's just gone through a little bit of a flat spot. McIlroy. It's very important, these, just a 2-part move on. It's not going to do you any harm. Big leaderboard right behind him. He knows the situation. There's a long way to go in this tournament. No need to rush. It's pretty straight, this, up the hill.
That'll get your attention.
First real misstep today from Rory McIlroy. It's been plain sailing to this point, to 5, and Harmon, remember, from distance. It is an eagle putt.
Oh, what a fantastic effort that is. And he desperately, desperately needed a birdie. Yeah, just a hint of smile. That'll settle things down.
Tee shot at 10 for Spieth. He2 with less than driver. They're all afraid of running out through the fairway into those mounds in the right center. Left side is much better on the angle, and that's just come to rest in a sprinkler head. No big deal. Simple drop out.
Tommy Fleetwood, Brian Harmon has tapped in for his birdie. He's gone to 9 under, so Fleetwood to keep the gap at 2.
Yeah, that was a left to right swinger. He just hit it through the break. Was not an easy putt.
Yeah, he'll definitely feel like a good opportunity missed.
Just a par for Fleetwood. Stays alongside Ryan and a share second place. Harmon will feel a little easier. Par putt for McIlroy, meanwhile, at 11.
That was a really good stroke, a confident stroke. And McIlroy fans will love to see that one. Rory doesn't like it because he didn't give himself a birdie opportunity. But he'll gain confidence from that whole par putt. You know, I don't think I would want to, do the hand touch, Tony. You never know if they've been eating greasy chips or something. Then it gets on your grips.
I have to admit I'm with you. It's not for me either. It wouldn't be for me.
Oh, I think the gesture is great.
He's a friendly man, not like us. Sharma, 231 to go into the 7th. Oh, man, I tell you what, that was a good shot too. That was a foot too far left from... It was on the road to be superb.
I'll tell you who will be excited. Jeet Milk Singh, they come from the same part of India. Lost its way.
What a beautiful pheasant. That is just absolutely gorgeous. And the problem is all these people out here watching golf are where he would normally be hanging out.
Well, this is different for Day. With a metalwood out of the wet grass. Turns out it was a good choice and really well played.
That's a great leave from a difficult position for sure. Straka for par, just outside of 5 feet. Well holed. 3's a good score at 6.
Truly brilliant green at 6, this par 3. I think it's a magnificent design. There's a ledge that runs from left to right across it. You try and get too cute on the left, you have a awful bunker shot left.
You like this club? I do.
Just a wee bit in between, I think, really, for Harmon. That's why he's taking a little bit longer. I don't believe 6 gets there. I think he's going to have to hit 5. You don't want to go long, but there is a little bit there today. If he runs over the edge, it's not that bad. Just got to pitch this up on top. I like favouring the right side, quite frankly. There is a bank there. It will camber round.
Excellent shot from Harmon.
McIlroy with the big stick at 12.
Right.
Asking for this to move right a bit. It's going to get stuck into that left rough. Won't have much in, but not much control on the ball next.
That was 6 for Harmon. This is 7 for Fleetwood. Just a chippy one. He can carry the ridge.
Dead on line. And they love it. Just love it. Spieth has played through the back of the green. Cam Young next up. Good shot. It's a perfect to his caddy. Wasn't far off, was it? Great shot.
Hovland now on 17. He's asking it to sit. He's spinning back towards the hole. Good shot from Hovland.
We saw a day come to this point short right of the green at 7 out of the rough.
Another green there. He sent that a long way up the green with that lovely little check up. Stone dead.
Thomas Dietrich. Can this be his final shot of the day?
It's going to have to fall. They'll have to drop.
How did that not?
I could see all my Belgian friends in clubhouses standing up from their chairs. Because what a finish that would have been for Dietrich today. Well, you get your 10 seconds. But you don't get any more than that.
He's acting like it's actually moving. Sometimes they move for a long time. Unfortunately, in golf, they all count the same. Good round for Thomas Dietrich. 67, 3 under par, and he's in the conversation for the weekend.
Sharma unlucky to catch this bunker off a good second shot. Far enough back from the lip for it not to be an issue. Pretty decent bunker shot. That's a better view of what you face every time you go in one of these pot bunkers, greenside bunkers.
Jordan Spieth on 10 for birdie. Outside chance. It's going to move right a bit now. Just a good pace, good speed. Just a bit wide. Solid par.
We saw the Hovland tee shot. Can he convert for birdie?
Needs to stay up. Needed a bit more.
Tap that in to remain 4 under for the day and head to the 18th.
Real outside chance for Harmon. Just short of the ledge. It should almost go a little bit left to right, I think, on top. Couldn't really read this. I think just pace this one, give it a go.
Great try from Harmon. Wasn't far off, making 2 on 6.
Sharma now for his par. Nice. having an excellent day.
Young for birdie at the 10th. To tie for second. Stays out on the right side.
Here we are on 12. McIlroy, good play down the left. Just takes out all the trouble down the right in the bunkers, 130 yards, just a wedge. Lies okay. Pin in the middle.
Down on 12, the right. It's a bit of a foot fault there. I know it's coming from the rough, but you got to make sure it doesn't go down on the right of that 12th green.
To Fleetwood. Birdie putt up the little ridge. Right to left in it.
He was interested for a long time. It's a good 3 at the 6th for Fleetwood. Remains tied for second with Rahm, who's nicely in the clubhouse after that 63, not having to endure the afternoon rains here at Royal Liverpool. Crowd just cheering Tommy Fleetwood on, who's from just down the coast in Southport, not far away. He would certainly be a very popular winner here. And there he is. Fleetwood was in second by 5 overnight. He trails by 4 at the moment alongside Rahm. They're all chasing the American Brian Harmon. Some great rounds early. Fitzpatrick, M, 67s, from Fowler and Cantlay as well. Great scoring. I think the overnight rains and morning rains softened up the golf course enough. Ryan Fox, a nice 69, as well as for Brian Todd, JT Poston. A lot of 71s, and those, even in the softer conditions, are great rounds today. Such a difficult golf course. If you're off just a little bit, this golf course will take its toll for sure. Thurston Lawrence 3 over through 11. That's just a perfect example. It's a golf course, if you're playing well, you can take it on. McIlroy ready to go from right of 12.
Yeah, tight lie here for Rory up the bank. Difficult shot, this one. You've got to make your mind up what you're going to do with it. Then it's downhill a bit to the pin. Tough one here for Rory. Yeah, it's just settling down. You've got to get the shot in your head. He's going to come off low off this lie. He's just trying to open the face up, trying to get some spin. He's having another look. What's the pitch at about 4 or 5 on? That's a slight upslope. Just now, it should just kill it, but that's easier said than done from this tight, wet lie.
He expected better. We expected better. Just really dug in, didn't it? From down there, I suppose you would expect it to skip a little bit, but he used a lot of loft and a very wide open club face. I think the strike was perfect, just didn't hit it hard enough. As simple as that.
Harmon on the 7th hole. Went off the left with driver. Might stay left a bit. Finds the long grass. It's going to make the second shot very complicated for Harmon there. Now this can go a long way, I think.
He's got it teed right down again. Look how much of the club face you can see above that ball.
All right. All right.
And that the idea of that is get it teared down low, maybe get a little less side spin on, keep it straighter, but he has not. Oof, he's got really lucky there. Really lucky.
He has, indeed. Hovland, 18. Like since it started raining, we're starting to see the level of the shots dropping down a little bit, just to give you an idea of how annoying it is for the players now out there on the course.
That was a brilliant tee shot on a very intimidating 18th hole.
Important putt from McIlroy. This is all down to that weak shot with a wedge, really. I mean, it's a pretty generous target, that green, from 130 yards. But pop this one in, and all will be forgiven and forgotten.
And that's disappointing, as you said. It wasn't the greatest of lies, as Jamie told us, but to miss it wide like that. He'll be kicking himself. First bogey of the day, drops him back to 3 under par, and he got off to such a great start, hitting so many close iron shots. Tee shot for Fleetwood at 7.
Okay. Another 6 inches or 8 inches left. That can get a little nasty. It's not ideal, but it's okay.
Now Jason Day on 8. Flag that is just behind that bunker on the right-hand side there. Might have come over the top of that a little bit. Finds a short left bunker. It's just the shots have been a lot harder in the last 30 minutes. You know, we didn't see shots like that for the last couple hours in the dry, but in the wet, it's made it a lot more difficult.
Wet balls, wet club faces, wet grass. Stracker trying to save par. Oh, hello. And does. What a great putt that is.
Huge putt. He's done a lot of hard work. Has Straka playing in the penultimate group. No birdies today. Lone bogey at the 4th.
Now, Sharma's turn on 8.
You're right.
The caddy likes it. That's a shame. Just a little deep, but a very fine shot by the Indian player.
We saw the great tee shot, Tony, from Hovland on 18. He's taking it on.
And nailed it too, hasn't he? 615 yards though. He's still got a full blast with a 3 metal to get home. Flag up back right.
Right. Kick right.
Whew. If he's there, it's long, it's thick, it's wet. That is tough to control.
Harmon on second, 216 to the hole. I don't really think he has much choice here. Now, we got a little bit lucky there. You could have easily left that in that long grass.
Oh, we saw Young miss it right off the tee at 11. Got a good break.
Yeah, good swing ball.
LUGC! Let's go, Cam.
Shot, yeah, shot, Cam.
Very good. Into the wind, into the rain. Catch a good break off the tee. 3 feet for birdie.
13th tee, and McIlroy needs a bounce back. He's got a chance as well because this is the easiest pin of the week on this green. There's a lot of noise on this golf course, as you can imagine. 185. I've got to think 7-iron. It's a big one, though. I think 6 is a bit fiddly for McIlroy. Holmes just come up short in the bunker, so that's given him a good idea of the club.
Okay, that'll do. So this Harry Colt design green sits at a very awkward angle from right to left.
Unsighted. A little bit frustrated with himself there. I can't see that the ball's on the green. He should know from the crowd reaction. Certainly not what McIlroy was looking for.
Fleetwood 7. The first cut. And I can probably find the right hand side there. Stays in the short stuff. You'll have loads of green there. A lot of different possibilities to get this up and down for Fleetwood.
Ooh, Jason Day. Half plugged. It's going to come out running, and that is beautifully judged. Especially out the wet sand. That makes it so much tougher.
Ah, that looks like Antoine Rosner, the Frenchman, from 15, third shot. Just missed the bunker. Is he going to have a chance? Hello, hello. An eagle 3 for the Frenchman.
Rosner to 3 under on the day and 4 under for the championship. He is right in there, just off the first mini leaderboard on the right side of the screen.
Spieth. Birdie chance at 11.
Jordan.
And another misread, I think.
Harmon. He's a good 25 yards short. Pin's on about 25. He's going to have to carry the left-hand bunkers. It will kick left to right. It was a decent shot. It was a heavy, wet lie. It wasn't great. But when you've dropped a couple of shots, these are difficult back pins. You've got to go searching for this. Just needs that sort of skiddy help once it hits the deck. Otherwise, it will pull up 15 short.
A delight to behold. Shubanka Sharma. Oh, it's on a good line. Oh, Shuby. Such a beautifully mannered man. Very well spoken and smart.
Cameron Young for birdie on 11.
It's a shame. After such a good second shot. Shame.
13th green, McIlroy. Just gone off the ball a little since that fast start.
Yeah, just going across the green from length, 40 feet. What a time it would be for McIlroy to hole a long one.
Oh, it's a super putt. To scare it from that range, leave yourself a tap-in. That'll do.
A little pitch here from Tommy Fleetwood. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Tommy Fleetwood. Be a par.
Day. Oh, that looks to be going miles left on the par 3 ninth. Oh, is it bunker? No, it's not. It was hiding behind Harmony leaderboard. That's a bonus. Better than being in the sand. He's already experienced that on the previous hole.
That's a tough little bank he's got to go up. Hovland, his third at the 18th from a difficult angle. Good news is, the hole's cut in the back of the green. Plenty to work with.
Go, Victor! It's not home, Victor! Come on.
How soft was that? I would expect that to release a bit more.
Harmon for his par. Big putt for him. And very positively done. You know, he's just got to keep telling himself, oh, I haven't had a great start today, but hey, I'm in control. I'm 3 ahead.
Matthew Jordan, Royal Liverpool member, for birdie at the 14th, and nicely done. What a great story. He got the honor of hitting the first tee shot on Thursday morning. Oh, that's just great stuff from Jordan. 1 over par on the day, even par for the championship, and what a fantastic week. Just fairy tale stuff.
Hovland to try to finish with a birdie on 18.
Keep tracking, keep tracking.
6th birdie of the day for the Norwegian. Lone bogey at the second. That's a round of 66, and Hovland is in the clubhouse, 1 behind Rahm at 5 under par. Work well done, and there he is, tied for 4th alongside Young, Sharma, and Day, but they're all chasing the overnight leader, Harmon, who's dropped a shot but still has a 3-shot lead in the 3rd round of the Open Championship. Great round from Alex Fitzpatrick. What a finish for that 65.
I always think this is quite a key tee shot. 2 bunkers down the right. Driver for Harmon anywhere but those, quite frankly. It's quite a flat fairway. I think if you find it, it will just keep kicking forward. But there's a few chances now before it gets really tough, and the wind's dropped off, the rain has stopped, so these two need to take a couple of chances, I think.
That looks awfully close on one of the mic person there. Long grass.
Long putt for Sharma. Wet fringe, wet green. Not
14th hole, McIlroy with a driving iron. Keep it short of the bunkers, 443 it is. This hole, 290 to those bunkers down the right.
That's fine. It just squirted out of the long grass and got into the first cut with McIlroy. That's all right. The waterproofs are off.
As you said, Jay, this is a really steep slope he's got to go up. And, I mean, that was absolutely motoring. Doesn't matter now. It slams it to the center of the pin, and that is a bonus birdie.
Yeah, that was incredible. I was, well, you're always surprised when it rattles in with this type of speed. I thought he would have been better in the bunker. It was such a difficult position down that bank.
When it's wet and it's that steep, I mean, that was going, I'd say that was going a good 12 to 15 feet by. Doesn't matter, you take it out the middle. Fleetwood, not concerned in the slightest, down to pick up the peg. That's a fairway finder at 8.
And every time you find the fairway on wet conditions, it's a bonus. The rough is so much more penal in these type of conditions. Great swing from Fleetwood, and what support he has out there. Every shot, walking between each and every green. Spieth already on the green at 12. Young, second shot of the primary rough. And safely on the green. It's always a bit of a guessing game coming out of the rough in the best of times, but when it's wet today. Sharma for his par at the 9th. He's looked really good with the putter. Lone Eagle at the 5th. All the rest pars for the Indian. And what a great website it is. All the information you might want. Open.com, theopen.com. Scores, backgrounds, bios, history. Everything you might want to know. And if you happen to be away from the TV, there's Open Radio, brings it all.
It's turned quite pleasant now. Dare I say, almost a bit of blue sky. Not quite, but it's clearing up. Hopefully we have a window of a few hours. 142 for Fleetwood. Might just hold off for the next hole. The tee behind the green. There's a little bit of movement. Players are walking off. He's going to have a couple of extra practice swings. That's the right decision. Front pin. Carries the traffic, kicks forward. Don't believe he can get there with gap wedge. It's a nice thought, because I think if he can, it's perfect. Might just have to just chip a 9. It's a lot of club mind.
Long-range putt at 12 for Cameron Young. Greens are wet, holding a little moisture from some of the showers that have gone through, so these are more difficult to judge. a little bit further than that camera angle shows you. It requires full attention.
McIlroy here on 14.159. He's blind, but if he jumps up, he's quite tall. He can see the pin, just see the flag. Can't see anything else. So he's going to rely on his line here from 159. I think an 8 iron max might hit a 9. Very little breeze out of now. It's just gone totally.
There's a little twirl. And a little change up in the commentary box because Andrew Johnston is back in alongside Jay Townsend, myself, Dom Hollier, more from Tony Johnston later. Here's Brian Harmon, our lead-up.
Oh, he's judged that really well there. That is pretty much the only option he had coming in from there.
To Jordan Spieth playing with Cam Young. Outside chance of a birdie here.
We haven't really seen any Jordan Spieth long putts made, and that one slides by again.
Now just one birdie today from Spieth. And in these conditions, he would expect more. To the par 3 9th and Straka.
This is probably the most accessible pin position on this green, I'd say today. Draw it in there, and he's got a good chance for birdie there.
Well, that would be his first birdie of the day as well. This is Nikolai Højgaard. He is all the way up ahead at 16. So he's just bogeyed the 15th. Nice bounce back from the Dane.
Tom Kim just inside the 10-foot range for birdie at 18. Post 4 under. He was up out of that early. Knew he'd missed it.
Well, we'll assume he's going to tap that one in for a round of 68. Tom Kim 3 under par. Remember, the lead is 9. Here's Tommy Fleetwood.
And smiling constantly every time he walks on a green. He gets an amazing cheer. Left to right, uphill.
Well, he shaved the edge of the hole a few times out there today, hasn't he? Could easily have been 2-3 better than he is. So he stays alongside Rahman Day at 6 under. Harmon's got a birdie putt there, but so has Rory McIlroy. Up ahead at the 14th, Jamie.
Yeah, he needs a spark, doesn't he? Need a cheer, need a big cheer and a spark. 2 par 5s to come. Touch left to right here for McIlroy.
Another one slides by, hasn't made a birdie since the 5th. Remember that fast start, 3 under through 5 for the Northern Irishman who won here back in 2014. Harmon's got a chance here.
He does, right to left. He's had a couple of bogeys. He's got a chance to write those 2 off. That's what I like about Tommy Fleetwood so far. No bogeys. Yes, he's missed a couple, but he looks confident. He looks calm. Harmon, I feel, is just still trying to build some momentum. To double the tally of birdies here. There's a good chance. It's just edging right to left.
A good looking stroke. Was just looking for more break than was there. If you hit a good putt and miss, that's okay. You think of the positive on that. Not every good putt goes in. Straka.
Yeah, coming back down the hill there, a little right to left. Just never really got that on line from the start.
Well, it people in the grandstands. It's just an amazing atmosphere out there. Spanker Sharma off an upslope ball above his feet. Front right hole location is not one to attack. Look for something in the middle of the green. Narrowly misses the bunker. Will it stay there? Only because of the moisture.
Great for Indian golf this, Jay. What he's doing, Shubhankar Sharma, really is. We've seen the emergence of stars from all over the world, haven't we, in the last few years? And Shubhankar Sharma is definitely one of those. There he is, in amongst the 5 unders. 4 off the lead, but only 1 back of second place. Look at the different nations represented up there as well. You know, that Roberto Di Vincenzo won here way back in 1967, the only South American to win a major championship. Griot's at 3 under par. There's Spieth, just locked on 2 under. Ricky Fowler was first group out today, wasn't he, with Bob McIntyre, and he's gone shooting up that leaderboard, courtesy of that round of 67.
Rosner here, putting down for birdie, 17.
4 under par inside the top 10 currently, Antoine Rosner. How about a French winner here, Arnaud Massy, who liked this course so much he included the name Hoylake in his daughter's name. That was her middle name when she was born.
Front pin 205, Dom, Harmon. I like just front edge here. I don't think you want to be messing around with this middle of this green. It sort of runs away. It's not that appetizing. We had this pin earlier in the week. Everyone kept going long, but it was helping breeze. It was hard to get it short. Today it's calm, so really you can pitch it on the front. It will stay there. Fidgeting.
Looks like he just re-teed. When he took his stance, his foot was in a sandy divot. Didn't feel comfortable.
Just trying to draw this left to right. In here. Oh, what a shot.
It's hard to see a draw in there going left to right, isn't it, with that hole location, Beef? We're both saw that and looking at each other like, what?
I can't see that there. Not at all. I wouldn't be setting that left and fading that back in. No way.
Fabulous shot now.
Goal shot. 7-iron Fleetwood. Loves these moments. High draw.
Doesn't look as like it's drawing enough, I'm afraid, if anything.
No, at least that's missed the trap, and it's in that first cut as well, so he's got options whether he wants to chip that or putt that. He's got a few options there. It's Jason Day at the front of 10, putting for birdie up over the slope here. Difficult to judge the pace. He's still got a bit of work left for his par there.
Young for birdie. Haven't seen him make one in a while. Right on line, and that will frustrate you. You can see the body language. He's frustrated. out in 32, all pars on the back nine. He's given himself some good opportunities that he's left hanging.
That's the view of the par 5, 15th.
625 today, this hole, and there's not much wind behind. It's been down a good couple of clubs. Driver for Rory, must avoid the bunkers here. Left and right. Might better sneak it over the right bunkers. Heading well left. Oh, he got a soft bounce there.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out too bad there. Whether he'll be able to get on in two is another question from there.
Yeah, it makes the hole a little bit longer on that angle, but it looked like he had a reasonable lie in that first cut. Look at everyone out there following Rory, just multiple deep around a par 5 that's over 600 yards long. Sharma for birdie at 10 to get to 6.
Just seemed to hit a pitch mark halfway and took a big jump.
Oh, a tester for Jordan Spieth. This at the 13th, this for par.
Passes the test on.
All par so far on the back nine for Jordan Spieth, who's level par today. 7 back of the lead. Here is Jason Day, and this to tidy up for his par at 10.
Ah, lovely there. Straight in the middle. That wasn't easy. I had a bit of break on that.
He did. He's looked very solid with the short putts all week. His Fleetwood's ready to go here from a good lie.
Yeah, it's a good miss, Jay. A little bit right to left. Just gently finds its way down the hill, so it's not too difficult.
Beautiful. That was just nipped it so nice off that tight links turf. Absolutely beautiful.
Up to the 15th, and Matthew Jordan for another birdie. Very nicely done. 2 in a row for the Royal Liverpool member, so he is back where he started the day at 1 under par, just outside the top 20. What a week. What memories he has from these few days at Royal Liverpool. Griot.
That's the difference in his game right now. Always a good ball striker, starting to putt better. One earlier this year over in the States.
So to Harmon at 9, and every chance of popping this one in and returning to where he started at 10 under par today, and that would re-establish a 4-shot lead.
I tell you what, after the start and a couple of bogeys, he's clawed that back really nice and shows some real strong mentality there.
I don't think it'll surprise those who know him over on the PGA Tour. He is known for his grit, his determination. He doesn't perhaps have the power that some of the modern day players, some of the titans of the modern game have, but he tends to play to his strengths. Tommy Fleetwood says that his attitude, his patience, his ball striking are set for major championships. He makes his par there at 9. So 9 holes played for those two, and Harmon was 5 clear at the start of the round. Wobbled and has now recovered. If you are just joining us, some early action. This from Rory McIlroy in his fast start, I should say.
Amazing play from down in the swale, long left at 9 for Day. Good thing it hit the hole. Good thing it hit the flagstick. Rattles it in for a 2.
Long birdie earlier today from John Rahm at the 16th. On his way to that round of 63, bogey free. Fleetwood meanwhile for birdie at the 2nd.
Two wonderful shots at the par 5 fifth for Harmon to the back of the green. Long eagle attempt. At this point it was raining pretty good, makes it even more difficult. Well judged, tap in birdie. That was to get back to 1 over par after a couple of bogeys in his first 4.
Yeah, that was the start of the turnaround, wasn't it? He does seem to have settled down. That birdie there at 9, taking him back to 10 under par, and there you go. 4 clear of Rahm, Day and Fleetwood on day 3 of the 151st Open from Royal Liverpool. So, to our leader, into the back 9 here.
Yeah, Harmon with driver here. 10. This looks like it's down the left side here. That is just gone into the first cut, but absolutely perfect there. He's not going to have too long there. That was an aggressive play.
Played up into a bottleneck, didn't he? The only player I've seen hit driver all day. McIlroy going with the 3-wood here at 15.
Yeah, not a bad lie for Rory. Got 253 to carry the bunker short of the green, 30 yards short. That's the number. Get over that. Happy days.
It's like it squirted right on him.
It's not the end of the world there. He's got all the green to work with coming out, and he can chase that up. I think that was the play. Just look at that. You can see the water come off, and once the rough gets wet, it just kills that ball, and you get water between the ball and the club face. It just comes out so dead.
It took off low too. It didn't cover that lip of that bunker by much. Fleetwood going with less than driver at the 10th.
Oh, nice friendly little bounce, as long as that hasn't ended up in an old divot.
Day here just coming out the rough on 11, 122 yards. He's just going to try and land this and let it release down to that flag at the back there.
Go hard.
It landed on downslope kick forward. Not terrible from that lie. Compromised stance as well, so far below his feet. Makes it even more difficult to judge.
Up to 14, Cam Young second.
You're seeing this whole playing so different to the first 2 days. Only 124 yards in. He's got a long birdie putt coming up.
Struck up for birdie at 10. We've seen this putt similar from Sharma. Has a little left to right to it.
And that is the first birdie today for Austria's Sepp Straka. Having dropped a shot at the 4th, he's back to 4 under, where he started the day.
Sharma here, perfect tee shot coming off the fairway here. Good, accessible pin. He's began straight at this. Lucky it's had a bit of rain and the green's a bit soft. They wouldn't have finished there yesterday.
It's a totally different test today, isn't it? Soft conditions, your pitch point, and lines off the tee have all changed.
Let's catch up once again with Matt Jordan. This is for 3 in a row at the 16th.
It's so cool. You know, playing in front of your home fans, your home club members. Brilliant, 3 birdies in a row. Just wonder what he's feeling like inside. He's trying to hold back the joy you can see with his body language.
Ball positions here at 10, Anthony.
Yeah, a long way back. It's been quite conservative, actually, I think. 2-2-6. He's sort of playing Tiger Woods in 06, his game, I think, a little bit. He's trying to sort of not make any mistakes, which he's doing. It's flat calm out here. It's probably the easiest it's been now all week. Far end of the golf course. So it's pretty quiet out here.
Ian Finnis' caddy asking for it to go. Oh, there's a bunker down there.
Oh, where that pin is, it's going to be a fairly tricky bunker shot. He's going to have to get that up real quick and get that to land soft there.
So a mistake from Fleetwood.
.171, he's in a dip. I don't think the bank in front should bother him. By the way, it's a perfect 7 as the rain just appears once more from nowhere.
Sounded crisp and he's walking after it. And he's just cleared that bunker as well.
That would have been a few nervous moments when that ball is in the air, because you do not want to go in the bunker that Fleetwood's in. One of the deepest on the entire golf course. A great view of it right there in your picture.
Rory here on par 5, 15. Third shot. Pitching straight up the green.
I've said it a bunch of times this week. His short game is so underrated. Yeah, he's a great ball striker. Let me tell you what, he's just as good around the greens.
Long birdie chance here. Jason Day at the 11th. Back up the hill. Has he got the speed? Has he got the speed? Oh! I generally thought he had the line there. I thought it was a speed issue there. Great putt.
Some of you will remember he missed a putt, or left it short anyway, back in 2015 at St Andrews, to miss out on the playoff there in the end. One that Zach Johnson won.
Long range for Spieth at 14. Hasn't had anything going today, and he knows that short. He was on the walk early.
Well, he has had some chances out there today, hasn't he, Rory McIlroy? He really has. And still has not made a birdie since the 5th to 10.
He's on the downslope. This is not easy. I think the wet sand helps. Very little green to play with. He's fully 9 feet below the level. Oh, he caught the upslope.
As I said, he caught the upslope, and that just took some of the sting out of it. The bunker's so deep, even if you throw it high up in the air, it's coming in at such a low angle, wants to run past the hole.
Sharma's birdie attempt here at 11 After just overhitting his wedge, just see if he can knock this one coming back down the slope. No, and he's really hasn't got the speed right there.
That was a bit of a shocker, wasn't it? Cam Young, meanwhile, this to join the group at 6 under par.
Like Spieth, both of them come up short. I think Spieth was going to be left anyway. That one had pretty good line. Rosner at 18 with a compromised stance.
He's done really well there. Sometimes when you've got your leg out the bunker, it's so hard to generate enough speed to hit it that far. He's played that so well.
You know, the amazing thing is, Beef, how many of those shots that we've seen from these guys, because it's not a shot you practice, but they do it so well.
Walking slower, calmer now, Harmon. He looks like he's in this. A question early on, he just looked a little tight, but he looks now like he normally does. Quite a calm, sort of reflective character. This is downhill, not much in this. Actually quite a good leave, considering it nearly missed the green.
Again, still a good putt there and a good 4.
Yeah, everything just seems to have settled down now, doesn't it, for Brian Harmon? After that shaky start to Straka at 11.
A little bit of an uphill line, just a wedge. Aggressive play off the tee so he can see the putting surface. Will it spin? It will. Straka should have a great chance to get to 5 under par.
Well, an important putt here for Tommy Fleetwood. This for par at 10. He hasn't dropped a shot so far out there today.
No, Jay, how much does it come now where it's almost a match play type situation here?
I think John Ron might have something to say about that as far as the match play thing.
But out there today.
Oh,
in
out
this
there
scenario.
today. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. You know, I think the toughest thing for Harmon, having been an American that played in Europe for so long, I think the toughest thing for Harmon is not Harmon against Fleetwood. I think it's the crowd for Fleetwood. How tough that is for an outsider to play against.
Because obviously Harmon's made his birdies and he's come back. So you don't want to lose too much ground going in tomorrow.
Yeah, and Fleetwood does fall 5 behind after that drop shot. This is Rosner to close with a birdie. What a brilliant up and down from the Frenchman. It's a round of 67. And a very healthy move forward. There he is, alongside Victor Hovland and Cam Young.
They're kind of piling up, aren't they, Dom? Piling up and parking.
And here is Young on the 15th tee.
Not going to see him hold back there, were we?
Can he clear those bunkers? Affirmative.
Yeah, I mean, it's without that wind, it's a difficult driving hole.
Up to 16.
And going with the driver here, as he should. Needs to be aggressive. Hasn't made up the ground he thought he would. Drive was a little left at 15. Where is it here? Similar.
Harmon teeing off 11. He's just found the right rough by the looks of it. Can't see the ball, so we don't know what the lie's like down there.
There's a couple little low areas over there on 11. There's some thick grass down there, so you have to get lucky.
Yeah, you will have to get lucky, I think. It's quite trodden down there. I think it's been quite a popular spot, Jay. 250 over this ridge for Fleetwood at 11. So he needs a sort of skiddy driving iron, I think, to get up and over the ridge. I like this play.
I do as well, Anthony. you're playing to the wider playing area. It does creep up, just as Anthony thought. If you go over that ridge, it's only 17, 18 yards wide.
Well, let's move from the tee up to the green here. We saw the approach shot of Sepp struck up, and this is for 2 in a row. Took him a while to make his first birdie, but now he's got those 2 to start the homeward journey, and Straka now to 5 under.
Sharma here,
Right.
again, another perfect tee
Perfect
shot.
on the target.
Slap bang in the middle of the fairway here. 174 yards. That flag is not moving at all as well. It looks completely dead. This would be one you're looking at just to set off at the left edge of the TV tower and just draw it back in gently into that pin.
Hold on.
Started it right there, Beef. Don't you just love his demeanor? He just looks so calm out there. You're probably not calm on the inside, but he certainly projects that.
Every time I've played with him, he's never got flustered about anything. He just stays in his lane, stays controlled. He never looks out of control.
This is going to be tough to control. You can just see the top of the ball from 154 for Day.
Yeah, we've seen how tricky it is when
No flyer. Go hard.
this rough is potentially looking for a flyer there, we heard. And again, it's so difficult. Once you get a bit of water in that rough, then flyers are even more variable. You can read them a lot more when it's drier.
McIlroy from the rough at 16.
Yeah, he's been in the rough a lot this 9. McIlroy, it's hard to control. 151.99. Just on the top tier, this pin. Grass is with him, so there's a chance here for McIlroy.
Wants it to go. Not happening at the moment for McIlroy, and running out of time as well to make his charge on Saturday. So Fleetwood in the fairway back at 11. Harmon in that right-hand rough.
Got a beautiful visual of this flag, Fleetwood. Perfectly on top of the ledge, 148. These are the shots. If you finish top of the leaderboard, you want to get inside 12 feet. It's a green light, so yes, it's long and left isn't great, but from this distance, he's got to be looking inside that distance. Pitching into a slight upslope as well, so he's got control on this.
Yeah, there we go. Great shot there. Perfect distance control. He sets up a great chance for birdie now.
Oop, a little zip malfunction. Sorted now to the US Open champion, Wyndham Clark.
Sit, 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 sit.
Go, 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 go a little bit.
That's a good thing those golf balls don't have ears, Beef.
So Harmon, not far to go. What was it, 116, I think, here at the 11th, but in the rough.
He's drawn a good lie. This is fine, sitting on top. It's been quite lucky. Doesn't need to worry about spin. Plenty of green. He can just run this from sort of middle. This is pretty simple considering.
shot. It was a blind shot. You saw that Harmon had to run up to have a look at where it was finishing.
Here's Dave, long birdie putt here. Just under 60 foot for birdie here at 12. He's giving a good run at it. He's giving a good run. Oh. Lovely putt there.
Well, that's 2 in a row, isn't it? But for the same money, could have toppled in.
I can't stand these little tap-ins. Such a waste of a shot, huh?
Doesn't seem fair they count the same as a long drive. Young going for it. Grass looks to be growing in the direction he's swinging, and he has a tremendous amount of power. Can't get it there. You have to drive it in the fairway. You just lose that little bit of club head speed, that little bit of carry coming out of the rough, even with a good lie.
Well, up a hole to the 16th, and McIlroy.
Yeah, swings right early this putt, Dom, and then it straightens up on top. It's pretty flat on top of the screen for McIlroy.
He's got enough people trying to wheel that ball in, hasn't he? Crowds are superb.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating back nine for the world number 2 to Shubhankar Sharma. This from 40 feet at the 12th for birdie.
That was such a good putt. Just at the very end, it curved right to left.
You get them putts, don't you, when they're for such long range, and so many times, 10, 15 foot out, you're going, now start braking, and all of a sudden they just break that little bit too much.
Yeah, good recovery and a good chance, slightly up the hill. Felt left to right, I'm not so sure. It's inside the hole, I know that.
Come on, Tommy!
Just an ounce shy of pace, wasn't it? It's a par for Harmon, so he stays at 10 under. Fleetwood's got an opportunity to climb back to -6.
You know, based on the start that Harmon got off to, being even par is not bad. Could have, you know, succumbed to the pressure and the chasing pack.
There's a bit of both in this. I think it's straight overall. Ian Finnis is in there, aim pointing. Nearly the whole line. This is how difficult this is.
So a missed opportunity for Tommy Fleetwood. Stays level par for the day. And 5 behind his playing partner.
Clark here for his birdie putt on 18 after a good chip shot, and he knocks that in.
Yeah, nice finish, Beef. And in the end, a round of 71. That's level par here at Royal Liverpool. McIlroy for his 4 at the 16th to remain at 3 under par. So just the par 3 17th and the closing par 5 to come for Rory.
You've got to be thinking he's got to be thinking a 2-4 finish here. Try and nick a couple of shots coming in to really get up that leaderboard and have another crack at it tomorrow.
But a 2-4 finish, we look at Day hit his tee shot here at 13. A 2-4 finish puts McIlroy at 5 under, one behind Rahm and Day.
This is not good, I don't think.
We've seen Day starting to miss some shots to the left, off the tee shots, and now that iron shot. That's down a steep bank, and all that first cut down that bank is growing against you, the direction you're swinging. Had a good look down there on Wednesday. That's a wicked spot to be.
Flat calm out here. It's a great scoring afternoon considering what we've had today. 12T, Harmon. 3 bunkers down the right, you just want to miss those. Quite a sharp dog leg, but really you don't need to play it.
Yeah, he looks really in rhythm again now. Driving the ball really well. Lovely.
Well, back to 13. Day has missed the green. What about Sharma?
Well, he looks so solid from tee to green. The rhythm of the swing hasn't changed all day. This one has his interest.
Fleetwood has taken driver here at 12. It's down the left-hand side.
Ooh, sitting up, we can see it. That might be a good break. That was an uncharacteristic miss for Tommy. He's been driving the ball so well. Such a reliable ball striker. Really doesn't put much stress on his game from tee to green.
Yeah, well, in some ways, I suppose Harmon's putting a little bit of pressure on Fleetwood here. It was all going the other way in the early stages. There is the 17th hole, and there's McIlroy. Jamie.
Needs a finish, 120, just a little gap wedge, there's no breeze whatsoever. Got to pitch it past the hole and spin it back if he can here, McIlroy.
Back it spins. Well, Andrew Johnston was talking about a possible 2-4 finish, and he's got a really good look at birdie there, McIlroy. Another change up in commentary because Nicholas Colsaerts and Tony Johnston are back alongside myself, Dom Hollier.
I know. Like, I'm thinking, geez, don't spin. Yeah, I know.
Go to Sepp Straka. Long birdie putt at 12. His distance control has been lovely with the putter.
Well, over the back left of 13, this is what's facing Jason Day.
Yeah, he's got about 10 paces, maybe 15 paces of that mound to deal with. Something high and soft for Jason Day. Needs to settle. Yeah, well done.
Always employed that firm-wristed chipping action, and he's always been very good at it.
To the par 5 15th, Cam Young was short in 3, so he's chipped up to here, and he makes the birdie. Should have 2, I beg your pardon. And All of a sudden, Cam Young is alongside John Rahm and Jason Day in a share of second place.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody look more disappointed when he holds birdie putts.
218, and Matthew Jordan.
Third shot. Pin at the back of the green today on 18. The local boy keeps on entertaining the crowds. That's so great to see. So great to see.
Oh, isn't it? I mean, so much pressure on him at the beginning of the week. And he's stepped up, he's been up to the task. "31 feet. I remember his first win in the DP World Tour at the Joburg Open when he came out, and he was so impressive. We thought, this youngster, as he was then, is going to be something special. Good putt. It's been a bit quiet for a couple of seasons, but great to see him playing this well again.
So over to 12. Brian Harmon's come up short of that greenside bunker. Fleetwood away in the left rough.
That's a good position for Harmon. 142. Hardly a breath of wind. Wow, what a shot that is. He's found its groove again in the last couple of holes, Harmon.
Playing with McIlroy. This is Max Homa with a birdie putt at the 17th. Very nice. That gets him under par today. And 2 under for the championship. Back to 12. Fleetwood.
And a good lie, 127. A pin he can go for, considering the rough is definitely lying down.
Go forward.
God, it's a great result from the rough there. Trying to keep contact with Harmon.
They need to, don't they, Nico? You know, when Harmon got off to a shaky start, you sort of thought this is their chance to really put pressure. They sort of let him off the hook and get his stability back again, didn't they?
Yeah, they left him alone after that shaky start, and that allowed Harmon to stay ahead. 4 ahead now. Still a few guys chasing.
Day for the par at 13. Really nice up and down from a tough spot. Well, I am told that Rory McIlroy has not made a birdie on any par 3 so far this week.
And still hasn't. Oh. We thought he might finish 2-4 or 2-3. That's a pity.
Up to the 18th, and Matthew Jordan for a closing birdie. What a finish. 4 birdies in the last 5 holes for the local lad, and a round of 69. And Matthew Jordan will go into Sunday at 3 under par, currently just outside the top 10. Stuart Sink level par today, 71 for the 2009 Open champion. And that's how it looks currently. Brian Harmon, remember, started the day with a 5-shot lead. He's 4 clear at the moment, but he's in close at the 12th as well. It's in his hands, really, isn't it? In Harmon's hands. What he does over these closing 6-7 holes or so will determine the chances of others out there tomorrow. The weather will play its part, and nerves, of course, and everything else. Fleetwood for birdie at 12.
Just a shade right to left.
Cannot hold a putt, can he, at the moment, Tommy Fleetwood?
Yeah, he hasn't held anything all day, Tommy. Difficult to score when you don't hold anything.
And every time he misses, of course, Brian Harmon just gets that little lift. Okay, he's not made it. I've got a chance to 18.
McIlroy on the tee, 615 yards. It's absolutely flat calm here now. No wind behind. His 2 big shots this 18th today. He's got it in him though. Oh no, oh no.
Out of bounds down the right-hand side of 18. He's okay.
You'll be relieved to see that there. Because if he makes 3 here, he's still in contact.
That's the shot I saw. Ball cut off the area.
Right. To get to 11 under. That is a superb birdie. And suddenly, 5 ahead.
I mean, he's 3 under on his last 9 holes, so he's playing well.
To Cam Young at 16, big drive.
We got a wedge in, Young on 16, long hitter. Oh, don't you hate that? I mean, you hit a fantastic wedge shot. You just bounce it off the pin with the spin and it goes about 20-25 feet away. Go on, Tony.
I mean, it just dug in. It was just going to land softly and maybe go a foot or 2 past the hole. That's what you get for being so accurate.
Day, the 14th.
Yeah, shot that.
That'll do. Fairway finder.
Ready to watch.
I'm not sure how much they can see over there of the 13th green, but that's where we find Sepp Straka. Looking for his 3rd birdie in 4 holes at the start of this back 9. His playing partner Minwoo Lee, by the way, has fallen away today. Hasn't made a birdie. He's 3 over par and back to level par for the championship.
He's got this to move into 2nd. Got it. A little bit shy and a bit under the slope for Straka.
And there's our lead up on the 13th tee.
Back to where he started. 5-shot lead. He's going to be feeling an awful lot better than he was 8 holes ago.
Meanwhile, up ahead at the 14th, another fairway found for Shubhankar Sharma, 163 yards to go for the Indian.
It's a short right pin. You can't afford to go right. Just aim left at the TV tower.
Hey, swing.
Yeah, good shot. Sensible.
Well, that's where the pin position is at the par 3 13th. Anthony.
Yeah, it's reasonably accessible, I think, isn't it? 185 at 13 for Harmon. He's looking good now. He's back in the routine. Everything looks good. His iron play is bang on. He's got the numbers. This very much suits him here. Can just drift this one in.
Lovely shot, really. Just everything just looks a bit more relaxed and free-flowing now. Stress has left the face. He's back in command.
It does, Tony, doesn't it? It's amazing what pressure does to you early on. A little bit of tension, but a few good shots. He now looks back to his normal self. Tommy Fleetwood just doesn't want to push. He's playing well. Just get into a routine of good shots. The birdies will come.
Yeah, we weren't able to see that it finished, but that must have taken some sort of bounce on the right-hand side there of 13 for Fleetwood.
We just didn't really see this coming. Let's go quickly to 18. Max Homer. He's leaving it alone. Fancies his wedge play.
Big question is, can McIlroy get home from where he is?
Yeah, the yarn's out. Looks like he's laying up. Trying to do birdie the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, not a good lie there for McIlroy. So just a layup, it's got to go. Yeah, just about. Actually turned into the breeze a bit now, 18.
Well, he has hugged that out of bounds line, hasn't he, down the right-hand side of 18. Not quite been the day that it promised to be for McIlroy after that fast start. Cam Young, after that unlucky break at 16.
I mean, when you think that that ball at one stage was an inch away from finding the hole for 2, and leaves a birdie putt short in line.
Yeah, that's a bad break, isn't it? But Young is in that group at 6 under par. John Rahm earlier today, a sparkling 63, no drop shots. It could have been better as well. He missed chances early in the round, but he is right in there now. 5 behind Harmon. It's actually pretty tight behind Brian Harmon if you took him out of the equation, which of course you can't because he is 5 ahead, but over 30 players are within 5 shots of the players at 6 under par. Stenson, the 2016 Open champion from Troon, rounded on level par 71 today. Lost a lot of big players to the cut, didn't we? A lot of major champions did not make it through to the weekend. Here's Stracker at 14.
Yeah, this was a very hard hole the last couple of days, but no win now. Rather simple to find a fairway.
Well, Jason Day out with the putter. Steep bank in front of him. Very difficult to get the pace right here, isn't it?
Well, you're hitting it so hard. Distance control. Oh my goodness. Anything but that.
It is extremely slow from that side. It's so steep, like you said, Tony. It's very difficult to commit to hitting the ball really hard and making sure it gets there.
We'll get back to him, and you can be pretty sure the next one's going to be blasted by. We all know that feeling.
What do you like, 38? Which should be pretty close to Stockholm with no wind.
Tough end has to be big.
Yes.
trust yourself.
It's a big word in golf, trust. 138, 139 here for Homer. Pin right at the back. There's a little swale just the right of this pin. But when you're in the situation these two players are in, you've just got to take dead aim from here with the wedge. There's breathless out here. Nothing. Straight at it.
Good shot, hurt by the spin just a little bit there, Homer.
McIlroy. He's hugged that out of bounds. 129 for McIlroy. Gap wedge. Again, take dead aim. Needs it badly.
Good shot from McIlroy. Right in line. We'll have this to shoot 3 under today.
Yeah, and with no wind, with the rain we've had as well, he would have hoped to take more of a advantage of the conditions. Fleetwood, meanwhile, here he is at 13, up the slope.
Yeah, very good from Tommy. Very good. Beautiful marriage of break and pace.
Here we go again.
Now you're asking yourself all sorts of questions. Considering the previous effort, that's not bad.
Well, on to the 18th green. Walks McIlroy. Those wonderful scenes 9 years ago when his mum Rosie was there, when he won the Open Championship, went on to win the PGA, hasn't won a major since, we all know. Harmon for birdie at 13. He's got another one.
Hello. He's gone to 12 under now. 6 ahead with back-to-back birdies. What a statement that is.
Putted like a genius yesterday. Looked a bit nervous this morning after a 24-hour delay between rounds, but he's back now.
17, Young.
Yeah, that's just about perfect. Look at this. Pitch of the hole, couple of hops forward, and about 10 feet of backspin just to make it back to all height.
Not quite the prospect today that it was over the first couple of days. The new hole here at Royal Liverpool, known as Little Eye. Sharma to get to 6 under at the 14th.
It's bold.
Well, it is the hardest hole on the course, so a par there will be okay for Sharma. Remember, Day's struggling. Here's Homer. He and McIlroy have birdie putts at the 18th.
Nice way to finish, so you can roll this in. Homer, just outside the right for him.
One under par today for Max Homer. 10 back of our leader, Brian Harmon.
Well, a day that could have been for McIlroy the way he started. Just the putter's gone cold. He's probably not hit it close enough the last 2 holes. The exception to that, and again, this is just on the right edge for McIlroy.
Last birdie was on the 5th hole. All pars and 1 bogey since. This would ease a little bit of the pain.
It's been the story of the day, I'm afraid, certainly in the latter stages after that fast start. And McIlroy has to settle for a round of 69, 9 behind Brian Harmon. It is going to take something extraordinary if he is going to win his first major for 9 years.
Yeah, I think he'll look back and think, I had the chance to shoot a low one today and missed out a bit. Started incredibly well and then just completely slowed down.
Well, Jason Day, after his problems, he's bogeyed this hole over the first couple of days. It's another 5.
And a good 5 in the end. Did well to putt from down that bank at the second go.
Jordan Spieth for birdie on 17. That was inches away from rolling back short of the green. Is he going to capitalize on that? Hanging on the edge.
Just one birdie today for Spieth. Struck up from the fairway at 14.
Yeah, this was one of the holes that was playing really hard early in the week. This plays a lot easier. And Sepp Straka demonstrates that.
That's a big number for this club.
Cam Young. Great tee shot at 17 to get to 7 under. Oh my. Chances going begging down the stretch.
Yeah, the only player that's making birdies now is Brian Harmon. He's running away with it. Here he is. 14, 3 woods out. Finds another fairway. You can see his demeanor and the way he hits the ball and the swing he makes has totally changed the last hour or so because everybody has left him alone.
He's right back in his groove, isn't he? Which is troubling for the rest. So on to the 18th tee walks Cam Young.
He's done that a fair bit today. Like, how low does he tee the ball? You know, it's almost like a fairway finder to keep the ball low, low ball flight. And that's a perfect tee shot for Cam Young.
Harmon in the fairway at 14. What about Tommy Fleetwood, also with a fairway metal?
Also very good.
He needs something to happen fairly soon, doesn't he, Tony?
Yeah, he does. It just, I mean, you know, the crowd, they're pulling him along, they're just trying their best to gee him up. But it hasn't happened today so far.
Straka. Birdie on 14. Gets it. Moves to 6. In second place at the moment. Now, a nice little push on the last couple of holes would be nice for the Austrian.
And the par 5 15th next up for him. 2 par 5s, remember, in the closing 4, although they are playing their full yardage, aren't they? Both of them over 600 yards, the 15th and the 18th. Nice round from Thomas Dietrich today, the Belgian, who have been feeling a little bit what Tommy Fleetwood's feeling out there today. Remember, he had a great chance to win on home soil his National Open Championship, the Soudal Open on the DP World Tour. Didn't quite happen for him on Sunday. Excellent, wasn't it? Lovely to follow the story of Michael Stewart, the qualifier from Dundonald Links. And he will look at that leaderboard and he'll see his name ahead of people like Louis Oosthuizen, an Open champion, Zap Johnson, an Open and Masters winner, Scheffler, the world #1, Brooks Koepka down that leaderboard, Meronk and McIntyre with their eyes on the Ryder Cup, of course.
Good lie for Fleetwood, 169 into 14. Not fighting the side slope, which is an advantage. This needs to go right.
Gets the bounce from the front left there. That's a decent birdie look for Fleetwood. Come on, Tommy.
It's a sharper dogleg left than you sort of feel on the tee.
.151, 3 birdies in the last 5 for our leader. He's giving everyone a bit of a lesson at the minute. Perfect tee shot. He is fighting the slope a little. Half a dozen waggles and go.
He's going to lose his yardage book if he's not careful.
He's rather unlucky there, Harmon. Is that going to go off the front? Just stays there. You know, that's his opportunity here to close the tournament. You know, if he keeps the foot down, makes a few more birdies and build even a bigger lead, you know, this will change everything.
And look at that face compared to what it was after the first 3 or 4 holes. He's chilled, he's relaxed, and he's actually just loving it again.
To the par 5 15th, and Jason Day from 305 yards.
It's a good shot from Jason Day, just finds the front edge. Still has about 35 yards to go.
Beautiful, free flowing. Absolutely nailed it.
So fresh off the birdie at 14. Here's Sepp Straka back on the tee at 15.
No!
Yeah, a good shot from Straka, finds the fairway. Pretty reliable driver, Straka. Likes a bit of left to right off the tee.
Looking for another sprint finish like he produced yesterday, Sepp Straka, when he came home in 31. That's 5 under the card. He's already 3 under par on the homeward journey. Undercarriage tucked away.
Wally, what do you feel out there? What do you think about Tommy's demeanour and his... How's he feeling right now? He's missed an opportunity a bit today, hasn't he?
That's the trouble, though, isn't it? It can go one of 2 ways. Early on, he's all smiles, everyone's cheering him on. And while you're playing well and holding a couple, it drags you along, it pulls you there. But all of a sudden, they dry up and you miss a couple. You can sense the crowd. They're so desperate for him to do well. It almost adds a bit of pressure. There's been a couple of sighs, you know, where early on it was all smiles.
And what about Harmon, Wally?
Well, I thought he looked tight at the start. There was a couple of duffs in there. But after about, certainly after his first birdie, you know, he's obviously 4 under par now. Since he made his last bogey, I mean, that's good golf in the last group of an Open Championship. He looks good. Just looks confident. Looks to have a good relationship with the caddy. They seem to be on the same page. There's no wasted energy. They're just getting on with it. And his iron play's been beautiful the last hour or so. He's hit a couple within 5 feet. What a difference that is. He's not trying to hold something from 15. It's 5 feet. And for a good putter, like he is, not an issue. Up the hill, just on that false front, maybe a little right to left, not much.
Yeah, just seeing a little more break in that one than there was. But you know what? It's another very solid par. Ticked off. In the driver's seat.
18, Cameron Young. After a beautiful drive, definitely has the power to get there. Even though the wind looked like it switched again a little bit. It's not blowing much. 298.
No.
Now you want to be careful down that right-hand side. He's found the first bunker. It might be okay. Might be okay for Cam Young.
We've been lucky with the weather, haven't we? I mean, the forecast for today was
Bill, the good news
brutal
is, to be
conditions,
honest with
heavy
you.
rain all day.
Oh wait, you said you hit it really
winds.
good? Okay. It should be down.
They've had a good break.
Well, this would be a good time for Tommy Fleetwood to pounce and make a birdie. Remember, he made a birdie at the second, hasn't made one since, to Sharma and his third at the 15th.
Back hold position on 15, 86 yards. Maybe something a bit low and driven. That's about, what, a foot too far, Tony?
Foot too far. Unlucky, wasn't it? He played it well, too. Literally inches. And that landed, he was thinking, oh, here comes a nice birdie chance.
Towards the 18th, Walker, Spieth and Young.
We've chatted the whole way around these two. I think it just good way maybe to stay relaxed and calm.
You were on the middle of the green. You hit it nice, didn't you? It was like
Little scoreboard up there on the left-hand side. It's been like that forever, hasn't it? Actually, man-operated, or some of the schoolboys come in and do the job there, don't they? All running around inside.
There you can see that person just hanging out by the window there, trying to peek on some golf.
Jason Day. Quite a lot of loft for that shot. 2 or 3 yards of green and a fringe and a load of green. Could easily have just bunted that in with an 8-iron or something, but he's so good with the wedges, he just doesn't see, sometimes it doesn't see a different option.
Now this is a good angle to give you an idea of how steep that short little slope is in front of him, Sharma. And I'll be slow, coming off his left a bit. They're never easy. They're never easy. You know it's slow, you know you have to give it a tonk, but
Yeah, that'll be a little further away than it looks on the camera angle as well. Up to 18 and Spieth.
in the hole.
control of that is superb from Spieth up 18. So much skill from Spieth.
Just about flat calm out there. Not enough wind to blow out a candle, I don't think. Right. Far enough back in the bunker to be okay. Because he's got to carry it quite a long way. Should come out with a bit of spin from that range. Beautifully played. Long bunker shot out of wet sand, you know it's going to fizz.
That was a little bit special, wasn't it, from Cam Young? He'll have that for birdie. And as we take another look. Gave it a chance, didn't he? And that could well, depending on what Straka does, get him into the final 2-ball on Sunday with Brian Harmon. Jason Day may still have something to say about that. This for birdie at 15.
That was never online.
He's also missed a couple of opportunities on the back nine day. Still got 3 holes to go.
Well, with a bit of luck, it is going to be a birdie at the last for Jordan Spieth. Just not enough of those, I'm afraid, out there today for the Birkdale champion. 6 years ago, and it is a level par 71, 2 birdies, but 2 bogeys also today for Spieth.
Having a good long look at the leaderboard. I'm 10 behind at the moment. What could have been. The bunker shot was a bit special for Young. To get to 7 under and second place all on his own.
Yeah, deserved it, didn't he, after the bad break, spinning it back off the flag at 16. And he would have been stone dead, and it is a closing birdie, and it is a round of 66 on Saturday for Cameron Young. So the man who finished runner-up last year at St Andrews, currently occupying, as Tony says, second spot.
Do you mind after the round, after we just do 8
round to go.
Reiterate, hitting great putts.
Becoming a bit of an Open Championship specialist, isn't he?
I was going to say, he's learning the link style golf game very quickly for a young American player. Tells you about his talent.
Well, we told you it was a little bit longer than it looked, and this is Sharma for birdie at 15. Oh, I beg your pardon, it's for par, of course. He laid up, and that's nicely done. Hasn't made a birdie today, albeit he did make an eagle at the 5th hole. All the rest pars for Sharma. Here's our leader back on the tee at 15.
Yeah, good par 5 this. It's a different hole today. I don't believe he can reach those bunkers down the left, our leader. It's quite a narrow tee shot. When it's helping out of the right, you can really fly it down that right side, but not today.
Yes.
Finds the fairway. Misses that bunker there. Fine for Harmon.
I tell you, if he keeps doing that in the way he putts, it's going to be hard to beat. There's a calmness to Harmon now. Fleetwood doesn't want to overdo this. There's no need smashing this. Just pop it down there and give yourself an eagle. Give you a chance. An eagle 3. This is left, going left.
Good Lord. Heading over towards 16. He may be lucky. It's been well trampled down over there. That was not a good swing, was it? Well, he is a hunter back home, Brian Harmon. He likes to do a little bit of that. He was hunted for much of the early part of the round, but Everything looking good at the moment. Straka.
Didn't really want to mess with the back of that 15th green, Straka. Still a birdie putt, but a bit longer than he would have expected.
At the 16th tee, Day.
On the long grass on the left. You want half a lie to find the green on 16.
"35 years of age now, Jason Day. Good to see him back. Good to see him apparently healthy again after all those back issues, and back in the winner's circle back in May at the AT&T Byron Nelson Championship. And there he is. And amongst the 5 under pars, Cam Young with the birdie, getting it to 7 under, and Harmon still ahead, and the same gap that he had at the start of the day as well. Some 5 shots for the lefty from Savannah, Georgia. Two Fitzpatricks on the Open Championship leaderboard. Brother Alex has the advantage over Matt, but a good move today from last year's US Open champion with a 67. Matched by Ricky Fowler, who was off first today, with Bob McIntyre just before 9 o'clock this morning. Patrick Cantlay making a similar move as well, and his good friend Xander Schauffele also making a step forward. Minwoo Lee 3 over par. Not the move he was hoping for. Valimaki, who finished in the dark yesterday. Zach Johnson, the American Ryder Cup captain and the 2015 champion golfer of the year there. The world #1. Hasn't quite managed to produce what he would have hoped this week. And Christo Lamprecht, who of course had a share of the first round lead. The only amateur to make it through to the weekend, so he is pretty much guaranteed the silver medal as long as he can complete the journey out there tomorrow. Jay Townsend is back with us.
A little bit of a break, and wow, things got out of hand while I was away having a cup of tea. 12 under. Straka might have something to say about that big lead. Good opportunity here.
And that's a few. He's left a bit short, Straka. Don't really want to do that when you're chasing somebody.
Well, that's the view from the green at 16, back down the fairway. Jason Day is somewhere in the left-hand rough. Well, he's not going to be too far away from Tommy Fleetwood as well, who's playing the 15th, is he? And that looks like Sharma.
Sharma and Ian Finnis are no way. You can see Ian Finnis tower over everybody else in the gallery. He's only 40 feet away from him. Well trodden area there. You can see fantastic lie. It's not an issue at all.
Well, Jamie Spencer's made his way back to this 2-ball.
Perfect lie over there for Sharma, 161. Right on the flat, no problem whatsoever, and a good angle to attack this pin on the right-hand side. There's quite a lot of commotion because Tommy Fleetwood's ball's over as well, so he's watching on. It's slightly down breeze. Just feeling like that maybe the tide's turning now. It's straight down breeze. It's been into the wind all week, this 16th. Not right now. So Sharma should be an A tide off this lie. Pin right at the back on that right-hand side.
What a shot!
Nailed it.
That's pretty unlucky from Sharma. It's a couple of steps too far and it goes over the back.
Brief glimpse of Tommy Fleetwood there, who is playing the 15th. Day, meanwhile.
153, slightly heavier lie for Day.
That's a great result from Jason Day from the rough there.
He's done well because we've talked about Jason Day being in the rough a lot today. He hasn't hit a lot of fairways. This man from the fairway, Harmon.
Sean arms out. He's left that in the rough on the right-hand side.
That was kind of a squirrely looking shot from the fairway to kind of be a low one the way it was.
I was a little surprised about that. Harmon just went ahead. A lot of noise going on, as Jamie Spence mentioned.
Oh, yeah. That's staircase.
Yeah.
It's got a lie, but it's a poor one, and there's quite a lot of mud on the ball. I don't think it's going to make a difference to Fleetwood's ball, but I suppose you have to say he's been lucky. It's trampled down. He's got a line. Just trying to get it back in play onto the fairway, give himself a number, really.
Well, both players in the final game aren't exactly beating up this 15th hole, par 5. Lengthy shot for Fleetwood to come. Harmon out of position in the primary right rough.
Oh, here we go.
Looks like a pretty good setup there. I'm not sure about that grip.
Strucker down the 16th.
Baby.
It's all starting to get a bit like the red arrows at the moment. They're going all over the place, left and right. Sharma through the green at 16.
Yeah, got the putter out, wise choice, Sharma, and it's up this bank. Once it gets up that bank, it's going to turn a bit left to right. Not too much, but probably about 1.5 feet of break for him. It's more about the speed. These damp conditions now. Grass is wet in front of him.
Always tough to read going up a bank diagonal. If you're going up a bank, you know, straight up, then you're just dealing with pace. But when you're going diagonal the way Sharma had to do there, you're dealing with pace and line. Fooled him a little bit. I just love his demeanor. It hasn't changed all day.
Let's hop across to the 15th. Because the championship leader, Brian Harmon, is somewhere in that right rough.
He's okay, 144. got lucky. Right on the edge of the gallery.
Well, Tommy Fleetwood and Ian Finnis just going through their numbers. Whilst they sort that out, Jason Day with a birdie putt at 16.
And it doesn't look much break to me. This one looks dead straight for Day, especially when the greens have just softened up. Bit of damp on them, they tend to run straighter. Great opportunity here for Jason Day.
I think you mentioned it earlier in the day, Jay, that sometimes when they're straight, they're actually sort of more difficult in many ways.
Yeah, professional golfers love to see a ball breaking, and then they can use the entire hole. Looks like Fleet will be first to play.
Yeah, good layup, really good layup. 144, Jay. Pin all the way back. Needs to fly this there. 2 par 5s to finish. I'm just putting that out there.
It's difficult to go and find that back pin with a full shot when you've got no margin behind the hole. Haven't really seen a lot of guys threatening the back edge of that green on 15.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of an upslope as well, Nico. 121 for the American. There's a bit of head shaking going on. Not quite sure why. It's clearly in between, maybe.
Okay. Right at it, yeah. Yeah. Stand still, please.
It's a peach of a lie. It's almost a good place to be because he can sort of almost run this a little bit, taking the spin off it. Bit of beauty earlier in the round. This is his game. Normally pretty good with the judgment.
As Nico said, you just have to give respect for going over the green. It's hard to be aggressive and fly it all the way back there.
16, Sharma for his par to remain at 5 under.
That's a shame. They're painful. They're slow lip outs like that. Like you feel like the ball has a chance to fall and it stays out. It's his first bogey in 26 holes.
Back down this hole, Seb Straka from 164 yards.
I haven't seen a lot of guys coming from the middle of the fairway on 16 the last 45 minutes. Finds the top shelf Straka. I have a chance at birdie at 16.
Playing partner Minwoo Lee, I can tell you, has just made his first birdie of the day at the 15th, so he's back to +2 for the round, 1 under for the championship. Sister Min Ji is out there following him.
17th tee, and Jason Day has arrived on it to big applause. 120 yards. It's down breeze a little bit here. It's been playing so difficult all week, but this is really a bit of a gift, to be honest with you, with just a little gap wedge from 120 up the slope. Still got to hit the green. If you miss the green, it's dangerous. Danger lurks everywhere. Definitely down the breeze now. Hope they can feel it on the tee.
Yeah, beautiful from Jason Day. Pitches up the hole, hops forward and spins back around the hole. Yeah, like Jamie pointed out, the arena around the 17th tee, players can't really feel the wind. Difficult to judge.
Very much an outside chance, Nico, for Harmon. Up a little step. Both putts are actually quite straight. There's not an awful lot in these, but pretty slow up the hill.
It's tracking. It's tracking. Oh. It's another excellent putt from Brian Harmon.
I'll tell you what, he's not far away from holding one of those long putts, and all of a sudden things get out of hand for only 18 holes left tomorrow.
And Sharma with a gap wedge as well. Straight down the breeze. What a hole this has been all week.
Nico, what is the number? How big is the lead that's insurmountable?
I mean, still the Open Championship, you know, whatever the weather is going to be like tomorrow, you know, it's difficult. 6, 7, 8 shots, 8 shots.
There's got to be a number somewhere. Fleetwood from long range. I mean, Harmon had an opportunity to fold today. 2 over after 4. Fought back. Since the 4th, he's 4 under par. I mean, 6-shot lead is big. The problem with a 6-shot lead is the pressure is all on you. It's yours to lose.
And vice versa. I mean, some guys started off beautifully today and then slowed down a little bit towards the end. Now Straka for birdie on 16. Go to move to 7 under.
Oh, I say.
You know, this is a heck of a run. Straka won recently, and for him to be up there this week, the Open Championship, there's a lot of connotations to Straka playing well this week.
Yeah, apart from anything, he's got a chance out there. If he can make another couple of birdies to play his way into the final pairing with Harmon. At the moment, it's going to be Harmon and Young. Straka will play with Spain's John Rahm.
That's a beautiful view of the 17th from the sea. Perched up green. That has caused a lot of trouble to a lot of players early in the week. But now 2 birdie putts coming up. Jamie, does this have a lot of movement?
I think so. Nico, you've probably seen it more than I have, but it looks right to left down the slope here for Shivanka Sharma. He's got his game back. Won a few times on the DP World Tour. He's a good player. Got a lot of touch and feel about him. Now I want this hole to play into a 2-club win tomorrow. That's what I want.
Love the way you're thinking, Jamie.
Yeah, come on.
Bring it on.
Bring it
Throw
on.
some rain in there, too.
This is the Open, come on.
People wearing woolly hats and everything.
All that. I think the members do as well.
What a great try from Sharma.
Brian Harmon at the 16th.
Just trying to stay out of these bunkers. That's the only thing he needs to do. Threads it in between them. It's position A from Harmon.
Starting to look like the golfer of yesterday, isn't he now, Brian Harmon? Back on track to 17, Jason Day for the 2.
Yeah, it's got a bit of break as well for Day. Very popular golfer wherever he goes. Got a huge cheer coming onto this green. Great to see him back. Knocks this in, bird is the last. Woohoo.
Two identical putts.
Both missing on the high side. You would have thought that with the speed that they hit him, it was just going to fall in on the high side. Wonderful putts. Not all good putts go in.
Our day stays 5 under. Sharma 4 under par as they head towards the 18th tee, which is not too far away.
Yeah, look at his reaction. He thought that had every chance to fall.
Just need to strike one on 16. And needs to be careful. Some thick rough over there. The golf course lacks wind, it lacks the bouncy, fiery conditions, but the rough is getting more and more penal with the moisture that's fallen today.
Yeah, a few weeks ago we were having an extremely dry, hot summer, and this place was baked out and there was hardly any rough. It has certainly begun to grow. We've had some rainfall over the last, 2-3 weeks or so. Quite a bit overnight, just over 8 millimetres, and things are changing without a doubt out there. Terrific stuff from Victor Hovland, who played so nicely at the 150th Open last year at St Andrews, as Strackup walks on to the 17th tee.
It's such a cool shot up the hill. The players know what's in front of them. That's a great view right there. It's so important to pitch it past the hole. There he did, taking all the trouble short out of play. I bet he didn't miss his pitch point by 3 yards at the most.
It's the first time this week this little par 3, the new par 3 Little Ayers, actually played under its par today. Only just, but it is under par. Don't forget, theopen.com, you've got our feature group coverage. Actually 17, you can go and watch that and see how every player plays it. You've got that and the feature groups and much more besides. Theopen.com. Don't forget the app as well. So it's a spanking drive from Brian Harmon. As we were saying, we haven't seen too many people hit this fairway at 16. He's in the short stuff. Tommy Fleetwood's away in that left rough, the right-hand side of the picture as we look at it, just by the yellow bag.
Yeah, slightly down breeze, Dom. Was a spanking drive, had a couple of good bounces to it. Tommy Fleetwood's okay there. It's reasonably heavy, but the grass is growing with him. It's sort of sitting at a bit of an angle, so I think he can get to the back of the ball. But once more, the flag is just tucked a little bit behind the bunker, but it is on the left, so hitting towards the right shouldn't cause him too much grief.
And we've seen only 3 birdies made from that left-hand side, but if Tommy catches a good lie, there is a chance. Anthony has it sitting.
It's okay. He's all right. Just needs to cut across this, really. And to Finno, caddy on the last, he says he's going to hold one sooner or later. So it's got that look about it at the minute. Come on, good shot. Pitching around just on top, needs a little bit of spin on this. I think he will get a little bit. Needs to really slide across this one, move it left to right.
Just into the bank. Another yard on the carry would have released at least halfway to the hole. Good shot, just didn't get the reward it deserved.
That's the game, Jay, isn't it? Right there. Not holding anything, you hit a good shot and it hits the upslope. 139 from the centre of the fairway. Position A++.
Well, he's going to get a reasonable read from Fleetwood. And once again, a very good putter. He's in that range. this point, he's just trying to pad the lead, make it easier on himself tomorrow. I mean, that's what you're always trying to do, but it's such a huge lead.
Jason Day, 3 wood on 18.
Yeah.
Finds the long grass on the left. Jason Day.
We saw the tee shot. Let's see if Sepp Straka can hold this one for birdie at 17.
We've seen a couple recently miss up on the high side, the right side. Straka falls victim to the same optical illusion.
Isn't that funny, huh? When players just all see the same thing and everybody misses on the same side. It's strange.
Yeah, you guys are all so good that you're seeing the same thing, making the same fault, reacting to the same stimuli.
That needs to move a bit further right to find a fairway on 18. And it doesn't. Sharma finds also the rough on the left-hand side of 18.
Over to 18, where Emiliano Grillo is finishing up. 1 under par today.
Just under 70 feet away. Clearly had a couple of problems up 18. I don't think it's reachable for the Argentine. 615 yards today, and you can see playing into the wind. There is the Argentine flag, top left. Such an amazing field. The greatest of golf tournament in the world, the greatest golf championship in the world. Players come from all over. Having a very good year. It's because of this club in his hand right here. Won on a very difficult Colonial track earlier this summer.
Yeah, 8 years between wins.
What a lag from Emiliano Grillo. For about 60 feet, 65 feet. Nice way to finish up his round.
He's playing out there with Adrian Otegi, who had a shocking start, started 5.58. And he's still 4 over par. The Spaniard, Grillo, taps in. And it is a 70 for the Argentine on Saturday. So he'll head into the final round of 3 under par, just outside the top 10. Over to 16 and Fleetwood for the birdie.
Now will Tommy make his first putt of the day? Comes off this right a bit. And keep moving. It's a good try, but it's just not far. It just hasn't really happened for him today, hasn't it, Jay?
No, and it was a good pace. No stress tap in, but it never looked like it had a chance of going in. And he gave a very good read to Harmon on a similar line. And Harmon doesn't need any help putting.
Here we go then. Harmon to extend his lead to 6 shots.
Maybe a cup and a half outside right. Has a good pace. Oh, he just needed more pace. Dropped anchor. Surprised that came up short. It was right on line. He knows he left one there.
Of course, it's a completely different course to the one he played yesterday out there, which was firm and bouncy. It was breezy as well. Ball was probably running a lot faster on the greens.
Oh, 100%, but I think this plays into his hand. This is more American style, more target golf.
Through the tunnel onto the 17th tee. Little chance to make history then over these closing 2 holes.
You know, it might only be 120 yards, 17, but it's not the simplest of white shots.
120 yards of heart-pumping terror. It rewards a good shot, but wow, does it punish a shot that's less than perfect.
Yeah, you don't need to say much more than that. Heart racing, I would imagine. Front. Got to be so.
Give me back my shot!
Has found the green. Looked a bit hesitant there on that left-hand side, but just kicked off the shoulder of the bunker. He's found the green, Harmon.
Yeah, really nice textbook action there for Harmon. He's never going to overpower a golf course, but he's been playing chess very well, and of course, he's so good with the putter.
Falls front. That's the problem. Pitching this past. It's more like a 125 shot for Fleetwood.
Well, he's determined to help out Brian Harmon here. He's going to give him another read there.
He's not doing the rest of the field any good either. Harmon doesn't need any lessons on the greens.
Up to 18, and Jason Day.
Third shot into 18. Just carries the bunker. Big difference a yard can make.
Back to the tee, and Straka.
And Straka's a big guy, but I think with the breeze in their face, 18 is out of reach. True three-shotter. Certainly is if you don't hit the fairway. Not an easy layup. That out of bounds really comes in and it diagonals away from you when you lay up.
Sharma also third shot 18. Finds the green safely.
So the big question now remains on this third round of the 151st Open at Royal Liverpool by how much Brian Harmon will lead heading into Sunday. Currently 5 ahead of Cameron Young. He's got a chance at 17 and then the closing par 5 as well. We're quite late in the evening now. It's just gone 7:15 local time. It's just starting to get a little bit gloomy, isn't it, out there?
We played much later the last couple nights, but there's just a little bit more heavy cloud. Doesn't let the sunshine come through.
Yeah, we seem to be playing away from it. This is right to left. A little bit more at the end.
This is coming nice. And another edge burned by Fleetwood. Starting to feel sorry for him. How many good birdie tries he's had today, but nothing has fallen for him. Carried by the local crowd and everything. This Must have been a long day on the golf course for Tommy Fleetwood today. It's just a lot of pars, only one bogey and one birdie today.
Every single player has seen it exactly the same, haven't they? What about Harmon, the championship leader? Steps out, another little look.
Good putt from Harmon. Just giving that a chance without being silly either. Sharma on 18. About 30 feet or so. Coming off the right. Looks likely going to be a par to finish with.
So from about 3 feet. Harmon for par.
This has been a brave performance. He's got some grit, this man. 2 over after 4 holes, looking very wobbly. And then a birdie at the 5th, and suddenly he was rejuvenated. The bounce was back in the step, the smile was back on the face, and he has played beautifully from the 5th hole on. Looked utterly in command, to be honest.
Now, after a fortunate bounce off the back of the bunker, Jason Day for birdie at the last.
He's shaving a few holes as well. The last couple of holes, Jason Day, he could have been a bit closer to the lead if all these putts had fallen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do a quick think, Nick, how many times he hit great putts today that touched the edge of the hole from all sorts of ranges. .69, and well, it just couldn't have been much worse. Played really well.
You can see his frustration. Really thought that was going to have a better chance than that. Jason Day.
Little weight back on the tee for Fleetwood and Harmon. You may have seen that caption about the 2017 US Open. He did take the lead into the final round. He led by just the single stroke on that occasion, though. It'll be a different story this time round at the Open.
Just a little bit of breeze into the players. It's quite chill.
Yeah, so standing on the 18th tee, 5 ahead. You know, we've seen a few guys hit this out of bounds. So let's see how brave this guy is. Are we going down the fairway or play safe down the left-hand side? Play the layup, make a 5.
He's played this hole well, hasn't he? Look at that, birdie eagle.
It's quite nice for a left-hander, this too. His draw started at the 2 left-hand pot bunkers. Just a gentle left to righter.
Things on toast!
Just the subconscious. I think he heard you, Nico. He heard you.
No, but I think every golfer that's going to stand on that tee is going to think the same thing.
100%.
Of course.
100%.
You know, all of you giving me the devil's eyes in here, but every golfer on that tee would have think that.
Straka from a long way back at 18, third shot. Oh, no. Back to the tee and Fleetwood.
That's a ripper, I think. Beautiful. I wonder if they realise they share the same birthday, these two lads. January the 19th. Now, I'm getting the devil's eye from you two now. Didn't share that with you earlier, sorry.
Tony Johnston, Trivial Pursuit. Got to hand it to him, haven't you, especially after that start. He dug in there, he worked his way back into his comfort zone and restored his lead. Remember, it was 5 at the start of the day. It is still 5 as he walks down the 18th. It did look as though it hopped into a fairly juicy bit of rough there, but it is a par 5. Has not worked out for Tommy Fleetwood. The early signs were good for him.
Hasn't he done well? I mean, really. You know, your guy starts out 2 over after 4. It's very easy when your 5-shot lead has been reduced to a couple to panic. And things can go wrong on a course like this, especially. The bounce in the step. He is feeling very good. Oh, Straka's ball.
Yeah, that bunker face looks very steep in front of him. Is he far enough it to be able to get it out and get all the way to the hole on 18?
It was quite interesting the other day, Nico. They were brushing the revetting with brushes to get the sand off it so that the ball would ricochet out and not bounce back in the bunker. It was quite clever. Can he get it up high enough and get it to go far enough? Certainly can. Made that look easy. Full-blooded swing. Open face. Yeah, cleared the lip comfortably, didn't it? A beauty.
Yes, it does look very juicy there on the left-hand side. The wedge is already out. So when you see a player getting a wedge out like this, it means there's nothing else he can do.
He's not even taking the bunkers on, is he, Nico?
Doesn't look like he is. Yeah, that's a chop back on the fairway. He'll be able to reach from there.
He's only about 5 or 6 yards away from those white posts. Squirting left, wasn't it? This is a birdie putt for Minwoo at the last. Poor front nine, 3 over par. He made birdies at 15 and 16, but it's a 1 over 72 for the young Australian, who surely will contend in many Open Championships to come.
Fine, fine young talent, isn't he?
Stracker then for a closing par. Alongside John Rahm at the moment at 6 under par.
Played so well. It's just not a great feeling finishing the par 5 final hole with a bogey. But it doesn't detract an awful lot from how well he's done today.
Yeah, hasn't got a whole load of experience of getting into contention at major championships, so it's another stepping stone in his career. So back down this 18th. It is a fairway metal in hand for Brian Harmon. Remember, it's going to be his 3rd. It's caddy Scott Tway, younger brother of the 1986 PGA champion Bob Tway.
267 for Harmon, so it'll have to be 3 wood for him. 3rd shot, remember.
No surprise. Absolutely no surprise. You know what, it showed confidence, the fact that he went at the green with a fairway wood, but that out of bounds is so close.
Well, Tommy Fleetwood has laid up.
He's tried to go for the green in 2. If you were taking a nap in the grandstand, I would have waken you up.
Oh, there you go. That's what they were all looking at and trying to get a photo of. Tommy Fleetwood's ball. You're okay in the left part of the grandstand. If you're in the right, you're actually out of bounds. Strangely enough. And a nice memento for that young man to take home.
Put an out of bounds tight up against the right of a green on a par 5. I'd love to know the percentage of players that have gone a minimum of 15 yards left of this green, Nico.
Of course. And that line being really close on the right-hand side. The 18th hole at the Open Championship. Not willing to take that risk.
Wait for a ruling. Find out exactly where it finished. And then where's the nearest drop zone? Deserves every bit of applause that he gets on that walk up there.
He does, yeah. He's been superb this afternoon. After a shaky start, we said it before. You know, he's shown its class. Navigated beautifully well on after probably the last 14 holes today. Very convincing from the American.
That's cap. Okay, thank you. That ball's in play. Thank you.
You've heard it, the ball's in play. He's already hit a shot from the drop zone yesterday on the left-hand side, Tommy Fleetwood. He's a bit further away today. A little easier flag to get to from that angle than yesterday. They want him so badly to hit this close, huh?
To judge though, I think, from that range, because he's still got to give it a bit of a hit. Juicy wet grass over the back of the green is not pretty.
It looks like it's sitting well enough to have the height and have the control that you're talking about, Tony.
Tell you what, that was a very professional drop. It's finished on the paint and out of the thick stuff.
To the very edge of the green.
Right, Finno, tell me what to do.
Now, would you let Ian Finnis pace it out, or would you have to pace it out yourself? Because there might be a bit of difference between those two and their strides.
53 on line of pin, that's the very edge of the green.
All right,
you land 60.
Yeah.
It's only 4 of Finno's strides to the bunkers. Right, come on. They're dying to see something good here from the hometown man. Whoa, my nerves. That made it by a foot.
On in 3, he'll still have a birdie putt.
Oh. Right, it was always between the bunkers, but a little bit closer than you would like. My goodness.
Yeah, every time you come to an Open Championship, you remember Seve using the in-between bunkers. We saw somebody hole one early in the week as well, running up in between the bunkers.
Sepp Straka.
That's right. So Harmon now, it's a good leave here from where he was, hitting a 3-wood into this green. Yeah, well played. Just a bit short. You can see how demanding he is of himself.
you could feel like he knows the importance of this moment. I mean, he might be 5 ahead, but you know, let's still, you know, get this close and make sure that I'm 5 ahead and not just 4.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's only one shot, but psychologically it feels like quite a lot.
Yeah, you know, he finishes 5 ahead overnight. I've held my own. I went out there today leading the Open by 5. Nobody's closed the gap on me. I can do this again tomorrow. And even if it's 4, he lost a lot of his lead early on. Still be proud of himself. And would you rather be 4 in front or 4 behind?
Well, we've said it a dozen times. He's held nothing out there really today. Tommy Fleetwood, just the one birdie that came at the second hole. Can he make one here?
Well, maybe he saved them all up for tomorrow. That's what you've got to tell yourself. I've putted well, nothing's gone in. Keep doing the same tomorrow. Maybe I'll go out and hold everything.
Level par 71 for Tommy Fleetwood, but it's a backward step, I'm afraid. Started 5 behind. He's currently 7 in arrears of Brian Harmon, who still has some work to do for his par here at 18.
Look at that. It's early.
No problem at all. It's another good up and down from Brian Harmon. And really, after that early wobble, it has been exemplary stuff. And he will take a 5-shot lead into the final round of the 151st Open.
What an important par that is, really, psychologically, as you said, Don. You know, he could walk through that tunnel and pat himself on the back for a really, really brave fight back.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes out and shoots, what, 2 under par tomorrow, that's 14 under par. Cam Young's got to shoot an extraordinary round to go past him. John Rahm would have to do something like he did today and shoot a 63 to stand a chance. It is in his hands, no doubt about it. He said he thought too much about the lead when he had the 54-hole lead at the US Open. He said this time around, said it after yesterday's round, he's just going to concentrate, try to concentrate anyway, on getting enough rest, eating the right things. But you've always got that long wait, haven't you? It's always a late tee time on Sunday at the Open.
Yes, I live in Dubai.
He did also admit to having a sort of an anxious mind. Remember, he's not won a tournament since 2017, and now he's on the verge of what would be the biggest victory of his life.
Yeah, 6 years is a long time, but you know, it's sort of like riding a bicycle. If you know how to do it, you know how to do it. But it gets easier when it becomes a habit. I think he looks up to the task, I really do. They're going to have to produce something special tomorrow to catch him.
He's got the profile, and he showed it today. He's been very patient with a shaky start. He stick to the game plan. He hit the shots he had to. He made the putts he had to, including the one on the last to stay 5 behind.
We've got ourselves a real client for this tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks.
Still the important part to do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That card checked, get it handed in. Prepare for tomorrow.
And there it is for you. That's how it lies. Through 3 rounds of the 151st Open here at Royal Liverpool. Harmon ahead by 5 from Cameron Young. They'll play together in the final 2-ball. A sensational 63 from Jon Rahm has given him a chance of completing the 3rd leg of the career Grand Slam. Victor Hovland made a good move today out there. You would think that Rory McIlroy is too far back at 3 under, and he's 9 behind. It's unlikely, isn't it, without something startling happening to the leader. Big chase for second place, though. Cameron Smith, the defending champion there, in amongst the 1-unders. Ricky Fowler, who was second to Rory McIlroy back in 2014 here at Royal Liverpool, also on the same mark. 6 shots separating the man lying second from Michael Stewart there, the qualifier. So many different nations are represented. There it is, the Open after all. Open to everyone all around the world. Whether it's South Africa, the United States or Poland like Adrian Meronk. Remember, Christo Lamprecht, the only amateur to make it through to the weekend, so he is pretty much guaranteed the silver medal. And the story of the day, in case you're just switching on and wonder how it's all gone. Well, Tommy Fleetwood out with Brian Harmon made a good start, that for birdie at the second, but it was his only birdie of the day.
Hard to believe. Really hard to believe. Sepp Straka, what a great day he had. Rolls in and another birdie there at 14.
Shame about that bogey at the last, wasn't it, for Safa? A round of 70 for him. He's at 5 under. Jason Day, meanwhile, how about that one? He was travelling, but a bunch of birdies on the front 9, 1 over coming home for the Australian.
And then Antoine Rosner on 15, hauling a magnificent pitch over the bunker in the rain. All the umbrellas up. Amazing moment for the young Frenchman.
67 for Rosner, he's at 5 under par. Victor Hovland for birdie at 18 is also at 5 under. But the round of the day, the round of the week so far, belonged to Jon Rahm, out this morning. This for birdie at the 9th. 3 under to the turn, and then he really caught fire. Birdies at 10, 11, 12, 15, and then this at 16. He also birdied the 18th for a round of 63. Cam Young, meanwhile, rolling one in at the 15th. 66 today for Cam Young. This was exceptional at 18, Nico.
An amazing bunker shot on 18 from about 30 yards, just zipping it right by the hole and finished with another one up the last.
In at 7 under par. Harmon, meanwhile, at this stage early in the round, he had wobbled 2 over through 4, and then he started to turn the ship around. Beautiful lag putt at 5, the par 5 for his first birdie of the day.
3 settling pars to the long par 3 9th, and he was just starting to get that feeling again. A glorious tee shot, and rolls that in for a birdie.
Pars at 10 and 11, and then at 12, eyeing it up and down. Another beauty. Third birdie of the day, so under par on his round at that stage. On to 13, good tee shot. We know he's a wonderful putter. Then he holed that to complete the turnaround and re-establish his 5-shot lead. Good up and down at the last for his par. So 2 over the first 4, but 4 under for the last 14 holes out there today for Brian Harmon from the United States. There you go, the clenched fist, the fighting spirit out there, the courage to bear up to the pressure and to take the lead into the final day, into Championship Sunday of the Open. What a prospect for him. Let's hear from the man who shot that round of 63 today, Jon Rahm. Wonderful stuff from the Spaniard, the world number 3. Let's get his thoughts.
Today was a combination of what I was feeling the first 2 days. Obviously rolled a few more putts in general, everything was a little bit better and weather conditions were easier. The stretch of holes from 11 through 14 usually are difficult holes that you hope to make pars on, and today they were downwind and they were very, very accessible. I was aware it was going to be an important round in terms of the Open. Got hurt earlier in the week. 65 was the lowest somebody has shot here at the Open, so to get anywhere near that and even lower was really, really fun. Coming in tomorrow, I just got to channel in the process I followed today, try to follow my routine exactly the way I did today and commit to every shot.
Well, Jon Rahm started the day at 2 over par. He was 12 shots off the lead. He has cut that deficit. He'll go by half, actually. 6 shots behind with a round to go. He's at 6 under. Victor Hovland's in the group at 5 under par. Let's get his thoughts on his round of 66.
Victor, terrific 66 to bring you back into the tournament. What's been the key for that performance today?
I'd say I hit a little bit better tee to green combined. I've had a couple of nice rounds where I hit some nice iron shots, but I feel like it was a little bit more consistent today. And then just my putter heated up a little bit. I don't think I've made a putt outside of 10 feet until today, and today I made some nice putts.
You've taken to Open Championships like a duck to water, tied 12th, tied 4th, and now you're in contention once again. How do you feel about Sunday?
Yeah, I feel good. Hopefully I can play a little bit more like I did today. And the conditions seem to kind of be making it a little bit easier, so I'm hoping I'm not too far behind when we start tomorrow.
We wish you the very best of luck. Very well done today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
So I've heard from a few of the contenders up there. Let's hear from Cam Young, shall we?
Cam, just sum up that 66 with arguably a little bit more luck. It could have been even better.
Yeah, no, I played some really, really good golf. I'm very proud of the ball striking I did, and I really putted okay too. The greens were just a little bit tricky in spots. So I missed a couple short opportunities, but gave myself so many, it's going to happen. Yeah, I was overall really happy with my round and happy to finish the way I did.
Well, obviously last year, fresh in the mind for everyone who loves the golf, loves the Open Championship. You did so well. What are your feelings about Sunday? Is the lead and the leaderboard something that you'll be paying much attention to as the day progresses?
Yeah, I will. I think I won't pay much attention right off the bat. First few holes, you just kind of have to stick to what you've been doing, and you just never know what's going to happen. There's plenty of mistakes out there. I know Brian's playing some really good golf. So I wouldn't expect many of them out of him, but you never know. So I think early on you kind of stick to your plan, and then at some point, you know, there might be some alterations to strategy, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens tomorrow.
Well, very well played today. Best of luck on Sunday.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, he shot a 65, didn't he, last year on Sunday at St Andrews. And we are lucky enough to have the man who leads the way also. So let's hear from Brian Harmon.
Brian, incredible day of golf we've witnessed. You've held on to the lead. You've extended it in the end. How proud are you of your performance today?
Yeah, I got off to a rough start. Hit a couple of loose shots, but steadied the ship and hit a bunch of good ones coming down the stretch.
Talk to me about what it was like to be in front. Did you look at the score to know that people were making ground early on, or did you go out there and just concentrate on your own job?
I mean, I knew that with the conditions, with the wind kind of laying down, that some guys were going to shoot some low scores, but I can't worry about that. I was just out there trying to hit every shot the best I could, and I did an okay job of that.
Yesterday, when I was trying to ask you about the 36 holes to come, you were keeping yourself focused on just what you were going to do. Similar story again for the final day?
Yeah, same deal. I've got 18 holes. You know, yesterday I had 36 holes. I got 18 holes. You know, I've got to make another 35, 36 golf shots. You know, I got to hit some good shots to win this tournament.
We wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting thoughts. He sounds like a very level-headed man, doesn't he, Brian Harmon? He seems to be taking everything in his stride at the moment. Of course, Championship Sunday will be another thing. And as Cam Young said, there are mistakes out there. Tommy Fleetwood had hoped to make a great move, make up some ground on Harmon today. Instead, he slipped a couple of shots. Let's hear from Tommy.
Tommy, thanks for coming over to chat to us. Just observing you on the 18th at the end of the day, you had a rather perplexed look on your face, if you don't mind me saying. What was going through your mind at that point?
I think, yeah, I didn't know how I looked. I was just stood there. A frustrating day. I would have obviously liked more. Felt like I played a lot of good stuff. Played some poor stuff as well, but overall just couldn't convert chances on what was a really lovely day to play. So yeah, I don't know. Probably just frustration at the end, and yes, you know, we'll sort of move on, and there's still 18 holes to play tomorrow.
Is it easy to shift that feeling and just get on and feel like you can turn a low score in tomorrow?
Well, yeah, there's another day of golf to play. Of course, you're frustrated now, but that's what we have a break for before 18 holes starts. I'll have dinner now, and I'll be fine, you know, in a little bit, and just look at the positives and go into tomorrow with a good attitude, and yeah, do the best we can, and go from there. I would have loved more out of today, but it wasn't the day that we really wanted. But still, like I said, there's 18 holes to go, and have a good attitude about tomorrow.
Really appreciate you coming over to chat. Thanks again.
Fishy. Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, you can sense the disappointment somewhat for Tommy Fleetwood, don't you? There's the leaderboard once again. Tony, Nico, how many players are still in the Open Championship in your reckoning?
Personally, I think everybody down to -4, probably. You know, it's in Brian Harmon's hands, but it is the Open Championship final round around Royal Liverpool with those treacherous pot bunkers. Things can go wrong. You know, the guys on 4 under are only 3 behind second place. You go out and throw in a really low one, can happen. Yes, we're expecting a lot of rain, but not too much wind. I think this thing's still wide open, but it's all down to what Brian Harmon does.
Yeah, I think it's down to Brian Harmon. And in his interview, we just heard how simple his thoughts are. He had 36 holes to play this morning. He has 18 to do tomorrow. He just needs to hit 30, 35 very good golf shots tomorrow, and then he's going to be very hard to catch. There is, about probably 8 or 9 players that if they get off a good start, put a bit of pressure, we almost saw it today. Can it happen tomorrow? That is another story that we'll have to follow closely tomorrow.
Yeah, the early stages are going to be crucial, aren't they? He's bound to be nervous, there's no doubt about that. And the others will certainly want to make an early impression to try and unsettle Brian Harmon, but so far he's looked pretty unflappable, and all credit to him. Anyone who's made the cut, of course, here at the Open Championship has had an excellent week. Louis Oosthuizen, the winner in 2010. And he did it again, didn't he? A couple of times, actually. Adam Scott had his chance at Royal Lytham, didn't work out for him on the final 4 holes. The world #1 is somewhat down the field alongside the PGA champion Brooks Koepka. And it's going to be another good weekend for South African golf, because Christo Lamprecht, all 6'8" of him, is going to hopefully be wearing that silver medal tomorrow in the official prize presentation ceremony. Who is going to win the gold medal, though? Who is going to have their name engraved on the famous claret jug and become the 151st champion golfer? We will see what the weather gods throw at us tomorrow here at Royal Liverpool. There's a temptation to think that it's all over, really. Harmon with that 5-shot lead, and history would certainly suggest that the advantage is his and that he could well be the man who is crowned our champion tomorrow.
But you know, you look down at the bottom of the leaderboard, Dom. These guys are all seriously good players. We've seen +4s and +5s. It can happen in the blink of an eye. But saying that, Brian Harmon this week so far, he's 5 ahead for a reason. He has played the best golf. He's got to carry on doing that tomorrow.
Carry on if you can. Well, I hope he gets a good night's sleep and comes out refreshed and manages to get the mindset right, not think too much about everything else around him. Well, the stands are empty right now, but they will be filled tomorrow morning with fans as we move into one of the biggest golfing days of the calendar, the final round of the Open.